Hello, this is Force 13. This is Force 13. We are currently watching a very intense high risk, battering the areas from Mississippi to Alabama. It is definitely going to be a very intense high risk, battering the areas from Mississippi. I'm sorry about that. We're okay now. So, what I was saying was we're going to be watching a very big high risk that is currently impacting Mississippi and Alabama. This storm currently, I believe, let me look at the Tropical Tidbits models. I'm pretty sure this is currently at a very staggering 981 millibars right now. This is the storm that's causing all of this. And we are definitely seeing quite a very active picture with all in regards to the tornadoes that are possible from this. As you can see, we currently have a bunch of tornado warnings active. Currently 6 tornado warnings active, one of them PDS, and we are seeing that this storm is already causing damage. We already saw one tornado potentially right here. Let me just find the place again. It was north of Rolling Fork. It was near Grace, Mississippi. Grace, Mississippi had probably a tornado. It isn't showing on this app, but I've heard from other reports that there was a tornado. So, anyways, here we are at this high risk. I'm Maury's Data on the Road in the Force 13 team. I will be running the stream today. I am also joined by Jose, which is currently also streaming, and he is, let me just check something. Alright, and he is currently presenting his screen. He is showing an area of rotation. I believe that is the one in Louisiana, so let me just look at this. That probably is the one in Louisiana. Let me just, yeah, that's the one in Louisiana. It's about, okay, now it's in Mississippi, but, before it was in Louisiana, and now, this is kind of delayed. I don't know why this isn't showing the correct picture. I think it's just my radar app acting weird, but the velocity is fine. You can see it's near Tylertown. Oh my gosh. Alright, there's a big CC drop with this, so everybody in Tylertown needs to be in shelter. This is heading right near Tylertown. This is heading just to the northwest of Tylertown. Alright. So, Jose, do you have anything to say about this storm right now?
Well, I was going to say off that this is actually, a PDS tornado warning, so
yeah, it is a PDS tornado warning.
Yeah. So if anyone's in this area, I advise you to please take shelter immediately. As they always say, do not be near any windows because those can be very deadly. And
obviously.
If they don't have a basement or anything, go into the interior area of your house and stay there until this passes. But like on radar right now, it shows that there is actually a debris ball signature of a tornado.
Yes, and we are seeing that it is right over Simmonsville at the moment, which is probably a small neighborhood. It is right over Dudley Rhymes Road. So if anybody lives near the Simmons Cemetery, near Route 575, near Dudley Rhymes Road, you need to be in your safe spot now, even though you're probably already seeing the tornado, unless if it is rain wrap. But this storm is quickly approaching maybe towards the small neighborhood of Rushing, near Tylertown. So everybody in the Tylertown area needs to be in their safe spot, as this is a very dangerous storm quickly approaching. So your safe spot, just remember, that is the most interior room of your house. It is the, and it could also be a basement or anything that is underground. If you live in a mobile home, please do not stay there and go into a house with if you were to walk through walls, and you and you enter outside of that wall, and you end up outside, then that room is not safe, and you have to enter into a room in which if you walk through all of the walls, you would end up in another room. That is where it would be safe. Okay, so this is still a PDS warning. PDS warning, and it has been extended very far ahead. What?
They just extended the PDS warning?
Yeah, they extended it twice, actually. They're extending it all the way. They know it's going to be a big deal, so they're extending it all the way Bassfield in Mississippi. It really does seem like this storm is going to be long-lasting. This does seem like the type of storm you do not want to mess around with.
And it looks like it might be very close to the west town of, looks like Tylerstown.
Yeah,
Tylertown. Very close.
Tylertown. Please be in your safe spot. This is a very dangerous storm.
I wonder if there's any cameras in this. This is in Mississippi or Alabama?
Mississippi. And I'm looking right now for cameras.
Yeah, I guess so. If anyone is on the road in this path of the tornado, please go down south or east out of the way of this tornado right now.
Yes. If anybody's along the road on Route 98 or Mississippi State Route 27. I'm not seeing any cameras on the traffic cameras here. There is one that's sort of close. This is, I think these are like, not active cameras. Like, they only take pictures, but you can see that there is some clouds in the distance here. Some low-lying clouds. But nothing in Tylertown itself, so that's unfortunate. But we are still seeing a huge debris bowl. Let me just see how much this is rising up. Let me just see. Here, wait, no. I can use my statistics.
Oh, wow, those are very strong winds on the Doppler right now, on the rotation of velocity.
Yeah, unfortunately, on my radar, I don't know how to change this, but it's in meters per second. So, I could convert meters per second into miles per hour, but that would take too long. So
yeah, right now Doppler on my side is picking up winds of 140 miles per hour.
Yep, that is very intense.
This is Doppler. This is just Doppler, so we exactly don't know the actual wind speeds of this tornado.
Yes, this is Doppler, so don't think that that's going to determine the rating of the tornado. We are just saying that gate-to-gate winds are 140 miles per hour, potentially.
Please do not track this or take any pictures. Just take shelter immediately.
Yes, unless if you are a professional storm chaser, but I doubt many people here, that are locals, are professional storm chasers. Alright, and we have a new tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning for Mendenhall. Mendenhall, please get into your safe spot. There is an area of rotation developing with a storm just north of this main action. So, please get to your safe spot if you live in Mendenhall. Also, I am noticing another storm near Brandon, Mississippi that has a bit of a hook to it, and I'm not seeing much rotation with it, but that could change, so please make sure to be safe. Looking up here into Tupelo, Mississippi, it does look like this rotation has weakened slightly. This is a little more messy of a part of a line, so this is probably going to produce less tornadoes, but we are experiencing some rotations coming and going. You can see this might have been a CC drop briefly near Okolona. We're unsure at the moment. It did look like it was heading in a different direction of the line, so that probably indicates that it is a separate tornado from the line. Very intense debris bowl on this.
Yeah, this is a very, probably trees or probably neighborhoods are right now getting destroyed from this tornado. Oh, wow, that velocity is getting bigger.
It's getting bigger?
That is, look at that.
I don't know why, it's not updating for me, so just give me a sec.
Yeah. Debris is very tense right now, velocity is very strong. Actually, to be honest, I've never seen such strong velocity ever from this
area.
This is actually, yeah, it's so, wow. Right now, if this tornado continues tracking, for some reason radar scope doesn't show much city names, but the last city that I can see is probably near Bassfield. If this continues tracking in that northeasterly direction, Bassfield is going to be somewhat in a direct path of this tornado. I'm not sure any other cities
Oh
on your
yeah,
side.
I just realized I was still on my camera, so let me change this. Alright, sorry about that. Here is my
You're good.
radar. Here is my radar. I always forget to change the scene.
Taylortown just looks like it's coming very close to Taylortown. Probably there's probably neighborhoods outside of Taylortown that might be getting hit right now.
Yeah, Tylertown is it's
Taylor,
heading
Tyler, my bad.
Yeah, it's okay. It's heading right towards Mesa. If you live in Mesa, which is probably a small neighborhood of Tylertown, please get to your safe spot. This does have quite a few houses in it along Route 98, so please go to shelter. This is a very strong tornado, likely.
Yeah. If it, I won't be surprised if this actually might go tornado emergency if it holds on towards Basefield because the way how this it looks like.
We have another PDS tornado warning from Mendenhall.
Oh my.
So let me just change this.
Right now, as everyone's watching this, everything's starting to go downhill right now.
It really is. But that's exactly what we expected.
Yeah. Wow, this is... I'm gonna take a picture of this. I've never seen such strong velocities. Just know, this is like the max velocity of the Doppler can go to. So exactly, we don't know how strong this might be. And like I said, this is Doppler wind speeds. We exactly don't know the real wind speed of this tornado. Unless there's like a Doppler truck in the area, or DOW for short. That's the only way that we can get an actual confirmed wind speed from that. You know exactly what highway this is that's moving off right now?
US Highway 98.
US Highway 90, okay. Yeah, it looks like it's just about to cross, probably already crossed over already. And it looks like reflectivity is picking up even stronger debris right now.
Ugh, I know, I see it.
Yeah.
Very intense to people.
Yeah, just know, like, if you ever see reflectivity start to show up pink inside the hook echo of the rotation, that means that even the reflectivity is picking up debris in the air.
Yeah, and that really indicates a strong tornado. Usually you just see it on the correlation coefficient, but
yeah.
In rare cases you can see it on the reflectivity as well.
Yeah, just know it's not hail. I don't believe that there isn't any hail in the hook echo of a tornado. But if you see it, just know that's actually a very strong tornado, or pretty much a violent one.
I'm gonna keep it as 2 PDS tornado warnings, because technically we have 3, but it's just an extension. Yeah, and we now actually technically have 4, so... 5, actually. But it's for 2 storms, so I'm going to keep it as 2.
Big rotation coming right over Mendenhall. Right
Mendenhall. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty
rotation
sure.
Coming right over that.
It does not have a CC drop.
Warning just came out.
What did you say?
A new tornado warning just came out. And
that's for another area of rotation that's right next to the one near Mendenhall. It's approaching Raleigh, Mississippi. If anybody lives in Raleigh, Mississippi, please take shelter now. Alright, here is the latest scan on the rotation now north of Tylertown. The CC drop isn't in yet, but you can tell that this is a strong storm. Looking at the other radar, this is still a strong storm, and you can see this velocity isn't really updating as often, but you can see from the other radar from Jackson that this is a very strong velocity signature, so please take shelter. Alright, I'm gonna see if we can get any cameras in this area.
Alright.
I don't think we can, but...
No. This is this is a very particularly dangerous situation right now.
Very dangerous.
we don't. Probably this might even go a tornado emergency if it holds on and heads towards the city of Basefield. If this holds on, then there's a chance that this might go tornado emergency right now.
I'm just fixing some things here.
I don't think there's any new update on the mesoscale discussion. I'm gonna take a look really quick.
Alright, yeah, there is a new mesoscale discussion, I believe.
I don't think so. Taking a quick look. It looks like they did add this is for Tennessee.
They did add a small tornado watch for Tennessee, for Savannah, Bolivar, and Selmer, Tennessee. But that's not PDS, because they aren't in, like, the main area that we're watching. The main area that we're watching is in Mississippi and Alabama.
Yeah, this is the only, mesoscale discussion for that area.
Alright, I mean, this is still very intense debris ball. This is still a very intense debris ball. You can see blacks appearing. Guys, we have a tornado emergency. Tornado emergency for Salem, Darbin, China Grove, Dinan, and is there any other? Sardinville, Mississippi. All of these areas in Mississippi are now under the first tornado emergency of the day.
You're fine with me reading out on the tornado emergency?
Yes,
right now?
that's perfectly fine.
Okay. Tornado emergency for rural northern Wallaha, Mississippi. A tornado warning remains in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Northeast Wallaha County. At 12:49 p.m. CET, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Salem, or 18 miles west of Columbia, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a very fast-moving tornado, okay? You might outrun this in a car, but it's still dangerous. A tornado emergency for rural northern Wallaha, Mississippi. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard deadly tornado source emergency management confirmed tornado. Impacts you're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be completely destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northwest Wallaha County. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows if in a mobile home, a vehicle, or outdoors. Move to the closest sustainable shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. That came out from the National Weather Service, or the Doppler radar of the tornado emergency right now.
Very intense stuff right now. Yeah.
This is the first tornado warning of the day.
Tornado emergency.
Tornado emergency.
It's okay, I got it.
There's so much going on. I lose all the words right now.
I know.
First, we had our first one yesterday, now we're having another one.
Yeah, and I don't think this is gonna be the only one.
Yeah. Which is good that at least they pull out that tornado emergency, because if this, like I said, if this holds on all the way to Basefield, it looks like it might come close to Basefield.
It looks like that too.
Yeah, I hope everyone right now in this area is taking shelter right now. If you're on the road in any of this area, go east or go south out of this path right now.
Yep, this road is Mississippi Route 27.
Yeah, and I don't think this tornado might be rain route, because there is no rain in the area, so there's a good inflow notch into the Hookako. So this tornado might be visible.
I'm unsure if it's rain wrapped or not.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a little bit.
I
There's some rain
think there's like a
probably.
small area where you would be able to see it, but that's like
Yeah.
right in front of the tornado. So don't wait to see it. Don't wait to see this tornado. This is way more dangerous than that. You should rather just get to shelter immediately because this is a very dangerous tornado, likely deadly. Maybe not likely, but like it could be deadly. It could be deadly.
Yeah. If this is actually rain, oh wow, the reflectivity is okay. The pixels on it is going even pink.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a very destructive and probably a violent
Tornado emergency has been extended for Basefield.
There we go. Perfect. Just saw how we want it. For everyone to get that warning right now.
Yeah, I mean, we of course don't want a tornado emergency, but we want it to be issued when it's necessary.
This is like wow. I'm lost for words right now.
This could give a lot of loss of life. I mean,
yeah,
it's very intense right now.
Just please get to shelter right now. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation right now.
It's crossing over Salem right now. The town of Salem, I think, is getting a direct hit.
Oh, okay. I think that debris ball might go even stronger. Velocity is still strong. Reflectivity is... it's going crazy right now. This is actually a very dangerous situation right now.
Let me see yours.
Over, and then we will pick up with what we've got. Do apologize to the viewers for the bandwidth and stream issues. We are doing a quick handoff, and there we go. We're on mine now. Yeah, you're good. But yeah, we should be running on my stream now. This is Radar Scope. This is the cell that the team has been talking about. This is tornado emergency warned at this time. Those areas are Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, Marion County, and yeah, you can definitely see that very prominent debris ball there on the radar. Velocities have been cranking on this easily. You're talking 152 miles an hour gate to gate. We're going to see if we can get another vantage point from one of our other radars here that we've been using. So bear with us for a moment. We're going to try to shift a few things around here right quick and get this stream going proper. Yeah, there we go. So it looks like we've got... There we go. Okay. So there we go. We've got two radars going now. We've got the one that Maury has been using along with Jose. So we now have two radars going. I'm going to try to get a few more things going here. Again, this is Force 13 live. Why that? There we go. Yeah, this isn't Storm on Garance. Why that came up is beyond me. So I apologize to the viewers for that. Let me see here if I can get a few things moved around here. There we go. Okay. Now I think we're set. Okay. Okay, and yeah, so it looks like we did have a tornado emergency for Walthall County that has moved into the Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Marion County. Definitely, this is a very powerful system. This is what the National Weather Service had alluded to today when they were talking about very strong, long tracking systems. And I don't know if we've touched on that any, but we will touch on that here just briefly. But we will wait for this tornado emergency to expire, which we've got another 40 minutes on this. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And yeah, taking a look at the Maury's radar there, you can see that rotation there just southwest of Bassfield. This is literally almost the same area that was hit back in 2019. Oh, was it 2020? Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was 2020. My apologies. This is rural areas. There are a few highways, a few small single family homes in this area. I'm not sure if there are. I think this is a small town of like 300 people. Unfortunately, I know there's other channels that have storm chaser footage of this. Unfortunately, we do not have the capability nor the licenses to be showing that. So if we are able to find other sources of this tornado, we will get them on air. But we're gonna come back over and we will come back to this tornado emergency. We'll be keeping an eye on it. But we're going to come back, take a quick tour around as to what we have going on. Obviously, this is our tornado emergency just southwest of Bassfield. That for Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties until 1:45 p.m. Central Time. National Weather Service confirming that this is a very large and destructive tornado in and around the Bassfield area. We have a second area of rotation back here just to the east of Osceola, heading up towards Tylertown. This one, rotation doesn't look too strong, but clearly that you could see a slight debris ball just to the east of Osceola, just southwest of Tylertown. And those that remember the 2020 event that we covered on the U.S. channel, Tylertown, Magnolia, Columbia, Basswood, these are all names that we're familiar with. Difference is, though, 2020 was a moderate risk. This is a high risk for the day. One of the very few high risk events that we've seen come down the pipeline. I think one of the very first few high risks that was forecast as the day 2 going back over the last 11 or 12 years, I believe. All right, and we're going to keep taking a tour around. We will come back down to that tornado emergency, but we have a tornado warning for the city of Tupelo. Looks like, or this is near Tupelo. The problem that we're running into is it's right near the radar, but looking at the higher angles, yeah, Tupelo proper is in this tornado warning. If there is any rotation, it's likely to the east here, just northwest of Smithville, but this is moving towards the northeast. So places like Manatachee, getting over towards Fulton, you'll want to keep an eye on that particular cell. Coming back to the southwest, we have another tornado warning. This for the areas of Kilmichael, Vidin, Winona, Walthall, and that area. We'll bring our radars down to the lower levels of the atmosphere just to see if there's anything there. Looks like it's right on the edge of the radar. So that is going to be really hard to pinpoint. Let's see if we can get another angle at this. Yeah, go for it. That is the mesoscale discussion for our tornado emergency system, isn't it? All right. All right. Let me see if we can get that meso discussion up right quick. Okay. Yeah, and this is yeah, and I actually got it now, and this is actually something that the Storm Prediction Center has recently done this year. Is is yeah, it's the newer graphics that they've done this year, and you can actually see it there on should be visible on the screen. Yeah, there it is. But that is the new SPC graphic that they rolled out with this year, showing that this is likely a very strong tornado. For them estimating 175-mile-an-hour velocity would suggest that this could be generating EF3 to EF4 damage. We're not saying that is what this tornado is right now. Obviously, the National Weather Service would have to get out in the area and actually do the surveying. But that is for this cell here, just to the southwest of Basswood, where we still continue to have a tornado emergency ongoing at this time for another 33 minutes. And we'll just take a look down at it here. Still a pretty, it looks like the scan just updated, but a pretty decent debris ball still, just to the southeast of Monticello, northwest of Columbia. All right, and just going back over to Maury's radar for a moment while I'm trying to scour some more resources together. We are still looking at this tornado emergency storm that is just to the southwest of Bassfield. Try to see if we can get any more information coming in. Also, to see if we have anything coming up off of our feed here from our YouTube chat. See if there's any questions that we've gotten from them. Around 300, 350, yes. I remember covering this particular area extensively back in 2020. Yeah, and we'll take a couple different looks at this, but yeah, going off of what you were mentioning, Jose, we have the radar and velocity up. And right where I have it circled is where this tornado would be sitting at. And yeah, you can see it is completely rain wrapped. There's a small little hail core to the north of where the tornado would be at up in this area. And clearly strong inflow coming in off the southeastern side feeding into this storm. And yeah, this definitely is rain wrap. And just to give an idea of how far this is away from Basswood, you're talking 13 miles. So if you are in places like Prentice and Basswood, you've got maybe less than 8 to 10 minutes to get to shelter. Obviously, with this being tornado emergency warned, you should already be in your shelter. And what we mean by being in your shelter, obviously in the south there are not a lot of basements, so you want to get to the innermost part of your house, away from outside walls, stay away from windows. If you have a bathroom with a bathtub, I would suggest going in there. Put as many walls between you and the outside of this tornado that's coming through the area. If you have something light you can put over your head, do so, as this is not a system to be taken lightly, and this is just a harbinger of what we could see later on this afternoon. Already we do have 2 PDS tornado watches in effect, one in Mississippi, I think specifically right where this tornado warning system, this tornado emergency system is at, and one in Alabama, and we'll cover those once this particular cell starts winding down. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and just taking a look at the wide view from Jackson, just to illustrate your point there. So we have this line already out in front of it, in between Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, down towards Mobile. That's by itself. The main bulk of the activity is in this cluster, going from Philadelphia, Meridian, all the way back towards the Baton Rouge area. So New Orleans, keep an eye on this as it's moving your way. And then you've got another batch here between Tupelo, going back towards Grenada, back towards Yazoo City and Vicksburg. And then another line further back here, back in the Alexandria, Monticello, Arkansas area. And the big concern with this is that there's just enough space between these lines to where, yeah, these storms are firing up, but there's just enough space for the instability to rebound and these storms to keep firing up. You're talking between like the first and second line here, between like Meridian and Tuscaloosa. That's only 55 miles. That is more than enough time and space for these storms to be able to rebound and restabilize, especially with them only moving 50 miles an hour. The energy is not going to get zapped out of these anytime soon. And we are joined by Sam out in Chicago, one of our other old U.S. stalwarts from our U.S. days. Sam, if you can hear us, what are your thoughts on these systems? And we're going to zoom back in on our tornado emergency system, as it looks like this is starting to get its act together just a little bit more. Yeah, we could take a look at that right quick there. At the surface, yes. So that sounding, you got 3,300 joules of cape, no convective inhibition. So there's nothing to stop these storms from taking off. You've got a really high lift index of minus 11. You have precipitable water at 1.5 inches in the atmosphere. And then if you want to scroll that over to the right, and we could take a look at the hodograph up in the top right corner. Yeah, so we do have a curved hodograph of 40 to 50 knots. So this definitely has all the ingredients it needs to take off. You can see the significant tornado parameter is at a 4 on that sounding. So this definitely has everything it needs to go boom if it really wants to. And we're seeing that being the case as we have 2 systems ongoing. Right now, our tornado emergency one there just to the west of Bassfield, that still remains a tornado emergency. And I am surprised they have not upgraded this one near Tylertown. This one's starting to look really gnarly on velocity. It is actually to the south of our tornado emergency warrant system. It is backed by Tylertown. Mm-hmm. And I do apologize to the viewers if we don't have a lot of other radars available to us. We weren't really fully prepared to be uh, going live for all this because a lot of our manpower is unavailable, but we're working with what we have. And we're going to do what we can to cover all this. So we're going to look back at this particular cell, and we might have this Bassfield, this cell near Bassfield might be back on the ground. Yeah, this is really giving me 2020 vibes of where the cell started back by Tylertown and then moved over and then dropped over Bassfield. The 2021 was further to the south on its track. This one looks like it's further north, and we'll just loop this back to see how this has looked over the past few minutes. This one looks like it's going to miss to the north, but that means places down range like Mount Olive, Collins, maybe Seminary, depending on where it goes from there, up towards Taylorsville, Soso, Mize, Bay Springs. These names are sounding familiar. These were ones that was from 2-3 years ago. So these are all very familiar towns from our 2020 event that we had a couple years ago. All right, so yeah, that has not come up on my radar yet, but as soon as we see it, we will cover it. Yep, and there it is. So this is that new extension that was just issued. Yeah, and the problem with this area is this is out in Jackson, and then see if we can get a better look at it. Yeah, and the problem is this is the Jackson radar that I'm using, and that is way out there in terms of where we're seeing this up in the radar, up in the atmosphere. Yeah, going down to Hammond radar. Yeah, I could definitely see what you're looking at there. So possible tornado on the ground southwest of Tylertown. This also in Mississippi. This is back behind our other system that we've been keeping an eye up here near Bassfield, and that's actually going to be the one we go back to. Okay. Okay. Not sure what that was about, but okay. Okay. So looks like I got some audio issues that's been brought to my attention. Let me see if I can get these resolved here.
I'm not very good at estimating, but I believe about. Oh man, I missed it.
Okay, there we go. Now we should have full audio from the team there. Apologies for that. Didn't realize that we were having that issue.
About 4-ish miles away from base field, so it kind of missed it from the west.
Okay,
But they
so
might
that's
still
pretty fortunate.
experience outer parts of the tornado.
Yeah, that is likely possible.
Probably RFDs. Probably they might be experienced the RFD part of the storm. I believe. It's just I can't even. Oh yeah, I gotta. It's just the radar range is starting to fizzle out. I might need to switch it.
Yeah, we'll come over to your radar so everybody can take a look at what you're seeing on your end there.
I can't even look. Okay, I think this might be the hook echo, if I'm correct. Yeah. Yeah, they're probably experiencing RFD right now, surge going into base field right now.
Yeah, and we saw that with this system back in 2020, and yeah, we had that same issue when this was to the south of Bassfield. You were getting very strong inflow all the way down in Summerall, and I believe it was Elizabethtown. So you're probably seeing that same thing with this particular system now. Is Bassfield is probably experiencing very strong southeasterly winds as this is inflowing into this tornado warning system. And yeah, it is no longer a tornado emergency. Still remains a PDS tornado for Jefferson Davis County for another 18 minutes.
I feel like they might extend this a little bit again for another PDS warning. They might extend it. But looking at the velocity, it looks like it's starting to become more I'm not sure. I can't even tell if it's getting stronger or like it's in the mid range because the velocity is kind of big right now.
This is a very prominent system. I am getting.
Yeah, and this is still completely rain wrapped.
I'm getting 152 miles an hour gate to gate on this.
Let me. Oh, never mind. Mine's just refreshed.
So again, we're continuing to keep an eye on this very powerful system in central Mississippi. You've heard us throwing the towns around Prentice, Bassfield, Collins. This is the same area that was hit literally 5 years ago. Almost, not to the day, but almost to the season.
Yeah, it looks like Basefield missed a direct hit, which is very good to hear, but it's still not good news that the fact other cities earlier were directly hit by this extremely violent tornado.
Yeah, and this has been the trend this weekend. We had all the tornadoes that went through Mississippi, or not Mississippi, Missouri, Arkansas, and Iowa, and now it's Dixie Alley's turn getting this particular setup. And yeah, that system near Bassfield, very prominent. We're looking at, and this is always deceiving, but about a 1.2 mile debris ball with that particular cell. So this is definitely still on the ground, very powerful. And we'll take a look back down here at the Tylertown system as well here.
Oh, yeah. PDS? If I'm correct, yeah, it's a PDS. I'm taking a look if there's any new mesoscale discussions right now from the National Weather Service or the Storm Prediction Center.
All right, while you're doing that, we'll come back over and we will look at this Tylertown cell that is just to the southwest of our PDS system. And these two are probably the two biggest threats right now. Obviously, we got the one there just to the northwest of Bassfield. and this particular one in Tylertown, and looks like they just extended the PDS tornado warning, and they did. So now we have a PDS tornado warning for Covington, Jones, and Smith counties. This is going to be lasting until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this is very reminiscent of 2020. Areas in this include Collins, Mount Olive, Taylorsville, Mize, getting up towards the Sylvan era and Bay Springs area. So some of these same areas that were hit 5 years ago are getting it again.
There, I lost it. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. New mesoscale discussion came out. For looks like a tornado threat. I think they just extended parts. This is northern part of Mississippi into northern part of Alabama right now, and it looks like near the borderline of Tennessee right now.
All right, and we can take a look at that right quick. So that is the mesoscale discussion that was just being discussed. That is in relation to the two PDS tornado watches that are currently ongoing for Mississippi and Alabama. It looks like the potential they are calling for is 1.5 to 2.5-inch hail, winds up to 80 miles per hour, and it looks like they're suggesting that this particular area of convective weather could produce possibly an EF2 or EF3 tornado.
Quick question: Which did this tornado emergency cross Highway 38 near Kentwood? Because right now there's a video of a tornado right now on Twitter from Fox News 8 from New Orleans.
If we can verify that, yeah, we'll show it on the air. And while we were discussing that, looks like we've got a couple more extensions here. And
Highway 38 near Kentwood.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. And while we were discussing the Bassfield one, looks like our Tylertown cell has gone PDS as well, as that is a very defined debris ball northwest of Tylertown there. So we have two PDS warnings going on. The first one being back here by Tylertown, the other one up by Bassfield. Yeah, this is just a harbinger of what we're gonna see for a good chunk of the day.
Oh, well, reflectivity is getting picking up debris as well.
I think the one that you saw on Fox, that was the one that's currently PDS right now, not the one that Bassfield. I think it's the one that we're looking at now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just posted it out on the general chat right now.
Alright, and this particular one, this is for the Bassfield or the Tylertown cell?
I believe Tylertown.
It's the Tylertown? Okay.
Yeah, right now reflectivity is starting to break up. Yeah, it looks like the debris is starting to get picked up by the reflectivity as well. And plus, again, this is a rain-wrapped tornado, which is the worst, extremely dangerous worst part of a tornado, because it's completely invisible and you cannot see it. You won't even know if it's a tornado until it's right next to you.
All right, so we still have the Tylertown tornado radar on our screen, and apparently this is what it's looking like. According to sources on the ground there, this was tweeted out by Fox 8 down in New Orleans. Thanks to them for them getting this on their feed. But that's what that tornado is looking like near Tylertown. You can definitely see the structure there on the shot there. Definitely really good structure there. Definitely looks maybe stove type. I'm not gonna say it's a full wedge, but this definitely looks like it was trying to become a wedge on that particular shot there.
Yeah, it looks like mostly a kind of a cone-ish shaped stove. But yeah, you can see like just by looking at the picture, it's barely hard to make out because of all that rain that's starting to like go around it. So like it's very hard to even know if that's a tornado until like there's a certain good area where you can see the tornado.
Yeah, and we'll could take a quick tour as to what we have going on, as it looks like the main bulk of our tornadic activity is all in Mississippi. So we're going to jump up to the Columbus Air Force Base radar. We're going to take a look at these two cells up here. These are both tornado warned. Looks like we got one cell just to the east of Houston, Mississippi there. And looks like we got one maybe near Amory and Smithville. We'll actually have to take the radars up a little bit higher to the atmosphere to see what these are looking like.
The one near Amory and Smithville is now observed.
Okay, thank you for that update. So the one near Amory and Smithville now being considered observed, and looks like we just had the shot there for a moment. See if we can pick that up again here. And yeah, just backing it up about 20 minutes. There was our cell that prompted the warning moving to the northwest of Amory up towards Smithville. Right now, it looks like it's getting a little obscured by the radar because of how close it is, but it may be another secondary rotation back behind it somewhere that's producing this observed tornado. But the problem is that we're not going to be able to really see it because right now we're only about 2,000 feet in the atmosphere on the highest setting. If we go down to the lowest part of the radar, we're barely, let's see here. We're barely 700 feet, and most of these tornadic debris structures you won't see until they're pretty high up in the atmosphere. So I'm willing to take the warning seriously if I'm in around Amory, Smithfield, getting over towards Tremont and Fulton. Definitely consider this on the ground, even though we may not have anything on radars to suggest that this isn't observed. There may be storm spotters in the area that have confirmed that this is on the ground.
Yeah, and I think actually they just downgraded it. It's now radar indicated, and Amory and Smithville are now out of the warning. So it looks like it already went through Amory and Smithville.
Okay. And looks like we have some traffic cameras out of Mississippi there that you're looking at there.
Yeah, this one I'm not sure. I hope this is facing I'm not sure where this is facing. Camera north. Oh. I'm not sure where this is facing, but Taylortown is right here, so probably there's a chance this is probably
that's
facing
well
over there.
to the west from what it looks like. Yeah, that's all the way over on Interstate 55 where you're looking at.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this is facing towards Taylortown.
No, I-55's to the west of it, so it's well away from where it would be at. But just taking a look briefly as to what else we have going on. We'll come back down to the Jackson radar. As we still continue to have our two big threats down here. One now to the north of Basswood, so it's entered into that new extension getting up towards the area of Collins and Mount Olive. And our other cell that was PDS warned just to the northeast of Tylertown. And looks like these are getting a little bit out of Jackson's radar range. So let's see if we can get another radar. No, it's not getting out of the range. It's actually getting too low for it to see. So we'll take our radars up a little bit here.
Oh, they just probably this is, I'm not sure. I think they extended the PDS warning again for the one in Taylortown right now.
Yeah, that extension's been up for a few minutes. Okay. Yeah, that is this particular polygon here, but if they extend it again, Basswood, Collins, Seminary, some are all right back in the same area all over again.
I feel like this is taking a similar track as the one from earlier. I'm not sure if this is a little bit to the west or southwest. I'm not sure.
Well, the one that was over Basswood went to the northeast, to the north of it. This Tylertown one is just behind it, moving towards Bassfield proper.
Alright. Oh man. This is just going crazy right now.
It is, and I'm going to see if, since we hadn't really discussed it, let me bring up the SPC for the day as to what is on tap. As yeah, this has been going to be a very busy day. This is the SPC outlook. Again, high risk for today through central Mississippi and most of Alabama. Again, as we were discussing when we came on air, this was the first high risk that was issued on a day 2 outlook going back almost 11 years. So, Storm Prediction Center having very high confidence that this was going to be a very rough day, and so far, it has verified. I mean, we've had one tornado emergency so far. We've had a couple PDS tornado warnings, so this definitely has not been a slow day by any means. 30% tornado threat with a 10% hatched risk. So definitely a very busy day for not only forecasters, but for storm chasers in the area.
I am scrolling to see if there's any reports coming out from the areas that were hit by the tornado from earlier with a tornado emergency. I'm gonna see. I'm still looking for reports. Oh, there's a new mesoscale discussion right now.
Alright, and this is for central Mississippi and western Alabama. We can pull that up right quick.
Yeah.
And the discussion is suggesting that areas in the southern part of the state, so that you're talking basically right where these storms are firing up at, right near the Bassfield, Hattiesburg area, likely to persist through the afternoon with intense to violent tornadoes. So places like Hattiesburg getting up towards Meridian, Tuscaloosa, into the evening hours. That's where we're looking at the highest threats. And again, they're showing very strong tornado potential, EF3, EF4 possible, with those maximum tornado winds between 155 and 190.
Oh wow. This is okay. I got two pictures right now. There is one of a picture of a wedge tornado right now for Tylertown. It was the one that we were just looking at, and there's one of a car completely, the wheels are gone. Like there's nothing left of it besides the cage of the driver side is still intact. I'll send those right now.
Okay, I do see the one. So yeah, this is the wow.
Oh yeah,
that's all I can say is
yeah.
That's all I can say for this one. So yeah, the tornado warning that was PDS near Tylertown. That's the tornado that is now moving towards the Columbia area, just to the northeast of it.
Yeah, I can see it. It's
so that is a very potent system there. I mean, you can definitely see that very prominent textbook wedge look. I mean, if you're out storm chasing, I mean, you can't miss that.
I feel like this picture was taken at a good spot where it's visible of the tornado itself instead of the rain wrap. But if you can zoom in, I don't know if you're on the picture right now of the wedge tornado. If you could zoom in a little bit to the left, you can see the rain bands on the side.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean there.
Yeah,
and we'll come back to that right quick. So yeah, you can see the clear wedge the clear wedge structure. But yeah, off the far left there, you can actually see the some of the rain bands right off the far edge of that shot. That is just an incredible shot there.
Looks like someone in the chat said from Geo Dick DXLN as if will Florida get affected? Well,
Florida will be getting some impacts tomorrow,
Yeah.
and we will look at the day 2 outlook here shortly once things kind of settle.
Yeah, in parts of Florida Panhandle area, mostly mobile Florida is in the moderate risk. So there are going to be some storms that might enter through the areas in parts of Florida. And
Yeah, Pensacola, Florida is under a 15% SIG tornado.
yeah, I
risk.
was gonna 15%. I was gonna say that, and I mean tornado, wind and hail risks are gonna be in that area as well. So, but as Tim said, going into Sunday, it's gonna be mostly into the Big Bend area, which will have a 5% tornado risk and a 15% wind risk and a low 5% of hail risk.
Currently, I'm looking at the storm just south of Raleigh, Mississippi. There is a small area of rotation trying to develop. Of course, it's not as large as the areas of rotation that we have just looked at, but it does look like there is a cell coming together right north of the one that caused that tornado emergency for Bassfield. So I am watching this storm. It does seem like it's getting its act together. And also, we do have this tornado warning near Decatur, Mississippi, right close to Meridian. You can see a bit of a hook trying to develop with this storm. You can see the rotation here.
Yeah, so it looks like central Mississippi becoming ground zero for all the activity. We're going to take a quick tour as to what we have going on. We're going to start right up here in northwestern Alabama with these particular cells up here. As yeah, we're still seeing out ahead of it some isolated discrete cells still trying to fire up ahead of it. Between Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, this is the I-65, I-85 corridor down through here, going through Mobile, up towards Birmingham and Atlanta. Seeing some discrete cells starting to fire up through there. You've got a couple tornado warnings there for Red Bay, getting over towards Hodges, Russellville, Tremont. These were areas that we usually see this time of year. I mean, this is definitely a Dixie Alley event that we're seeing unfolding with all this activity going down towards the Jackson radar. As soon as it wants to pull in there for me. Okay. And as we have a bunch of areas of rotation down in this area. Holy smokes. So we still have our PDS tornado warning system here now just to the northwest of Collins. That one still remains PDS. We actually have our other PDS tornado warning that was near Tylertown. That is now to the northwest of Columbia. That still has a pretty decent debris ball with it on the northwestern side. And going back to the southwest, and hold that thought right quick, because we got two new tornado warnings down here that we have not touched on, and both of them look pretty good. You've got this one just to the north of Greensburg, and the other one right near the Hammond radar. So we might have to take a look at that one a little bit closer just to make sure we're not seeing anything out of those cells at all.
There is looks like a CC drop on the one, I think, west or northwest of Kentwood right now.
That area just got a tornado from that Tylertown cell.
Yeah, I can see the argument there for a CC drop. This cell looks very broad, so if there is something there, it may be a brief spin up, but this definitely does bear watching.
Yeah. It's just like I think the closer the stuff are to the Doppler, it just makes it more messy. But as it looks like right now, it doesn't look like.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that Taylorsville cell, the Collins cell, that's no longer PDS. It's now just observed.
Okay.
Observe. Okay.
But yeah, I am watching those cells in Louisiana. They're like we keep seeing cells in the same areas, so it's really unfortunate that these areas are getting battered by a bunch of possible tornadoes. Well, not possible because we did see a few tornadoes, but like
Oh man.
So we'll
Is
come back up
this
here
is
to the Jackson radar and take a look at what we've got. As this is going to be a pretty busy day. I'm not sure how much more available I will be, so we may do another studio handoff back over to Maury here briefly, and then we'll let that team handle it from there.
this is just like I don't know like how to put it in words how everything just exploded to the first tornado emergency into now multiple PDS's tornadoes right now so fast. Like this is just like a little spark on what is about to go down in the few hours to come.
But yeah, it looks like Basswood's getting ready to be under the gun yet again as this particular cell to the northwest of Columbia moving towards the Bassfield area. Still remains PDS. Looks like they have actually... Okay, they just downgraded it to observe. And got some questions coming in. Will tornado warning storms recycle? There is that possibility. The atmosphere is very rich, very ripe for storms. As we were looking at one of the soundings earlier, 32 to 3,300 Cape in the area where these storms are forming. So this has plenty of fuel to take off. Unfortunately, this is just the harbinger of what we could see later on. Obviously, we have a very busy day ahead of us with not one but two PDS tornado watches ongoing, and we're actually going to take a look at where those are currently at.
Jim, by the way, I was wanting to say that I did send uh a picture from Twitter of someone actually taking a picture of the wedge, but as you can see, if you're gonna look at it, it's completely rain wrapped, so you can't even tell if it's a wedge inside of there or not.
All right. And we'll come back and touch base on that because we now actually have a new tornado watch that was issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be for Central Tennessee.
Yeah, so we did get a new tornado watch. This does include Nashville, Cookville, McMinnville, Fayetteville, Lawrenceburg, all those areas.
Yep, and just take a look at that. This is going to be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and I put strong emphasis when I say this. This Tennessee Tornado Watch is not PDS.
Yeah, it isn't. So,
But
it's not going to be as intense of tornadoes as we're seeing with the PDS watch. Just remember.
But yeah, just take a look at some of the probabilities and parameters. So 80% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, 90% chance of strong winds, 50% chance of some hail, and you can see the line coming through there. And we're actually going to take a look at that just briefly. We're going to come up here to the Nashville radar right quick and see what they're dealing with, as this is the line that's getting ready to come through, and this is what has prompted the tornado watch for their area. As right now, this is just a pretty good prominent, what they would call a mesoconvective system. It's pretty linear, but you can see on the velocity the darker greens mixed in with this, and these are some stronger winds that are being found in the upper level of the atmosphere as these are coming down. It looks like, at least on Nashville, it looks like we got a pretty good area of rotation here down by Hodges and Russellville in Alabama. So we're going to take a look at that just briefly. See if we have multiple radars picking that up, and does not look like it. So that just may be the Nashville radar picking it up as far away as it is. But yeah, so far we've got right now 7 tornado warnings ongoing. None of them are PDS right now, so we can take a brief look at what we've still got. We got 2 that are observed. One to the south of Taylorsville. Another one just to the southwest of Bassfield. And another observed one. This is for Collinsville. This is to the northeast of our other 2 cells that have been ongoing. So right now, these 3 cells here are the 3 that are currently being marked as observed.
Yeah, so a very active picture still. It's just not as active as it was before, but it is still causing damage, most likely. Although, what I'm seeing with that Taylorsville storm, that is beginning to intensify once again. No CC drop on it, it's just the velocity is intensifying.
And yeah, this is to illustrate just how strong some of these tornadoes have been. This is some damage out of the Tylertown area from one of the previous tornadoes that went through there. And yeah, that looks like that's like a little service truck. And yeah, that looks like that service truck has seen its better days. But that is why we emphasize definitely don't be on the roads when these tornadoes are coming through. If you do have to be on the road, find a low-lying ditch or something to lay in when these start going through these areas.
Mm-hmm. Or even worse is a tornado actually coming towards your neighborhood and deciding to get into your car to outrun it. That's the most dangerous part you can think of doing.
Yeah.
So I advise not to do that. Or even like I said earlier, if you're on the road, you're in a direct path of tornado, go south or go east. But again, if you're on mobile homes or in a vehicle, um, go seek a sturdy shelter, or um or any homes. Like if a friend tells you to come to their house, go in it. Just don't be inside mobile homes or in a vehicle, because those cannot withstand any tornadoes.
And as we just crossed the top of the hour, 3 o'clock Eastern Time here at 7 p.m. UTC. That's why you're seeing the 7 o'clock on my screen. That is set for UTC time, 19 Zulu, as we cross the top of the hour. And we're going to take a quick look at the cells that we have currently active. Still going to be focusing on the 2 to 3 that are still currently observed. And we'll start with this one here, just to the south of Taylorsville. We're going to see if we can get correlation coefficient on this one, as the CC right now looks a little scattered.
Oh, no, actually, there is one. I just one just picked up on mine.
Yeah, we can look back through the frames here, see if we got one. It's really hard to say, but if you're in Taylorsville, I would be getting to shelter immediately. If you're not already there, you're talking, this is 7 miles away from you right now.
Mm-hmm. I can't even tell this is the whole circulation or this is just separate rotations that I'm seeing right now on velocity. Because there's one velocity that's showing CC drop on it right now.
And take a look down here at this Bassfield cell. Yeah, we're getting Looks like we are getting about 140 miles an hour gate to gate on that particular cell.
I think this might come very close to Taylorsville. It might come very close.
Very possible there.
But just know like this, there are neighborhoods, surrounding parts of the city of Taylorsville. So, again, if anyone's in Taylorsville or outside of it, please take shelter immediately. You guys only have about, I don't know how to estimate it very well. Probably 10-ish, 12-ish minutes, I believe, before
This
this tornado
particular
comes very close.
cell is, let's see here. Ooh, okay. Now that's got a debris ball. Now that's starting to show one.
Yeah, I'm switching to different Dopplers right now. I'm switching to the one more closer to it, which is up north. And that's the one I starting to see CC drop. Oh, they're PDS. It went under PDS right now.
It did.
Alright, so the Taylorsville cell is now potentially dangerous. Not what you want to see out of these cells. See if we can get back up here to the Jackson radar.
Also, we do have an observed tornado near Meridian at the moment. This was radar confirmed. There is a storm near Meridian. It's heading towards the Cobb. It had a brief CC drop, but it's no longer there, so.
Alright, and that's likely what we're going to see is some of these are going to be brief spin ups. As yeah, there it is. PDS tornado warning for Covington, Jones, and Smith counties in Mississippi. If you are in Taylorsville, you should be in shelter at this time. This is right on your doorstep. Clear CC being shown with it. It is moving towards the northeast. And this is moving at 45 miles per hour. So you've got about
this might be a direct hit.
You've got less than 4 minutes to get to shelter if you are in Taylorsville. You need to be in shelter right now if you're not there already.
I think this might be a direct hit. I can't tell for sure, but it looks like it might
And
be.
as we've been discussing, we have been joined by our own Force 13 web editor, Preston. Thank you for joining us. What are your thoughts as we are seeing this particular event unfold?
Well, it's good to be back, Tim. I think you and I both remember Bassfield so 4 years ago. I mean, and definitely it's definitely a higher level event today. I mean, just there's 6 tornadic supercells marching across Mississippi, and the event's really only getting started. So we had that very large, looks like tornado earlier in the day, about 1 or 2 o'clock. Actually, no, like 12 or 1. That came through just exited Louisiana, moved up almost across Mississippi border, excuse me. And these storms really are training. I mean, the more I look at the radar, the more these tornadoes just kind of look like they're forming in a straight line. That tornado that passed just to the southwest of Bassfield, that was the cell I was mentioning. It looks like it's all the way up to Bay Springs now, and that's the storm impacting Taylorsville. So yes, these storms are definitely long-lived, and I think right now the main concern is that PDS warning for Taylorsville. That looks like it was really ramping up on velocity.
Yep, and just as we were discussing that, Bassfield back under the gun again as this cell that was pretty prominent back by Tylertown has now been extended. Definitely could see it there. So yeah, Covington, Jefferson Davis, Jones County, back under a tornado warning, and this is observed. So yeah, Bassfield, you are right on the doorstep. And as you said, Preston, this feels like 2020 all over again. Just a little bit different dynamic as to what we were seeing from that event versus this event.
Sorry to interrupt, but it looks like the tornado is right now entering Taylorsville right now. CC is about to go over it right now.
Ooh, yeah, that is not good news.
Yeah, Taylorsville might get a direct hit. The velocities on my screen are a couple minutes behind, but reflectivity and CC are up to date right now. But it
Oh,
looks like
jeez.
CC Taylorsville looks like might got a direct hit from this
Yeah,
tornado.
that is very close to Taylorsville. I think it's going to
Taylor,
go.
Yeah, and gate to gate, I am picking up almost 160 miles per hour, and that CC is dropping. So, yeah, if you are in Taylorsville, you are probably experiencing this tornado right now. If you are not in shelter, you should already have been in shelter. This is PDS warned at this time.
I think one of the interesting things is how much longer we're going to see a PDS warning extended for Bay Springs, Lewin, and Montrose. I mean, that tornado, it's in Taylorsville right now. I mean, these things are definitely moving. I mean, 45, 55 miles an hour. So I won't be surprised if we get a PDS warning for Bay Springs, Lewin, and Montrose in the coming minutes.
Yeah, and that wouldn't
yeah.
surprise me considering that just taking a look at this line compression, and I'm just going to bring up the normal reflectivity. As, yeah, we have this whole big line. And what we were discussing earlier is what if how much space there was between these lines. And it looks like this back line is actually starting to catch up to the main bulk of this. So that will help shrink that gap between where the instability is.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is a devastating debris ball that we're seeing right now with Taylorsville.
wow. Yeah. If you,
I'm
there's
seeing
like
some gray.
there's one little pixel that's not
Oh.
exposed, and I can see there's neighborhoods right now. If you can look at my screen, there's neighborhoods in this area right now that
Yeah,
got
this is
hit.
heading right towards downtown Taylorsville. Let me just look up the population of that town.
Yeah, go for it. And we'll come over to the Radar Omega that Maury is using just so we can kind of get a little bit more context with this.
Taylorsville is a town of 1,112.
All right. So, yeah, if you are just tuning in, we are keeping an eye on this PDS tornado warning system that is now ripping through the town of Taylorsville, population 1,100. This is a cell that has been very powerful. Went to the north of Bassfield about 30 minutes ago, missed Collins, and Taylorsville is now taking a direct hit. If you were in Taylorsville, you should be in shelter. Otherwise, you are definitely putting your own life at risk with this particular cell. This is not a system to take lightly. As it looks like I am getting about 160 miles an hour gate to gate. So clear debris ball showing over Taylorsville. So I have pretty good confidence that Taylorsville has taken a direct hit.
Hey, Tim, going back to that Bassville storm, wow, I think Bassfield may have large tornado may have just skirted the northwest of Bassfield. Strong reflectivity just to the southwest of that Taylorsville storm. And I mean, the signature looks rather impressive. I'm not sure if there's a CC drop on it, but I'll go check in a little bit.
It doesn't look like it is on my radar, but yeah, this is if you're a storm chaser, this is heaven for you. If you're living in these areas, this is a nightmare for you.
Oh my gosh.
This is just devastating.
You gotta look at my screen.
I'm looking right now.
This is horrible. This is not the debris ball you want to see.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, Taylorsville just took a direct hit.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some pictures out of that area. As this is what you're seeing is debris and velocity on a PDS tornado warning storm that has now hit the town of Taylorsville, population of 1,100. I'm pretty sure there's going to be first responders intercepting this area as this area has been heavily hit.
Very possible that this caused loss of life. I mean, it hit like directly that town.
I just hope everyone got down into, I don't know if they have basements in Dixie Alley, but I just hope everyone got into a safe shelter before.
Me from living in North Carolina, I could tell you just over here in this part of the country where we don't, I'm pretty sure A lot of the areas in the south do not, mainly because the soil doesn't pack very well.
Yeah.
So I doubt many of them have basements. But yeah, if you're in Taylorsville, uh, hopefully you got to your safe space in time. Otherwise, you may have just been impacted by a very devastating tornado as of a couple minutes ago. The CC is starting to lighten a little bit, which tells me that there was any of the debris that was there is starting to get thrown out ahead of it. And we'll just back this up a few frames just to show where it's at, where it was at. So this is as of 20 minutes ago on the radar. And you can see how that CC has just developed as it went through Taylorsville.
New PDS warning out ahead of that, and we also have a new mesoscale discussion by the SBC. Looks like definitely mentioning that tornado potential with these 3 large supercells that are moving just to the east of the main line. They forecast these storms are still going to keep moving. The relative storm motion of the line behind the supercells is roughly at the same speed as the discrete supercells right now. I wouldn't be surprised though in a few hours if the line does catch up, but I mean it's probably going to be into Alabama at that point. So these storms are just going to keep rolling, unfortunately.
And that's what we're seeing here, Preston, with the line is we got 2 distinct lines here. The one big tornadic line that is pushing through northwestern Alabama, eastern Mississippi. This is where all the tornadic activity is. And then the secondary line that we were looking at earlier, just not getting into Jackson. And that was the big question mark about an hour ago, is how fast the spacing between the 2 lines was going to maintain in order to allow the line behind it to actually still grab some of that energy that's left over. And luckily, it looks like this secondary line is starting to close the gap a little bit, so that will help keep some of the energy zapped out of the atmosphere. But the big question mark, at least I'm seeing, and maybe you might be able to provide some insight, Preston, is this line ahead of it in Birmingham, and then this line back here by Monroe and Memphis. In terms of what your thoughts are as to whether or not these 2 lines being ahead and behind the main line, if they're actually be able to tap into that moisture and the energy early before the main line gets through it, and if they could actually fire up and do anything.
Well, the line behind the main line, I would not be surprised if that does really nothing. I think that's just a residual line. The main front is, of course, with the line near Jackson, just moving to the east. Now, that line in front near Birmingham is kind of interesting. Now, conceptually, you'd think that most of the time, the energy there would be taken by these storms. Now, I really don't think that's key right now. I think you have to think that if the dew points they were mentioning actually got lower into Alabama, and what that rain ahead might do is it might saturate the surface a bit more, and that could once again increase those surface dew points. So that could be a bad sign. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I mean, you have energy being taken by those, and you have a bit like it's being reabsorbed by the surface with the surface dew points. Now, it could have no effect. It could have a minor effect. Just time's going to have to wait and tell. But I mean, we saw this a bit earlier with the line. I mean, there were a few scattered showers and thunderstorms moving through, and I mean, we have these storms right now. So time will tell.
And that's a fair assessment. And the main thing I was looking at is right now this leading edge looks like it's trying to be supercellular and discrete, but it looks like they're kind of congealed just enough to where one particular cell is not able to isolate itself and actually become the more dominant threat.
I have a very good picture of a satellite view of Taylorsville right now. If you want to take a look.
Yeah. What do you have for it?
It's not showing the damage or anything, but you can see this is the whole city of Taylorsville right now, and I don't know what to say on what it will look like at right now. This is just like right now of Taylorsville. So it's going to be hard to even picture of the total devastation that they just went through.
Wouldn't be surprised though if that storm exiting Taylorsville is starting to cycle a little bit. Reflectivity doesn't look as intense as it did. The storm behind it looks like hasn't been a CC drop, but it is observed to the storm to the north of Bassfield.
Yeah, I'm just lost of words right now, just by looking at the satellite right now on here, and then picturing what it will look like once the picture start coming through.
And it looks like they have just extended that tornado warning. So that PDS tornado warning now including Bay Springs, Lowen, Montrose, Pachuta, and Enterprise, and Stonewall. I swear, President, this is 2020 all over again with these towns that we're calling out being under these warnings.
It really is. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this really had the potential to be very similar to 2020. I think that we are going to see a lot of the similar things, and honestly, we're not even done yet, so it could be worse than 2020 because this is a high risk, and 2020 was just a moderate.
Yeah,
Well, not just a moderate.
Yeah, and that particular cell has gone through Taylorsville. You can see it is starting to move towards the northeast. So places like Bay Springs, Lowen, Montrose. I mean, if you're in this area, definitely. If you looked towards the southwest, towards Taylorsville, and you saw what was there, this is coming your way now.
Yeah, and I remember this storm, there was actually a tornado that hit that area fairly recently, just 2 years ago. I think in June 2023, there was a storm that hit Bay Springs and Lewin and did cause loss of life. But that storm definitely is. It wasn't part of an outbreak or anything.
But we're going to take a look at this particular cell up here as we now have a tornado warning in Alabama. And this is for Colbert, Franklin, Lauderdale, and Lawrence County. This is radar indicated, but you can definitely see a very powerful hail core in this area. I wish I had my GR2 set up. I have migrated over to a new desktop, so I don't have everything set up on it, but you can see the reflectivity showing some very high reflectivity counts there. 70 dBz in that area, so that tells me this is a very powerful hail core, and the National Weather Service warning echoing that 1.5 inch hail being possible with this particular tornado warn cell. And that hail core is just to the west of Littleville, getting up towards Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, Florence, and Lighton. Not really seeing the rotation that would lead me to think that this is a tornado warning cell, but with some of these cells, and we saw this yesterday with some of the Missouri cells, the rotation may be there, but the inflow may be competing with that hail core, so that maybe is what's keeping that rotation from becoming very prominent.
I say Tim, I posted right now, not posted, but there was a video, a traffic cam capturing the wedge tornado, from Taylorstown, about an hour ago.
All right, and we'll take a look at that as we continue looking down, as looks like we have an area rotation just right over the town of Macon right now. This also is a radar indicated system, and we're going to continue moving our way back down to the south here with the Jackson radar, as we do have 2 tornado warnings there near DeKalb, Collinsville, Meridian Station. Definitely looks like a bit of an area weak rotation there. And you're kind of seeing on this particular cell, you're seeing that competition between the rotation and the hail core, that the rotation is to the south of the hail core, but yet the hail core looks like it's upscaling. We'll actually back this up a couple frames. And yeah, you can see that on the last few frames there. So the rotation is to the south of the hail core, but the hail core is upscaling, which is allowing the hail core to actually take the inflow from the tornadic rotation. It is still tornado warned, but the rotation's actually not getting that inflow to allow it to actually upscale, become a tornadic cell in nature. But coming back down to our PDS warned system, it is now getting towards Bay Springs. Looks like the couplet has unraveled a little bit. It's a little bit broad, but still right there, just to the southwest of Bay Springs. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient, see if there's anything there. And it looks like this may have lifted. So all we're seeing is residual debris. But if you're in Bay Springs, if you see some debris coming down, this would be from your neighbors to the south down in Taylorsville, which took a direct hit from this. And we're getting some news off of social media. NBC affiliate out of Dallas Fort Worth now reporting that this particular tornado event over the last 2 days has claimed 17 lives. So that's
something. It may seem small, but it's big because we don't want fatalities. But
yeah, and
it
I'm not sure if those 17 fatalities were from tornadoes alone, as we also had wildfires and dust storms, which caused several accidents along across Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah, this is just a horrible event.
But yeah, even though it looks like the tornado might be starting to weaken a bit, just cells is starting to uncouple a bit. It doesn't change the fact that you're still in a PDS tornado warning especially if you're in Bay Springs right now, and if you're especially downstream in Lewin and Montrose.
Well, while you were talking about that, Sam, I actually just backed the radar epicope frames, and we have a strong tornado that is on the ground now just to the southwest of Collins. This just literally touched down within the last 5 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's the one that was near Bassfield.
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one that Preston was talking about earlier. That it just missed Bassfield a few minutes ago, and we'll actually back this up. You can see where it was at, just to the north of Bassfield earlier. If my pen will work. That was the cell that was near there, and it missed. And yeah, that is definitely touched down within the last 7 minutes. And this is looking pretty powerful on radar.
And I tell you what, if that keeps going, that's going to be in Taylorsville again. I mean, the linearity of these storms moving, their path is just incredible. I mean, we saw it with the cells before, and they're literally just training over each other, these paths of these potential violent tornadoes. So the threat is not over. I mean, if you're in any of these warnings, I mean, Taylorsville, warnings to the north. Collins, you need to be in your safe place. Looks like the tornado is to the west of Collins, but still, it's way too close for comfort. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and just for context, these are moving very quickly. This is only 5 miles from Collins.
Looks like there was a report from Taylorsville. Oh, this is a bit old. This is from 305.
That's 20 minutes ago. It's still pretty relevant then.
Yeah, there was a report of extensive tree damage along Highway 37 and damage to the roofs of a structure.
All right, so definitely some confirmed damage out of Taylorsville. We'll have to see if we can get any more information on that. Our Collins cell now is PDS.
Yeah. That's a huge debris ball that we're seeing.
Yeah, and we'll just back this up.
Just recently upgraded.
Yeah, it was. I mean, and you can look 10 minutes ago, nothing there, and this just balloons. I mean, you're talking 6 minutes ago that was already.
I mean,
that was already a 1 mile wide debris ball, and then going to where it's at now. If this is
Yeah,
still
look.
on the ground, this is probably a mile and a half wide debris ball unless it's lifted, but 1.6 mile debris ball. So this particular cell looks like might have been a brief spin it because the debris ball
Oh wait, I think
structure.
there's a video. I think there's a video for this. A
Okay.
traffic cam.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is pointing in the right direction of the tornado. That is, I think it's. Wait, this is highway.
Oh yeah, there is one camera in Collins. Oh, and that's a very menacing storm that's showing.
Oh, hold up. Wait, this is. Oh, this is. I think it might be in the frame. If. Because the tornado's like right here.
Let's see what you got, and then if we can actually, if that's a
Yeah,
live
here,
camera,
I
then
have
yeah,
it.
we can actually pull it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to relocate. Okay, so if it's right here, the camera's like focusing in this part. So I think it might, if it's facing the right direction, it might show up
It looks like it's
something.
oriented north-south, so perhaps we can get it when it moves to the north.
But I think I could see something. I don't know if y'all can see this. I can't draw on it, sadly, but
All right, well, we can take a look at that shot that you've got there. So this is
Also,
one
it
of
looks
the
like,
traffic cams in
might have
Collins.
extension to
it's
this.
moving. Oh, it moved.
We might have an
Oh, wait.
extension to tornado warning because this is also in Marion, Lincoln, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties until 3:30.
I mean, you
think
can
I
see
see
the
the
RP
tornado.
there.
Oh, it's
I
right
mean,
there.
there's
right
some
there.
very good structure on that if we have it up. I mean, clear. We're flanking downdraft. You see that open like hole inside the clouds. There's probably a tornado behind that. Now we're looking to the north, so the storm's going to be passing to our northwest here. So hopefully we get a shot. Maybe if it does, maybe we can see something. But watching and waiting here. But if you're in Collins, please get to shelter. Taylorsville again, anywhere within the warnings, probably even 30 minutes. If you were impacted by the Taylorsville storm, please get to shelter. Another storm coming.
Yep. And this is the particular cell that we're watching on the
Yes.
Mississippi DOT traffic cams. This is PDS warned. This is the one that is just to the northwest of Collins at this time.
Yeah, the traffic cam, I think it might be able to. Unless it's facing in the right direction, 'cause I don't know who's controlling the cameras, but they were moving it around. Trying to locate it. I think they might have noticed a tornado, so they're trying to locate it on camera. But it's so hard. Oh, there goes it's moving. I don't know if it's because of the resolution of the camera is not good. But there are some like water specks on the lens.
And we'll cross back over to the radar just quick as we are looking at that DOT traffic cam. Just for context, that particular camera is for this cell here, just to the northwest of Collins. That is PDS warned right now. Trying to see if this is.
I think. Oh wait, I think it might. No. It's so hard to know which direction this camera's looking at. Cause this is US 91.
Yeah,
That
it looks
is-
like
the
it's
camera's on.
on the intersection of 49 and 84.
It's just the quality of it's not. It's somewhat good, but it's just a little pixely.
Yeah, and that's liable to be the case with that particular traffic cam, as it looks like we might have a secondary cell. I don't know if it's secondary cell or it's still. That actually might still be debris fallout. So this is a little interesting. So this cell is tracking to the north of Collins, but if you look at just to the east of Mount Olive, you would think there's another tornado there, but that is actually some of the debris fallout from the northern edge of this cell actually picking up on the radar. So we're starting to see debris getting flung out nearly 6 miles away from where this tornado is at. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, and if anyone is in Taylorsville right now, I would suggest getting stay. If you're in shelter right now, stay in shelter. Or if you are not in shelter, you should probably go to shelter because it looks like this particular cell, this mesocyclone, is about to head right for Taylorsville, and this is still a PDS just southwest of Taylorsville.
Yeah, as we take a look back at our other observed cell, this was up here by Bay Springs. I'm not seeing anything that would lead me to think that this is a strong couplet, but this still remains tornado warrant. So if you're in Lewin, Montrose, keep an eye on this.
I think there's a video. I think it might popped up. I believe. If it not did it not switch, because it was just on it, but the camera just moved.
And that was for our Collins cell.
Yeah, for the Colin, it's like moving around. Oh, there it is. There it is. I think that's the tornado.
All right, we'll bring that over. So yeah, this is that cell for Collins.
Yeah, that's the tornado. Right there. It's so hard to see.
Wow. I mean, that's
Yeah, you can make up.
Yeah, it looks like whoever's running the traffic cam there, or whoever's pointed out, yeah, you could definitely see the structure there. That is the cell that is just to the north of Collins that remains PDS warned.
Yeah, that probably is where the tornado is.
Yeah,
We
but
also
you could see the
looks like-
clouds moving. It's like hard to tell, but if you focus on one of the tree lines in the clouds, you could see it moving. I think somewhat in a what was it, like northeasterly direction or?
Yeah, this is going towards the northeast.
Okay. Yeah, you could see all that cloud starting to like disappear behind the tree, so it looks like this might be moving in.
And the bad news is
We
that
also might
this
have some
is
pretty
tracking
strong
towards Taylorville
rotation.
yet again.
Oh no.
We might have some pretty strong rotation southeast of DeKalb as well.
All right, we'll
That's
take a
further
look at
northeast.
that one right quick.
I'm kind of interested in those storms. That storm moving into DeKalb. That looks to be at the center of the STP, where the highest helicity values are. I mean, the structure right now is not as good as the mature supercells we have in eastern Mississippi, but that one's in better condition. So if it organizes, it could be a major system. And I mean, that track might take it into Tuscaloosa. Of course, it is just radar indicated right now. But if you're anywhere in central Alabama, the time to get prepared is now. These storms are starting to move, and once again, the conditions are still very there for intense tornadoes. So anywhere in central Alabama, get prepared now. Storms moving in the vicinity in probably an hour or 2 hours. So making sure you know where your safe place is.
Looks like someone's in that building.
Yeah, and we'll come back down to that cell that we've been seeing on the DOT traffic cams.
Oh, there's people inside this building that's facing, and you could see some looks like the rain bands that are starting to move into the frame. I don't know if you can hardly make out of it moving to the east.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're seeing much on that traffic cam since it's heading away from Collins now. But yeah, this is starting to head towards the Taylorsville area. That is this particular cell here. And we'll take a look at the CC. And yeah, there is still a little bit of debris fallout. And yeah, and as I was pointing out earlier, actually, we may have actually not. That might not be debris fallout. We may have had a brief spin up. It looks like. Yeah, we did right near Mount Olive. So while we were watching this main one in Collins, we had a brief spin up on the northern edge of this rotation near Mount Olive. So that may have been what that DOT camera captured, was that other tornado heading away, and the debris fallout you can see is just to the south of Mize at this time.
Would you
Wait.
suggest that that was a satellite tornado?
I would say it's possible considering the main, and we'll back the radar up here a little bit just to kind of illustrate it. So we were watching the main rotation as it went by Collins, and as we advance it forward, it looks like you can see two competing rotations. We had the main parent one here in Collins, and then the secondary one here up in Mount Olive. And as we advance it forward, you can kind of see that second CC drop there develop. So very possible we may have had two rotations that were competing off of that same cell. But again, if you are in Taylorsville, you're not out of the woods yet, as they have just been rewarned. So if you were getting out of your safe spot to go and check for damage, you may want to get back in your safe spot again.
Well, I don't want to be sound like that, but if there's structures still left after that direct hit.
And we are going to jump over to Alabama here. This is a cell we've been keeping an eye on. It's right at the edge of the radar site. But the main reason I'm coming over to this one is this, I believe, has passed the threshold for a PDS. Would be a PDS severe, but it's tornado warned. But this has 2.75 inch hail. So we're starting to get into the baseball size hail category.
Yeah, even with all the tornadoes we have, you do not want to underestimate the other threats. In fact, not only do we have baseball-sized hail threat, there's actually a 45% significant wind risk up in southern Tennessee today. And these are more widespread. These events are more widespread, but not as intense as tornadoes. Damaging wind events can do a lot more damage across a larger area than tornadoes.
I do want to point out we could be getting another tornado.
You definitely want to keep that in mind, but absolutely the biggest threat here that you want to be looking out for, especially if you're going into eastern Mississippi and going into Alabama, you will need to be on the lookout throughout the day for tornadoes as they head towards. If this line is out to your west, you need to stay alert.
I did want to say there is a potential tornado trying to develop near Lewin and Montrose.
But getting back into
one at a time, guys.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that Montrose cell as there definitely is a couplet trying to form just to the southeast of Montrose. We will take a look at the CC, see if there's anything there. Doesn't look like it, but that is something we will be keeping an eye on, as that is pretty well in the tornado warning path area. And we're definitely keeping an eye on this one near Taylorsville. Taylorsville already got hit once. We got this nether area rotation just to the south of it, back in its general direction. That particular area is, again, 5 miles away, so you're probably looking at another 10 minutes. So if you're in Taylorsville, if you thought you were going to be able to get out of your safe space, you need to be going back there. You got another threat coming your way.
If you want to look at my screen, Tim, I do have the SPC mesoscale analysis data or models, my bad.
Okay.
One of those storms that we've been looking at possibly went through one of these strong SRH wind shear helicity earlier. As there goes another update. As you can see, there's some of them ranging of to 500 to 400 SRH helicity which that's what is this is what's strengthening. I believe it was spinning, if I'm correct, right?
Some relative velocity is how much spin is in the atmosphere. Yes.
Okay, so with all of these strong, very high helicities, most of these storms will probably rapidly strengthen extremely fast. And if we go to Cape surface base, it there is pretty high Cape value, around 3,000 joules. So there's like enough instability in the air and shear, which are like fueling these systems and making them explode very rapidly, as we've seen already for the past few hours of first tornado emergency into the multiple PDSs.
And that was what, the second of the year now?
Yeah, this is the second tornado emergency of the year. The first one was yesterday. I think it was for
Van Buren.
Yeah, Van Buren,
Missouri.
and then now the first one was for Basefield, and Bassfield and Tyler Taylortown, I think.
Yeah, Tyler.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are the second tornado emergency of the year.
And I actually do want to bring Preston back in since you were just shown the meso-analysis. Based on your knowledge and what we're seeing on radar, what would be your interpretation as to what we could see going into the later evening hours as this moves out of Mississippi and into Alabama?
Well, as the SPC was mentioning, surface dew points are a bit lower in Alabama. I think mainly right now the conditions are about equal everywhere in Alabama and Mississippi. So I think the main thing that we're going to be watching here is just how the line develops and how independent these supercells can be and whether they can stay independent with their flows. Because conditions shouldn't change really much. They're still going to be off like very, very high, dangerous conditions as we move into the evening hours. The question is, what is the storm structure going to look like? Because right now we have a messy but discrete supercell mode. And I mean, we've had violent tornadoes as it appears from the radar at least. And the conditions are just like that in Alabama. So as long as that line to the rear of these supercells doesn't catch up just yet, I think there's still a chance that we get some nasty storms. And I mean, additionally, you could definitely have some QLCS tornadoes in there too. And once again, as we've seen, they could be also strong.
Yeah, and that's kind of what it looks like this is trying to do in the last hour and a half. Is you have your leading line here that's been producing all the tornadoes, and now we've got this back line that is racing in behind it, backed by Jackson. And we were talking about it where this was like a 40-50 mile gap, but it looks like this back line is starting to catch up, and that may be what can cause this leading line to become more linear, more of that hail and wind threat. But that's not to say that as this line is coming through, and we can kind of illustrate it with this area near Kashuko, with the linear line, we're looking for those little bends and kinks, that little bit of area of rotation that could cause some tornadic activity along that line.
Sorry to interrupt, but there are pictures now coming in from Taylorsville after that direct hit from that major tornado that we were just tracking a couple minutes ago.
Okay.
I just posted a picture
one?
Yeah, the second. No, the
first one?
First one, I believe. The one that got a direct hit.
Taylorsville. Is there a CC over Taylorsville right now?
We can take a look at that because, yeah, that area of rotation is right over Taylorsville again.
There could be a CC drop southeast of Taylorsville, but not in Taylorsville. But I don't know if that is a CC drop. It's a little hard to tell.
If there is anything, it might have been a very brief spin up. I don't think there's enough evidence on radar to say for sure on that.
We do have a CC drop though near Montrose. It looks like that was a briefer tornado, but it still definitely produced a small tornado near Verba and Montrose.
Yeah, and
Yeah, there's
and taking a look at that as that CC definitely is there. That tornado is on the ground.
there's more pictures and videos coming on in now. From the Taylorsville first direct hit tornado, not the second one, the first one. To be more correct, all right.
All right, and I see that. And we'll get that racked up and shown on screen. So this is some of the damage that we're seeing out of Taylorsville. This was the tornado that went through that was PDS, put a direct hit on Taylorsville. And you can see some of those trees there on the right side of those shots. Those are some pretty thick trees that are just completely snapped in half there.
In fact, I've got a report off of IEM bot for a tornado report out of about a mile south of Taylorsville. This was at 2:05 p.m. Central Time, where extensive tree damage was reported along Highway 37, along with damage to the roof of a structure.
And as we've been discussing this, definitely 3-4 areas of rotation well worth watching. Obviously, you've got the one that's now over Taylorsville that's moving towards the Bay Springs area. We've got this area right over Columbia that is not tornado warned, but I wouldn't be surprised if that doesn't get warned. You got this area of rotation near Monticello as that's going through that area at this hour, and we will take a look further down as a lot of these cells are training back in through Louisiana. Doesn't look like any of them are warned. Looks like we did get some heavy rain in and around the Baton Rouge area that has prompted a flash flood warning for that area. But overall, mainly the main threat looking like is in Mississippi. You can see, and we'll actually come up here to Nashville since this area has been tornado watched, and it looks like this line has kind of lost a little bit of its luster. This was looking like a bit of a quasi-linear system. This did have a lot of strong winds kind of built into it, and you can actually see the wind profile that's blowing through Nashville right now. You can see right along where I've drawn it out, where the embedded gusty winds are pushing through the Nashville and Hendersonville area. So these areas getting 60, 70 mile an hour winds with this heavy rain that's pushing through.
Looks like there's been a big update to that tornado watch for Louisiana and Mississippi. At least for this one, looks like Louisiana is out of this particular tornado watch entirely, and a lot of counties in Mississippi have been allowed to be excluded from that tornado watch. But still, this is still a large tornado watch for a good chunk of Mississippi, which will continue for a little over 3 more hours.
All right, and looks like we're getting
Speaking
some
of which,
more. It looks like we're
new
getting some
observed
more
tornado
shots.
warning.
Okay. Yeah, and it looks like we're getting some more shots there out of Taylorsville. This being some pretty good trees down in a residential area. Obviously, this particular shot obscured with the rainfall there.
Yeah, Garlandville is now in an observed tornado warning. This is for Lauderdale and Newton counties in Mississippi, which is going to go for about the next hour.
All right, and we will get that pulled up on screen. So it looks like that one there in Clark and Jasper County that we were looking at earlier, that was observed, and that's not much of a threat now. And you can really see, and this is the cell that was over by Taylorsville, you can really see the strong influence, the strong inflow coming into this. This is particular cell just now to the northeast of Taylorsville, south of Sylvanero, moving towards Bay Springs. But yeah, you can definitely see that very strong inflow coming into that system. We'll have to see if there's any CC with it, and it does not look like there is. Take a look at this one down by Columbia. That one's also got a pretty decent area of rotation with it. Not too much there leading me to think that there's anything on the ground, but still bears watching as this whole entire corridor up and down becoming tornado warned. And now this gets interesting. We have a couple new tornado warnings in Alabama.
Yep, and one of those is for Greene and Pickens counties in Alabama. This is going to go till 3:45 p.m. This storm was located near Panola, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So not only is the strength of these tornadoes, not only is the strength of these tornadoes a threat, but also you don't have a lot of lead time because these cells are moving pretty fast.
Yeah, actually, and I want to bring Preston back in. This was the cell that we were looking back when it was by DeKalb. And yeah, look where it's at now. It's over by Geiger and Gainesville in western Alabama. So yeah, these cells are moving very quickly. I mean, that's 30 miles that's moved in probably about the last 12 to 13 minutes. So yeah, these cells are really moving.
I'm interested to see as it moves into better radar coverage territory what it actually looks like. Because right now it's kind of in the middle of 3 radars, so it should be able to get a better radar image of it as it keeps moving to the east. So we'll see what happens as that continues to move.
Yeah, the particular radar we're getting this off of is Columbus Air Force Base. We'll take a look at the Birmingham one, and that's just a little too far out of range, and I think it's well too far out of range of Jackson. Yeah, it's right in the middle of a radar dead zone, which is very frustrating. So Columbus being the best shot we have on it. But yeah, velocities. Yeah, this is really trucking. I mean, I would almost want to say the gate to gate on this particular cell is about 80 miles an hour, so definitely very strong rotation there. But as you alluded to, Preston, it's right in the middle of 3 radar dead zones. Columbus being about the best of the 3 that we have a visual on. And the problem is, though, is even though we're getting it on radar, we're looking at this almost 6,300 feet up into the storm. So that is very misleading with those velocities. And we will continue to take a look at all these storms. Just take a look at some of the other severe thunderstorm warnings. None of them are really, I would say, too distinctive. Most of them are your 60 mile per hour, 1 inch hail parameters. We do have a couple of them with tornado possible tags. I think this is still part of the one that we were looking at earlier. Yeah. This one's got 1 3/4 inch hail associated with it. We'll take a look at the. Let's see, does the Columbus Air Force Base do it justice? No. So we'll look at the high top one. And yeah, there's still a bit of a weak hail core just to the west of Rogersville. So that particular cell still prompting some strong hail in that area. It's not the monster hail core that we were seeing earlier with it. It has weakened considerably compared to where it was. But yeah, we'll come back down to the Columbus Air Force Base, and I would say, yeah, definitely this is a prominent system. You can definitely see the hook coming into this just to the northeast of Geiger there. So yeah, if I am in Geiger getting towards Gainesville, getting up towards Pickens County, you're talking Union, Gordo, in that area, I would be watching this particular cell very closely.
I'm also seeing, in addition to the tornado threat, I'm also seeing that we have a pretty big flash flood threat across this area as well, where you have I think we have believe we have a moderate risk for flash flooding, moderate risk of excessive rainfall in this area, and that goes up from southern Kentucky to all the way down to Mississippi and eastern Mississippi and Alabama, western Alabama.
Yeah, and we can take a look at that right quick we can take a look at some of the storm totals. And this is as of 8 p.m. last night. So you're talking over the last 20 hours. And yeah, some of these places right near Red Bay, actually, almost 7.5 inches in some of these places. Tremont getting a little over 4. You're getting over towards Plantersville, just about 4.5 inches. So yeah, and as Preston was saying, a lot of these areas some of these storms are training over the same areas. So not only do you have the tornadic threat, but you also have that heavy rain threat. As take a look up towards Grand Junction, nearly 5 inches of rain. So the flash flooding threat also very prevalent. Even if these storms aren't producing tornadoes, that flash flooding threat still is going to help aggravate some of the situation in these areas.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, we actually have a PDS flash flood warning for Colbert, Franklin, and Lauderdale counties in Alabama, and this is going to be going for the next 2 hours. This is extreme northwestern Alabama here that we have. We have that's a flash flood warning. That's an observed flash flood, considerable flash flood damage threat.
Yeah, we actually have 2 of those, and we'll touch on those right quick. So we've got one. This is for the Pittsburgh, Calhoun City, New Holka, Verona area. These would be Calhoun, Chickasaw, Lafayette, Lee, Pontotoc, Union, and Yalobusha counties. That is going to stay in effect until 4:15 Central Daylight Time. These areas have been getting hit very heavy with some rain. We'll actually put the storm totals over this area, and this is just to the west of the worst. So these places getting 4.5, 5 inches of rain across this particular flash flood warning. And then we'll go over to the other one. This one being for western Alabama, and that's where we were just looking at. This is for the Russellville, Cherokee, Muscle Shoals area. This area was tornado warned earlier, but now it is mainly severe warned and does have that flash flood warning tag in the area. And we'll actually look at some of the storm totals in this area. Some of these areas getting 3.5, 4 inches over this area where this flash flood warning is. But you can definitely see where the storms have been training over the same area, east of Memphis, right over the Tupelo area. Surprisingly, and this is just off the Columbus Air Force Base radar, and we'll look back towards the Jackson area, but some of these areas getting 5, 6, 7 inches overall, and we'll actually come back down to the Jackson radar just to see how much rain has fallen in these areas. And you can see that same training effect down south of Jackson, down towards Magnolia and Kentwood, down in these areas where we're seeing easily 4 inches of rain in some of these areas.
Hello. Do we have any more tornadoes that touched down?
Not recently. We still have a couple observed.
I saw that there were PDS.
We've got one that's just getting ready to expire right now. But everything else, we got a couple observed. We did have one in Covington, Jones, and Smith County. That looks like it's moved towards the Bay Springs area. And we've got one near Clark and Jasper County, and that is out ahead of it, but that one looks like it has dissipated.
Okay. Wow, this cell up here looks incredible. Aceville. This Aceville cell is discrete.
We'll take a
By the
look.
way,
We'll take a look. You're talking the one over there by Geiger and Aliceville?
oh yeah, Ellisville, yeah.
Yeah, we were just looking at that one.
Mm. Looks very discreet.
It's part of a line, but again, we're actually seeing some competition within the storm structure again with this particular, and we've seen this with other cells. So you've got your tornadic cell to the south. You have your inflow coming in, and what is happening is you've got this hail core that's actually able to ingest some of that inflow, and you can kind of see, and we'll back it up over the past couple frames here, that the hail core is actually upscaled and is choking the tornadic cell off, which is kind of helping these not to actually produce a tornado.
It looks interesting, but it's not. Oh god, PDS.
Okay,
PDS.
where's the PDS at?
Collins, Bassfield, Taylorsville, Sandersville, Laurel.
I'm gonna jump in and just say that this storm that's PDS warned is currently moving at 60 miles an hour.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah,
damn,
this is the third one. Wow. Okay, yeah, this is the third cell that has threatened Bassfield, and this one just spun up out of nowhere. This is actually that cell we were looking at down by Columbia. And yeah, you can see it just spun up out of nowhere. You can see that rotation there. Ooh.
Yeah, so the counties that are in this is southwestern Jasper, southeastern Smith, Covington, northwestern Lamar, northern Jones, and southeastern Jefferson counties. This is going to go until the top of the hour. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Improve, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This tornado will be near Bassfield, Sumerall, and Melba around 3:05 p.m., so that's about a minute here. Seminary around 3:10, Collins and Sanford around 3:15, Hebron around 3:25, Soso around 3:30, and then Moss, Laurel, and Stringer around 3:35 p.m. So you do not have a lot of time to take cover here. So anyone who is in these areas needs to be in their tornado safe place now.
And this is getting interesting because literally in the last hour, we have had 3, and yes, you heard right, not 1, but 3 PDS tornado warnings get within 5 miles of Bassfield. So
2 E's also.
Well, I'm just talking within the last hour. I mean, because we've been talking Jefferson Davis County, which is Bassfield, Collins, Mount Olive. We've literally had 3 PDS tornado warnings in within 10 to 12 miles of this area. So this area's been a hot spot today.
I just gotta say this. It's a donut hole right now. Yeah, it's a donut hole.
Oh, I saw that donut hole, but then the reflectivity took it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the problem where this is at. It's well away from a lot of the good radars. We'll see if we can take a look at it from a couple different angles here.
Is this inside the high now? I'm assuming so, right? Yeah, it's inside the high.
I think one of these traffic cameras might get able to get a view of this tornado if it continues on that right path towards Collins. I'm not sure if it might get near it.
Yeah, Hammond definitely shown a very strong rotation. We'll come back up here to the Jackson radar. As yeah, that is definitely a very powerful rotation. Not gonna be able to see too much on CC because how so far away it is, but
And
I
rain
think-
wrapped. And rain wrapped.
Is this?
Right?
this is actually right at the edge of the cell line. So there's our area rotation. Likely is embedded within the rain line. So definitely, if you're trying to chase this, you're not gonna see it. This does look to be pretty well rain wrapped.
I think I have some cameras that are going to be pointing at this.
Really?
I'm trying to. Yeah, I have lots of cameras right now. I have one camera that probably is pointing.
There's like I think half of the watches are PDS.
Hold on. It's
The
because every
SPC
time I
also
look at
just
these.
updated their day one outlook. High risk, obviously a high risk remains, but I'm looking to see just how, what it looks like now compared to earlier. Waiting to see on the SPC website, to see if the high risk expanded or if anything has shrunk.
I think it'll expand or contract. Or upgrade the Tor risk. Do you think the Tor risk will be upgraded?
I think we're at the pretty peak of the event. I'll be honest, and this is
Yeah, I think they're gonna stay 30 sig for tornadoes.
Will you be surprised if they go?
Oh, they
35?
actually, I think they shrunk the high risk a little bit, but they might have. I'm not sure if they expanded a little further south. They might have expanded a bit further south into Louisiana.
and we'll come back down and look at that other cell. We actually have a new tornado warning up here. This just to the northwest of Huntsville. So this is Sumter County in Alabama. This is going to be going for about another 7 or 8 minutes. Not seeing much on radar for the rotation. Maybe a brief one just to the southwest of Bethel, Tennessee, to the west of Oakmont, northwest of Athens. So we will keep an eye on that in case anything else comes out of that. Looking back down towards this other cell that we've been keeping an eye on. And we'll go to the Columbus Air Force Base for this particular cell, as this is the one we were looking at earlier.
Oh god, velocity is going crazy on this cell, on the PDS Warn cell.
And we'll come back to it and take a look at the one just to the south of Aliceville. We definitely still could see the rotation there, but definitely could see the hail core to the north of it still giving some competition. So we're not seeing that become tornadic in nature. But the main threat now is this tornado warning. It is PDS down in Covington, Jasper, Jefferson, Davis, Jones, Lamar, and Smith County. This just passed to the east of the town of Bassfield. It seems like we've been talking about this particular town extensively today. And this is going to be moving towards the Collins and Seminary area here in a few minutes.
I think one of these cameras are pointing towards it. I can't tell for sure.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that noise. That was my fan.
Yeah, Bassfield is pretty lucky to have just missed this one as well, because this one is still a very strong tornado. That's heading, looks like it might be heading right for Seminary, if not, could pass just to the west of it. But if you're in seminary right now, especially, even in Collins, you definitely need to stay in your tornado shelter.
And just when the radar looked back, this is how it's looked over the last about 30 minutes or so.
I don't think these cameras might reach that far.
But Basswood's gotten lucky as they've been missed 3 times. We've had a direct hit over the town of Taylorsville earlier. And taking a quick look, looks like we got a broad rotation here up by Montrose and Lewin. That was an area that had a brief spin up earlier this afternoon. And looks like we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings in Tennessee.
Big thunder.
And we'll take a look at what you've got here. So this is, and we'll actually go back down to the PDS warn system here, as this is starting to look like it's getting some tightness to its core there. And we'll take a look at CC, and yeah, this is on the ground now. I can see why they made the call. Yeah, that is definitely CC just to the northwest of Summerall. So, yeah,
Are you using the Jackson?
Yeah, it's on Jackson. So yeah, if you are in Seminary and Collins, you need to be getting to your safe space at this time.
Yeah.
As this is definitely on the ground as indicated by correlation coefficient. And that is going to be moving towards the northeast.
Jeez.
But stepping away from that just briefly, we're actually going to come up here and look at Tennessee, because Tennessee is under tornado watch, and they are getting some severe thunderstorms up here. Looks like we've got a severe thunderstorm warning getting ready to hit Murfreesboro here shortly. We got another one back by Pulaski. And
we think, mesoscale in Tennessee, by the way.
Okay. Okay, and that Columbus one starting to look very interesting. This cell definitely bearing watching. It looks like the hail core is starting to die out, so the tornadic cell is starting to win over the inflow. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one just to the northwest of Union and see what it's going to do. But that is going to be pushing towards the Gordo area. If you're in like over near Coker, Northport, just to the northwest of Tuscaloosa, definitely bears watching. If they do decide to extend this particular warning, they're probably going to extend it out in this area. So getting further downrange, this could maybe get into the Birmingham metro area over the next hour or so. But looking now, looks like our one cell that is PDS, keeping an eye on it, and it looks like it's still trying to crank here a little bit, starting to see some stronger velocities on it. And looks like it is starting to lift already. So a brief spin up, but still well worth giving the PDS tag to for it.
Oh my god, look at all this according to Rare Omega, there's so many storm chasers out. Well, I mean, it is a high risk, so. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
and I
that's
did
one
see
thing
that.
that's one of the dangerous things about high risk days and even large mod risk days is chaser convergence.
They're still keeping everything the same. They just made the high smaller.
Yeah, and we
If they
could take
push it further south too.
yeah, and we'll take a look at that right quick since
I
the
don't think
SPC has
so.
updated.
I don't think uh they push it further south.
So this is the SPC outlook as of its last update. Still maintaining a high risk. Still the 30% tornado threat. It looks like the 15% and the 10% have been pushed a little bit further southeast. So as this back line pushes through, we're going to start seeing the tornadic threat decrease as the day goes on. But something that they did add is a
QLCS.
small 2% risk going up all the way to about Detroit, Michigan, and into eastern Indiana and western Ohio. So we may see some action up there
As a
as
matter
the
of
day
fact, we
goes.
might see. Looks like might be pushing a little further into Canada as well. So
Really?
far west, southwestern Ontario might be seeing a couple of tornadoes as well.
There is a severe thunderstorm warning up in Indiana.
Yeah, and we can go up and touch on that just briefly. I don't want to take away from the tornado threat too much. But yeah, we do have this lone severe thunderstorm. This is for DeKalb County up in Indiana. It's all by itself. Uh, Definitely looks like some discreteness trying to develop in this area. This is northeast Indiana, south central Michigan, and northwest Ohio. This is right up in that tri state area. And that 2% risk kind of peaking out up in this area between Lansing, Detroit, Toledo, and then kind of down in this area. So we'll have to keep an eye on this area for any tornadic activity. It's a 2% risk. So it's very low chance, but we've seen crazier things happen out of a 2% risk.
Florida. Florida. That's all I'm saying.
But we'll take a
I
look.
just gotta say, some this one near Tuscaloosa, this cell near Tuscaloosa, the Aliceville system, it looks very good.
Yeah, take a look back down at that one. So it looks like the inflow is occluding a little bit back into the cell. Looks like the where we were seeing this trying to rope out a little bit away from the cell, that's starting to occlude back into the storm just a little bit. And the inflow is
Bad or
not
good
as
for the storm?
prominent. But again, definitely some inflow, definitely some rotation there. And does not look like that hail core is winning out in this battle for dominance within the storm.
By the way, if it occludes toward the storm, is that good or bad for the storm?
Depends. If the cell includes back into the parent cell, then that means the inflow could get choked out. However, depending on how it occludes, could actually change the trajectory of the tornadic cell, depending on how fast it occludes and where it's going. But if I'm in Gordon and all that, I'd be keeping an eye on this for sure.
Because if it occludes a little bit south but keep going east, it could impact Tuscaloosa.
We'll have to see if that happens right now. The polygon if it were to get
Sometimes-
extended out, would keep it just out of Tuscaloosa proper, but might catch the outskirts of the city.
Wait, doesn't wait, are we talking about storm merging?
No.
Oh no? Oh, cause I was gonna do something. I just got back.
I was talking about. We were talking about the Aliceville storm.
Oh.
Yeah. Hmm. No, I don't know this. There's a pretty good cell right here. South of Lake Pontchartrain, like southwest of Lake Pontchartrain, Louisiana.
Okay, so down by New Orleans. Let's see. Do we have anything in that area to look at
Convent
that?
by Convent looks like a pretty good, pretty healthy cell.
Looks like the southern edge of that system is getting ready to go through the parishes of Louisiana. So this is the southernmost edge of our main line that's getting ready to go through there. It's getting ready to go through Independence, Hammond. Baton Rouge is out of the worst of it. Starting to see some cells ahead of it over by Picayune. Right across the state line, some of these cells looking like they're trying to go a little discreet, but does not look like they're having much luck with it. We'll take a look at the Mobile radar out ahead of it, and not seeing anything in Mobile.
We have a donut hole on Collins, I think. Looks very bad. Oh no.
Oh, I think I see.
Oh,
It's
God.
wait.
Please tell me there's. Oh, there's a little bit of a CC. I think. Near seminary. There's a CC near seminary. I don't know if it's clear
Oh,
air
wow.
or something else, but
Ooh, okay, so this just got interesting. So we were looking at the severe weather, and now we have a tornado warning in Tennessee. So we're going to jump and look at this just right quick.
yeah.
Looks like
This
I might be on the ground north of seminary.
and we'll come back down to that. We are going to look at this one up here near Murfreesboro. This is Tennessee, and this is something we were talking about earlier, about some of these linear lines where if there was going to be any kinks and bends in the line, and we do have a pretty good kink in the line here in Tennessee. This particular area prompting a tornado warning for the area of Murfreesboro. So we will keep an eye on that. Looks like this is radar indicated, and that is going to be in effect until 4:15 Central Daylight Time.
I think I have one of the cameras from Collins are pointing towards the I can't no probably I'm not sure if this is a tornado on the ground, but they're pointing at it right now.
All right, we can take a look at that traffic camera right quick. We'll see if there's anything there, as this will be for the cell to the east of Collins, northwest of Seminary. So we'll take a look at the traffic camera and see if we are seeing anything on that particular shot.
Do I have this? I'm looking out on the south and north one right now. I have both of those. This one's from the north. I think it's gonna be very hard to see since it's raining right now. I think right now isn't Collins like in the part of the supercell, I believe.
Collins is to the east. Is actually to the west of the area of rotation that we're keeping an eye on.
So I think it's the south one, I believe. Oops. Because this is the only camera. Now there is one more camera, all the way. Where was it? Like right here. If that tornado does hold together and gets near Lyra. Alright, I can't say it. Laurel. So I think one of these cameras might have a good shot of it. But you can tell that it's heavy. It's raining very heavily.
Yeah, and we'll take a look back at that particular traffic camera. This, well, would be.
Winds are starting to pick up.
There we go. So
Yeah, I don't know if you could tell. You could see all the rain like starting to like go faster. Like the winds are starting to pick up in the area.
Yeah, so this particular trapper camera is near Collins. It is on the western side of the area of rotation that's moving towards Taylorsville. And now Soso and Sandersville and that tornado warning. And this particular warning is PDS at this time.
Was that lightning or power flash? I didn't see that. I think that was lightning I just saw. Yeah, it looks like the winds are starting to die down a little bit.
Yeah, this is moving away from that area, but if you're in Soso, you need to be keeping an eye as this looks like this is coming your way. As we keep an eye and take a look at this cell near Collins. Looks like we do have a new observed warning. We'll take a look at this one up. Looks like this was near Hickory, Chunky, Collinsville, Nullyburg, and Meridian. This area under a tornado warning again. And yeah, I could see why they gave it the warning. This brief area rotation entering in that area. Looks like that has starting to wind down over the past few frames. And we do have a new tornado warning in Alabama. This was for the cell that we have been keeping an eye on near Aliceville. That warning has now been extended. So this is going to be for Tuscaloosa County proper now. This is for Coker, just to the north of Northport. Tuscaloosa itself is not into this particular warning, but that will be going until 4:30 Central Daylight Time, and we'll take a look at this particular cell on radar, as it does look like the hail core has lost the battle here, and this tornadic cell now becoming the dominant feature on this system, as this definitely looks to be rain wrapped. Very strong area of rotation south of Gordo. So if you are in Coker, you need to be getting into your safe spot if you're able to do so. As we keep an eye on this particular cell, just to the south of Gordo, we'll take a look back at our PDS Warren cell. This now in between Taylorsville and Soso now. This particular area being marked as a PDS tornado warning. Taking a look at the radar, we had a brief spin up tornado. You can see that area rotation there overall. Might be trying to touch down again, but we'll have to see how that looks over the next couple frames to see if that's actually trying to touch down again or not. As we continue to keep an eye on these cells in and around Mississippi and Alabama, taking a look now, this one near Soso may be trying to spin up something. And we've got our other cell up in Tuscaloosa County. We'll take a look back at that one just briefly. As yeah, that one's still looking pretty menacing right now. We'll take a look at the radar reflectivity. As yeah, we definitely have an inflow notch there coming in. You can kind of see it's coming into the system there. And that hail core that we were looking at as being the dominant feature, that has fizzled out. So yeah, now all the inflow for this particular cell now going into the tornadic structure. So this definitely bears watching. So we will keep an eye on that one. But main feature right now is this PDS Warren cell. Down by Soso, taking a look at the analysis on that. Looks like we are getting just about 116 gate to gate in this area. This does look to be pretty rain wrapped, so we will have to keep an eye on it. As we continue our coverage here on Force 13 of the high-risk severe weather threat. My name is Timothy Ringo. As we continue our coverage here, as we are mainly looking at this threat south of Taylorsville, heading towards Soso. This is a PDS tornado warning. National Weather Service having good confidence that there may be something on the ground or could be something on the ground. And this is heading towards Soso and Taylorsville overall. We've got a total of 5 tornado warnings ongoing right now. We've got a couple of them heading towards the Meridian Station, Nellyburg area. But does not look like there's any really solid rotation with those at this time. And taking a look, and we'll look back at this other cell that's getting ready to go over towards Hickory. You can see a little brief rotation in this area. This like that one was marked as observed earlier. That looks like that has faded out a little bit over the last few frames. And we are going to continue to take a look at these cells. Apologize to the viewers that I'm not saying much. I'm doing more looking at the cells and explaining, as right now, unless we get some like really big or if we have any like storm reports or something coming in, a lot of this is just wait and see. As we continue to look at this cell in Alabama, and yeah, this is starting to get to be a bit of a menace there just to the southeast of Gordo. So this is getting ready to cross into Tuscaloosa County. So that looked like this was going to go towards Coker. It looks like it's going to go to the north of it. So any of the highways out of Tuscaloosa, it'll be crossing these areas. So definitely keep an eye on this. As we are going to take a look at some of our other storms that we've got going on and around the area. We're going to touch back up into Tennessee as the tornado warning that was in Alabama has crossed over. So we're going to take a look at these two particular cells here. And we still have that one tornado warning just to the southeast of Murfreesboro. You can see the area of rotation of getting ready to move out. So we could see a new tornado warning in that area. But the big threat in this area is going to be the gusty winds. You can see the contour on the velocity, and this is right in line with the bow echo effect here that we're seeing on the radar. This is bowing out, and that's allowing some straight line winds to start coming into the area. And looks like we have what might be a tornado warning there near Lynchburg in Tennessee there. And that was the concern we were having for Tennessee, is where this line was at. We were looking for those little bends and kinks. You can see a little kink there, and maybe a little weak kink there by Lynchburg. So we will be keeping an eye on those as they move through the Tennessee area. We will come down here to the Birmingham radar, and we're going to take a look at this cell that is now entering into Tuscaloosa County. And yeah, I mean, definitely a very discernible area of rotation there. Off of the Birmingham radar. Definitely looks like the Hell Corps is trying to get its act together back ahead of it to try to compete for that inflow. So we'll have to see if it's which one's going to win out. But right now, it looks like the tornadic area is starting to win out, as we do have a pretty good couplet in this area.
There's CC drop.
Okay, where are we seeing that CC at?
Just believe west and east of Coker and Gordon. Gordo.
Okay, so this is a cell that we were just looking at. So we will pull up the
Yeah.
CC. Ooh, let's see here. Oh
My
yeah,
apologies about my background noises.
yeah, this is definitely on the ground. So yeah, if you are on this highway between Gordo and Coker, yeah, you definitely need to be getting into your safe spot. That definitely looks like that is on the ground.
I'm looking at the cameras right now and I'm seeing if there's anything that can be picked up. I don't. There was something that popped up from one of those cameras earlier, but I think they might have moved it since the tornado is I think it still shows. Yeah, there's still CC drop.
Yeah, so it looks like that one near Gordo already. It looks like it was a brief spin up there.
Yeah,
From what I
it
can
still
gather.
shows some. It still shows a little, still a CC on there.
In the meantime, we'll come back down here and look at this cell by Taylorsville and Soso, and that one looks like it is split between the two towns. So now looks like it's tried a couple times to try to put one down. Does not look like it's been successful.
I think one of the cameras that was on that tornado probably went out because it's not loading anymore.
Okay. Looks like we are joined by David. Good morning to you there in Australia. Glad you could join us as, yeah, it's been a very busy day over here in the U.S. with a high-risk severe weather outbreak.
Yes, I have been following, but unfortunately I'm only here till 7 a.m. But the tornado near Gordo was confirmed.
Yeah, and radar would support that as well. And we'll actually go back over to that cell.
How many tornadoes have we seen?
Oh, well, guys, you
today?
should look at. Sorry to interrupt. You guys should look at this camera.
No,
Look at the structure of this supercell.
Okay. For which...
I'm gonna mute really quick. Just look at it. I'm gonna go do something really quick. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. We can take a brief look at it here. That's why I actually knew which one this was. Yeah, I can't tell which cell that is, but yeah, go ahead, David, with your previous point.
No, it's fine. How many tornadoes have we had today?
I would say too many to count. We've had at least, from my estimate, at least a good 20 or so that have been at least observed, if not more.
I'm just reading the latest Storm Prediction Center's mesoscale. The severe threat, including a few tornadoes, may develop along portions of the Gulf Coast if storms can continue developing along the shoreline. Tornado watch expansions may be needed over the next few hours.
Yep, and we were
So
just
this
looking
remains
at that.
ongoing.
Yeah, and we were just actually looking at that. So that is for that particular area. That is going to be right along the Biloxi, Mississippi, Mobile, Alabama, and getting over towards. Looks like that's maybe Pensacola. So those are going to be some areas that we'll be watching along the southern edge of the line. That is the line that's getting ready to go through New Orleans proper, and that will traverse into that risk area as we get into the later hours this evening.
Now, Tim, can you bring your radar over to Coca Gordo? Apparently, it's a tornado on the ground northeast of Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Yeah, we can take a look at that. As yeah,
Between
that.
Coca and Gordo.
Oh yeah, that looked like I thought that lifted a minute ago, but no, that is definitely on the ground. So it looked like maybe from what I was gathering, it looked like it maybe lifted and then dropped. But no, that is definitely on the ground just to the east of Gordo.
And Bakersfield cops it again. I'm just looking at some damage. The Bakersfield, Missouri tornado.
Yep,
And damage there.
It looks like we may have one. Actually, we got two new PDS tornado warnings. Not really seen it, but we got one for Covington, Jasper, Jones, and Smith County. I'm guessing that is this warning here. And then we've got one, and it's a very wide polygon for Severia, Bay Springs, Heidelberg, Pachuta, Stonewall, Enterprise, Hickory, Chunky, Nellyburg, Marion, Stonewall, getting up in that area. We'll have to take a look at velocity and see what we have with this. As okay, yeah, okay, I can see why they marked this as PDS. I'm not seeing anything on CC right now, but that area of rotation just to the southeast of Bay Springs, that looks very menacing.
So we've got two warnings PDS.
Yeah, we've got the original polygon, which is where this cell is at, and the National Weather Service has decided, okay, this still looks pretty menacing, so we're gonna extend it out. So you've got two PDS warnings in this area. One is currently active, and then the next one is the extension.
So Covington, Jasper, Jones, Smith.
The first one is Covington, Jasper, Jones, and Smith County, and then the extension is Clark, Jasper, Lauderdale, Newton, and Smith County.
So that's basically what, northeast?
Yeah, it's moving towards the northeast, yes.
It's an intense line. Now I'm just looking at the radar.
And as we're looking at that, looks like our tornado warning up by Murfreesboro has been extended. So we'll go up and take a look at that just briefly, just to see what we're seeing. And yeah, I can see why they extended this further east couple little kinks there up near Woodbury and Auburn Town. These are for Franklin and Moore County in Tennessee. And then you've got the southern one, which is Rutherford County. Actually, no, it's Rutherford County for the Woodbury cell, and Franklin and Moore County for the one down in southern Tennessee. This particular Tennessee one is the one that was back over in this area a couple hours ago.
So we've got 7. Go on.
I've finished my thought. I was actually getting ready to go back down and look at these Gordo cell just to see how it's looking. And yeah, that is still a CC drop. We may actually have 2 areas of rotation now. We've got the primary one. Yeah, we do have 2 areas of rotation. So we got the primary one just to the east of Gordo that's still dropping a CC. And we may have a secondary one just to the northwest of Coker. So we'll have to keep an eye on to see if that other one materializes. This is moving in the northern outskirts of Tuscaloosa and Tuscaloosa County itself proper. But we will get back over onto our PDS tornado warned area. This being getting ready to cross into the next polygon. So this is for the Bay Springs, Heidelberg area. And we will take a brief break at the top of the hour. We're going to do another studio handoff. We're going to have Maury continue our coverage here on Force 13. Thank you again for tuning in, guys. I know we got started very late compared to all of the other channels and the chases that have already been live. But we are going to try to do the best we can with the resources we have to try to continue to cover this outbreak as it unfolds. As we continue to kind of look around at what we have going on, looks like we do have a couple traffic cameras that we're looking at. This one being off of US 82 and McFarland Boulevard. This might be where one of our
We've got the confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Vernon, or 8 miles southeast of Bay Springs, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. That's the PDS one.
Yes, it is. That is our cell just to the southeast of Bay Springs. If this is on the ground, we're not going to be able to see too much of it because this is very far from the Jackson radar. You're talking... this is looking at about 3,200 feet in the atmosphere. So, yeah, we would be able to see it if it is there.
And sadly, the loss of life is unacceptable, and it just highlights the need to have a emergency plan and know where you are safe. But the number of people that have lost their life, it's always unacceptable. But when you've got this sort of weather event, but severe, anything can happen.
Absolutely, David. And we've seen that over the last 2 days, both yesterday and today, of where we have seen tornadoes just really spin up in a matter of minutes and then leave long-lasting impacts. Obviously, we had the tornado emergency over in Van Buren in Missouri, and we already had one today as well.
And in addition to the tornadic activity, you've got the fire scene. I think over on the west coast.
Yeah, we have that, but the tornado threat's going to be the primary threat, and it looks like this particular cell now. Ooh, okay, so we got a couple messing cells here. So we got one down by Scuba getting ready to cross over, maybe parallel the Alabama line, but this one that we were looking at earlier, now north of Tuscaloosa, this is starting to get very menacing. So, if you're in Coker, you might be in the clear, but if you're leaving out of Tuscaloosa, out of that area, you maybe want to avoid this particular area for at least the next 30-40 minutes.
Tim, just relating to what I said about the fire, National Weather Service Dodge City has issued a fire weather watch for Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, and that'll be on the back end of all this severe weather once it gets through. All right, we're going to take a brief minute here. We're going to do another studio handoff. We were going to hand it back over to Maury and let him take over the stream here. Again, thank you guys for tuning in. My name's been Timothy Ringo. You guys stay safe in the line of this area, and we are going to hand it back off to Maury as soon as I know he has pushed the live button on his end.
I think I did it.
All right, we'll take a look, see if it transfers back over to you. To the viewers, just give us a minute or two. We're going to get the studio transferred over, and then we'll continue covering all this. All right, looks like, yep. So, yep, Maury, we are on your stream now. You are good to go. Thank you again for having me on. Again, this is 413 Live with our continuing coverage. Maury, it's all yours.
Thank you. So we currently are seeing some storms. This is definitely not as active as a picture as we were looking at moments ago, but this is still an active picture. Still many tornado warnings active. We currently have 6 in effect. 2 of them are in Tennessee. I'm still looking up there. There is some rotations developing on the line, but like none of them are becoming especially pronounced. You can see one near Woodbury. That doesn't seem like it has much to it. So, then we have this storm that just produced a tornado near Tuscaloosa, north of Northport. This rotation was initially kind of larger, but now it kind of just weakened on the latest scan. Or maybe it didn't. It's just maybe a glitch with the radar system. This could be rotation still over here. It just kind of glitched out at the latest frame. But yeah, definitely not as active as we were looking at before. I still do think that things could pick up, though. And we are seeing some cells. We do see this one cell that is currently over Lake Pontchartrain. This is very interesting. It's very far south compared to the rest of the storms. But you can see this storm develop as it approaches Mandeville. So we are still waiting for more updates. Over here, I was just looking at the tornado reports. Okay. So this is still moderate rotation north of Tuscaloosa. There is some neighborhoods here. So still be in shelter if you live north of Tuscaloosa. There's a bunch of places here. Holiday Shores, North Riviera, North River Country Club Estates, Wyndham Springs, all the way up there to Three Forks. You guys need to be in your shelter. This isn't a PDS or anything, but it still is notable. We currently have one PDS that is active, although this storm, it doesn't look much as interesting as it was before. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. I haven't seen a CC drop in quite a bit, but you can see that there is this storm approaching towards Meridian, so we'll have to look out for it. Still some moderate rotation over here. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Hattiesburg. This is not tornado possible or anything as such, but it is still causing some hail and some wind in the town of Summerall. What I'm noticing about the setup is this is becoming more linear, and that was expected. I mean, over here, further to the north, actually, it is a little more discreet, but it's definitely not as discreet as it used to be. And also down to the south, it becomes more discreet again. It's really just the middle parts with the most instability that are becoming less unstable for that environment. So really, I don't think this PDS tornado warning is going to last for long. You can see that it's kind of weakened. It's still there, but I don't think it's going to last much longer. But we do have this storm. It does look like this storm is trying to get its act together near Geiger. So let me look at this storm to see if it... No CC drop on it, but definitely worth looking at, to say the least. So we're still just watching. Okay, so good news, there's no longer a PDS tornado warning. It has been downgraded to radar indicated, which means I don't think we have any observed tornado. Yeah, we don't. I think we just have 4 radar indicated tornado warnings. So that is a relief. It has been a while since we've been in an inactive period, but I don't think that'll last for long. I think maybe we'll get some more prefrontals out ahead of the line in Alabama. But at the moment, we are having a little break, so that is good news. Let me just change this.
Yeah, looking at all these warnings right now, we currently only have all the tornado warnings we have so far are radar indicated. As Maury said, that PDS tornado warning that includes Meridian is now downgraded to radar indicated. However, everyone who is in these tornado warnings, especially today, needs to still be in their tornado shelters. This does not mean that the threat is lessening. It means that we do not have any tornadoes on the ground right now. However, given the conditions today, any cell that's discrete, especially, or even in the line, can easily spin up a strong to potentially violent tornado in a matter of minutes.
That is still true. So we are just seeing if we'll get any of those soon. It will happen, most likely. But we're still waiting whether we'll get those storms.
Yeah, it looks like, as it looks like right now, the it looks like we might be seeing a trend within the cells here, that they could be starting to overconvect and therefore um, lessen the tornado potential at least a little bit. But still, it's extremely. We still have a high risk and a moderate risk out ahead of this out ahead. We definitely urge you to continue to monitor conditions in these high risk and moderate risk areas and those PDS tornado watch areas. As despite the current trends, we could still easily see renewed tornado activity within minutes, and potentially more very dangerous tornadoes. And I also wanted to send my thoughts and prayers to those who are in the Bassfield, Soso, Collins conglomerate area over there, as that area's been hit by three different PDS level tornadoes, as well as a couple of tornado emergencies having been prompted for at least one or two of these cells. So, but also not only do we have a tornado threat, we also have an increasing damaging wind and flash flooding threat, especially the further north you go in Dixie Alley up towards Tennessee.
That is true. And we are continuing to watch the progressing line that is developing in Mississippi and Alabama. We have seen 2 tornado emergencies, several PDS tornado warnings, and a lot of tornadoes. So we still have yet to finish this event, but we are at a little bit of a calm moment, but that won't last for long.
And I will say so far today, and hopefully we do not see this later, but hopefully the tornado threat will not be as bad as we've seen last night. Obviously, we've had numerous PDS tornado warnings across the Mississippi River, the lower Mississippi River Valley, stretching from Illinois all the way down to Arkansas and Mississippi.
One thing I will say that it differentiates the threat today from yesterday's threat, this is much of a smaller area. This is not nearly as widespread as it was. Like, you can see all these tornado reports from yesterday. We had some tornadoes ranging from Mississippi all the way up into central Illinois, and that caused a lot of damage for most of them. We had a bunch of tornadoes in Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, and some in Indiana, as well as one in Mississippi. Today, it's mostly just been Mississippi and maybe Louisiana. We haven't really seen a very widespread tornado outbreak. I mean, of course, that doesn't mean that we won't see damage. It's just less areas that will see that damage. And, I mean, I don't personally think that's going to remain the case. I still think areas in Alabama could see some more tornadoes, but at the moment, we haven't really seen too much spread of the tornadoes in the area.
Yeah, especially not compared to yesterday, but I am starting to get a little bit concerned about this cell west of Birmingham, as there's a pretty strong rotation on here. It's a pretty strong couplet. It seems to be tightening up as it continues off to the northeast. Thankfully, it looks like this should stay just west of Birmingham, though I think a few of the suburbs of Birmingham, especially in the northwest, could get affected by this cell.
Yeah, I think so too. We are still waiting to see if anything more concerning happens. But currently, we are just down to Well, not just. I mean, it's still a lot of tornado warnings, but we are down to 4 tornado warnings. None of them are PDS. Let's change this. I do want to take a brief moment to look at the environment, potentially, that these storms are. So let me go to the mesoscale analysis for the SBC. Okay, so, Sam, I might need a little help, like, just navigating through this website, but, otherwise, I know what to do with this. Let me just change the scene here. So, here are our storms currently. We can also see the wind shear, in the 1 kilometer area. You can see that there is a lot of shear, in the lower areas of the atmosphere. A lot of shear in Tennessee, which I'm noticing, but also a lot of shear in central east Mississippi and to central west Alabama, and a little bit of shear in near the Gulf Coast, which is interesting because there was a mesoscale discussion in that area. Upper level shear, it does look like most of it is over Arkansas, so it's a little bit displaced, but for the most part, we are seeing some of that higher level wind shear develop. Then looking at the upper levels and the lower levels in terms of winds, you can see that there is quite a bit of winds in this area. They are beginning to pick up, even though it does look like. Well, never mind. I don't know what I was gonna say, but you can see the pressure, the lower pressure in those upper areas. And then...
Yeah, and something else I want to point out about this mesoscale discussion, when it says, where it says that, where multiple supercells capable of intense to potentially violent tornadoes into the evening, that's for any cell that can get discrete from this line, as we don't currently see any like standout discrete supercells at the moment, but given the conditions, once again, given the conditions in place, if any supercell can develop and sustain itself, that's where it's going to become a problem.
Yes, I mean, we have seen that over the past couple of hours, but one thing that we haven't seen is like a tornado travel more than like 50 miles or something like that. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen that, so I don't know if we are going to see that, but it does seem like a potential.
I don't think we've had many long tracking. I don't think we've really had many long tracking tornadoes, but obviously it's going to depend. It's going to depend on, again, how well supercells can sustain ahead of the line, which is the main concern, but also QLCS tornadoes embedded within the line, and you can see it's kind of still a rather broken line. So if any cell can try to pinch off any infiltrating convection, those are the cells we're going to have to watch throughout the afternoon and into the evening.
Yes, those do have the most potential. Also, what I'm looking at is the Cape. We did have 3,000 Cape earlier. Now, we do have some in southern Louisiana of 2,500 Cape. But in the main areas that we're looking at, we probably have about 1,000 to 1,500, which is enough. It is enough for strong tornadoes, but it's definitely not as strong as it was previously. It's not as unstable of an environment that we saw previously. I don't know if that's going to change. We do have this 2,000 Cape area near Mobile, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe this will mean that the threat shifts further south. I'm unsure.
There was another mesoscale discussion that was posted there more recently as well.
Is it 211?
I believe so.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
And they did say the peak intensity of tornadoes would be 120 to 150 miles per hour. This includes the Mobile and Biloxi area. and Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, so obviously going into the Western Florida Panhandle, this is definitely going to be an area to watch as well. Though it doesn't look like it's going to be as much of a as concerning as further north. But I also want to turn your attention to this confirmed tornado that we have just west of Tuscaloosa or Birmingham.
Okay, so this is an observed tornado now.
Yeah.
There is a tiny CC drop over here, right here. I don't think this is the best radar, though, so let me change it. On this radar, you don't see a CC drop. I'm not sure if it's radar confirmed. Let me see. It does say it's radar confirmed.
This is actually this is the second time from this tornado warning that this has been confirmed. So we have another touchdown within this same warning.
Yeah.
This is a confirmed tornado near Bankhead Lock and Dam, which is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. If you are in Wiley, Wyndham Springs, or Whitson, you need to take your tornado safe precautions now. This is a tornado on the ground. We don't know how long this is going to sustain on the ground either. This could be a quick spin up, or it could track for a little while. So it's absolutely imperative that you take your tornado safe precautions if you are in Wiley, Wyndham Springs, or Whitson.
Yes. I was just checking a few
We also
things.
have a new PDS. We have a new PDS in Mississippi.
Okay, here, let me get that. So PDS in Mississippi, it's going to be for Meridian yet again. We do have a CC drop. It's been a while since the storm has seemed to have a CC drop, but you can see near Pachuta along the Interstate 59 corridor. We do have a CC drop. This is heading in the general direction of Meridian. Actually, it's more heading towards north of Quitman near Stonewall, that general area. But this is a developing storm. You can see it would be completely rain wrapped. It is deep inside of the storm, but this does get a PDS warning. We do have a PDS tornado warning. And this was just updated to include Meridian. It still includes Meridian. I think maybe it would head further south, maybe towards Stonewall, but it still is producing a tornado, most likely, over here near Pachuta and Paulding.
Yeah, this is near Paulding right now. This is moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this timings for this tornado are going to be as follows. This is about to be in Pachuta, Orange, Rose Hill, and Enterprise. This will be there in 1 minute. So hopefully all of you in those areas are hunkered down right now. This is going to be in Stonewall at around 4:25, Savoy and Sable around 4:35, Meridian and Zero around 4:40, Causeyville around 4:50, Marion around 4:55, and Alamucha around the top of the hour.
Yes, so we are seeing these areas under the gun for severe weather. And we do have another tornado warning just south of this area, now for Laurel. So Laurel is under a tornado warning. This doesn't seem like it's on the ground, but it still has some rotation to it. You can see here near Ellisville, that is a moderate amount of rotation. And we also have a tornado warning over here in Louisiana, which isn't that surprising. They are under a moderate risk, but it definitely wasn't the area we were mainly focusing on. But right here near Madisonville, what?
This one looks like it's a water spout making landfall off of Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah. It is a water spout. Well, not anymore. Now it's most likely a tornado. Even though it doesn't look like there's a CC drop, so I'm not saying this is on the ground or anything. But it still has some pretty intense rotation right here in Madisonville. And it will approach towards the Covington area very soon. So this is a storm to watch. It does seem like things are starting to pick back up again because we do have quite a few tornado warnings and 1 PDS. So let me just change this to that.
I believe we have. I wonder, is that other one to the south of the Meridian warning? Is that one also confirmed?
I'm unsure. Let me go check it. I'm just trying to
No,
change.
it's radar indicated.
Yeah, but let me see if there is a CC drop on that. No, we don't have any CC drop on that storm, so I don't think that's producing. Looking back up here in Tennessee, you can see there is a tornado warning near Sparta. This is a very interesting part of the line. It is beginning to bulge a little bit, and you can see a little bit of a rotation developing near Belk. Definitely not as active, of course, as farther south, since it is linear, but still something to watch. And looking at this Madisonville storm, we haven't gotten the new scan yet, so we still have to wait a little bit for that.
There's also been a new extension to the ongoing confirmed tornado warning west of Birmingham. This one is for eastern Walker County in central Alabama. This is going to go until 5:15. This is still pretty much near Bankhead, Lock and Dam. This is going to include, these new locations will be Good Springs, Barney, Gorgas Steam Plant, Empire, Rocky Hollow, Summiton, Birdwell, Bellowat, Quinton, Sipsey, Gorgas, The Y, Powellville, Tootweiler, Parish, Dora, Boldo, Cordova, Linz Park, and Jasper.
So it does include all those locations. I think, did they update it? Because you just said that included Jasper, but I don't see it including Jasper anymore. Or is it a different Jasper? Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Did you say that it included Jasper, or was it updated to not include it anymore?
I'm not sure, actually.
Looking back at our storm in Louisiana, it does look like the rotation weakened a little bit, but it's still there. It's approaching the Interstate 12, and that could... I'm not sure what this is, but I'm not going to say that's anything yet. That could be something, but we don't really know.
Still, our main concern is this PDS tornado warning, which is heading towards in the general direction of Enterprise and Stonewall. So if you're in those areas, if you're in Meridian and areas around Meridian, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is continuing to move off to the northeast towards the Mississippi-Alabama state border.
Yes, so it does look like the CC drop is still there, but it has weakened slightly, so it doesn't look like it's as strong of a tornado anymore, but it still deserves a PDS tornado warning from the NWS, and we are seeing that, we are seeing that this storm is continuing. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we're still going to keep an eye on this. I'm gonna check CC real quick.
I think it's still there, but it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if there's a CC drop there, but obviously, the couplet's still pretty tight, though, either way.
Yeah. Yeah.
As it's heading towards Enterprise. This might pass. I'm checking the radar imagery here. See where this is exactly what direction this is taking. But it looks like this could pass just to the south of Meridian.
It looks
But
like it's heading mostly towards Enterprise. So Enterprise
yeah,
may be the closest area to this tornado.
yeah, this. Yeah, anyone who's in Enterprise or Stonewall right now needs to be in their tornado safe place. And this tornado safe place is the lowest floor of your home or business, as far away from windows and outside walls as possible. And make sure you are able to protect your head and neck with any kind of soft objects that can help shield you from flying debris. That can be blankets, pillows, jackets, anything that you can use. If you have a helmet, go put on a helmet, as that can help protect you from flying debris. As one of the main causes of tornado deaths is blunt force trauma to the head.
Yeah, and we have seen that probably with many of the injuries that we have seen with the previous tornadoes. So. Which I'm actually wondering, have we seen any injuries or fatalities from the tornadoes today? I know we have yesterday, but I'm just wondering. I mean, it would be good news if we haven't seen any of that yet.
We haven't seen any so far. I haven't seen any reports, and not to mention that it might also be difficult for reports to come out from the area around Bassfield, as that area was actually hit multiple times by separate tornadoes today.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to tell which tornado caused the damage.
Exactly. But we do have a new tornado warning along the Louisiana-Mississippi border. That's going to be going until the top of the hour. This is also. It says a tornado was reported over Abita Springs, but this is saying radar indicated. It says this tornado is over Covington, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour.
Oh. Let me see this.
If there's a reported tornado, I would definitely treat this as if this was a confirmed tornado right now. Check. Let's actually see if there's CC on that.
I don't see where it says that.
On the warning text itself, it says a tornado was reported over Abita Springs, but
Oh yeah, it does say that.
Surprisingly, it says radar indicated. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm unsure about that. I don't know why it's radar indicated, but we can't see a CC drop, but it does say it's on the ground. So treat this as a observed tornado warning, as it is observed, and get to your shelter. I mean, of course, even if it wasn't observed, you should get to shelter anyways, but get to shelter immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. You should always need to treat any tornado warning that you are under as if there was a tornado on the ground. So if you are in Covington and Abita Springs, you should be in your shelters right now. If you are in Sun or Bush, you need to be in shelter right now. I mean, you will have a little more lead time if you're in Sun and Bush, but you need to be getting to your shelter as soon as possible and taking cover.
So a few tornado warnings active. This is Force 13 Live. We are currently looking at the picture across Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, where a high risk is still in effect for Mississippi and Alabama.
We've also we actually did just get a new wind damage report in Tuscaloosa County. This was reported about 20 minutes ago. Trees and power lines are down on Alabama 69 between Buffalo Ridge Road and Yellow Creek Road, with a lot of debris on the road. They're indicating a possible tornado.
Yes, so I'm circling Alabama Route 69. This is the road that goes through Tuscaloosa up towards Oakman. And looking at this tornado, it is observed. It is observed now. I don't know if it wasn't before. I don't think it was. I think it just went observed. Or if it was observed already, I still can't find a CC drop, but it does seem like it was reported to be a tornado. It says radar confirmed. I'm not sure if it had a CC drop earlier. It did briefly.
It might right now. Actually, I'm looking at the area just south of Parish. Looking a bit west, I could see a little bit of what could be a CC drop, and that's a bit consistent with where some of the tighter rotation is. So that might be a CC drop just south of Parish.
Is it near Browntown? It's a small neighborhood, so you might not see it on your map.
Yeah, I don't see it, but if we're looking like almost due south, just a little bit west of Parish,
Okay.
Louisiana, southeast of Oakman.
So we might have a CC drop on that. I'm not seeing anything at the moment, but we could. So it is
Yeah,
observed,
that's
so there
west.
probably is a tornado with this. So make sure to go to your safe spot.
Yeah, and actually, the CC drop isn't actually as pronounced now as it was in the last frame. So there might be some fallout, but at the same time, this tornado is most likely still on the ground, as it heads northeast towards areas such as Cordova, Dora, Summiton, and Sipsey.
Yeah, so you can see it is approaching the Interstate 22 corridor. I actually do see a CC drop now. I do think I see a CC drop right near Cedar Lake. I honestly think it could have gotten stronger from the last scan, but or maybe you were looking ahead, like maybe you saw a scan before me, but I do think that this is on the ground. You can see some rotation with the storm near Cedar Lake, which is south of Parrish. This is going to approach the Interstate 22 corridor. And it's going to head far north of Birmingham, maybe towards south of Coleman.
It could head towards Coleman. Some areas, but basically areas such as Parish. This actually looks to be might head just to the south of Parish, but this is making more of a beeline towards Cordova and Sipsey right now. We'll just have to see how long this is going to maintain itself on the ground.
Yes, still looks like a decent rotation on the imagery. Meanwhile, we're looking back at this Covington storm. I don't really see this having as much rotation before, but like they said, it says a tornado was reported over Abita Springs, so I do think this is still on the ground. It's just not really showing it on radar, so please be in shelter if you live in those areas. Let me see if you can see the CC drop from this radar. You can a little, but let me just look at this. Yeah, there's a very small CC drop right here. You can see one green dot south of Parrish. It could be Parish. I'm not really sure on the pronunciation. But this does look like it's on the ground, heading towards Cordova. Maybe just southeast of Cordova, on the Interstate 22 corridor. Meanwhile, we do have an extension for this storm in Tennessee. There is a potential tornado near Doyle and Sparta. Not seeing a CC drop on that, but it still looks interesting, to say the least. Definitely part of that line, and it's a bending structure of that line.
Unfortunately, it's a bit difficult to make out a CC drop on this PDS warned tornado right now, but it looks like this is in an area of rather poor radar coverage. But either way, if anyone who is in this PDS tornado, and that's still going to include Meridian, and that's probably, I believe that's right now probably the biggest town that's in this warning. So especially those in Meridian and other areas, please be in shelter and please heed all tornado safety instructions in this area.
Also, Aliceville. Remember that storm that went through Aliceville before and is now near Parrish? We actually do have another tornado warning now for Gordo as well, and this is heading in the same general direction the previous tornado was. This does not have a CC drop or anything, but it is still potential rotation. But looking back at our storm near Parrish, we can see that there is pretty intense rotation with the storm. The CC drop looks like it has went away, but it still has some of that intense rotation, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is still on the ground. It's just not as strong to appear on the CC.
I just found another here's another tornado report that I found. It's thunderstorm wind damage report, but there are numerous reports of trees down around the Samantha and Lake Tuscaloosa areas, including Tiers Patton Road, where they indicate that it's a possible tornado. This was recorded 2 miles west-northwest of Lake, somewhere along Highway 69.
Alright, I'm turning on my wind damage reports right now so I can see this. Did you say possible tornado there? Yes, so I see the thing that you're talking about. Numerous reports of trees down around the Samantha and Lake Tuscaloosa areas. This probably would be the same tornado as this report. And I think it would be the same one as the one that went near Gordo. So I think we're just referring to the same tornado here. It's just showing as wind reports because they're not entirely sure if it was a tornado.
Yeah, but also I believe that most recent tornado warning, if I'm not mistaken, is an extension of the one near northwest of Birmingham.
I don't think so. No, I think it's an extension of the PDS warning. It's saying it's observed, but no longer PDS. It's no longer PDS. I mean, technically the PDS warning still exists, but the extension is not PDS.
Yeah, and something else to note here, it looks like we might be seeing. We have a new tornado. We have a new. Let's see. I'm looking to see this. It's the same one now. Walker County. Okay, that one's still observed.
I do think we do have a tornado on the ground approaching towards Gordo. I do see a CC drop with that. So, yet another storm that's approaching towards Gordo.
Okay, and I'm also looking at, this weirdly shaped, tornado warning extension from Meridian. It's likely going to get extended by the National Weather Service in Birmingham because it looks like that has been warned up to the boundary between NWS Jackson and Birmingham. So be on the lookout if you're in Geiger, if you're in Emil, Gainesville, and possibly Livingston up to Bology. Be prepared as they might issue a tornado. Birmingham might issue a tornado warning for an extension of this PDS warning near Meridian.
Okay, so we do have an observed tornado warning now for the town of Gordo. There is somewhat significant CC in this area approaching towards Gordo. You can see that this has some pretty intense rotation. I'm not sure about the gate-to-gate. Let me just look at... So we have 57 meters per second. I'm going to convert this.
Is this the extension of the Meridian PDS?
No, this is a completely separate storm. This is the one near Carrollton, Alabama.
near northwest of Birmingham.
Yeah, northwest of
That one.
Tuscaloosa. It's more west of Tuscaloosa, actually.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the smaller. Oh yeah, that's the one east of Carrollton
Yeah,
and northeast
yeah,
of
that's it.
Aliceville that we're talking about. Okay. Yeah, that one looks like it has a pretty strong rotation on velocity.
I'm just converting these measurements.
Oh yeah, it's much more pronounced. I just went to the Birmingham radar, and oh yeah, there is a pretty strong CC drop there.
Yeah, I looked at the
Just
gate-to-gate
out ahead
winds.
of Gordo.
It looks like 130 miles per hour, so that is strong. I'm not getting that new CC scan yet, but I mean, I do trust you. I'm not seeing
Yeah,
that new CC scan yet.
This is definitely on the ground. And I wouldn't be surprised if they PDS warn this as well, considering how strong the radar signature is and just how deep the CC.
And
the CC
right
is
as you
there.
say that, we have a PDS tornado warning.
Yep. There you
Yeah,
go.
and I see the
PDS
CC
tornado
drop
warning.
you were talking about. That is very intense. I do notice that. Not any grays at the moment, but that still is an intense tornado. You can see the blues on that imagery. That is definitely an intense tornado. Well, not intense, but like strong tornado approaching towards Gordo. That this storm is producing damage, so please be in your safe spot if you live in the Gordo area. I think this is heading right southeast of Gordo, where people still live. You can see it's going to be very close to Floyd Mill Sand Spring Road. Not there at the moment, but likely will pass very close to that area. We also...
Not only that, but this is moving pretty fast. It's going 55 miles an hour. This was just near Johnston Lake a few minutes ago.
Oh,
this is heading
jeez.
towards Gordo, Kirk, Johnston Lake, and Lubbock, as is described in this latest PDS tornado warning.
Yeah, and looking at the latest scan, this does not look like this does not look good. There's some grays appearing and even some blacks appearing on the latest CC scan. This is heading right towards Gordo. This is a very intense tornado.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those. This is one of those situations that we have been concerned with today regarding, because obviously considering that this is right in the middle of the high risk area, so it's not surprising to see that how quickly this tornado ramped up in this area. Is just ramped up in this area. If you are in Gordo, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now.
It is necessary. This is a very strong storm. I do believe that this tornado is continuing to intensify. It looks like it is heading right towards Gordo. Let me see the population of Gordo. Oh, that said Mississippi. Oh, man. The population of Gordo was 1,600.
That's a pretty good sized population. So
Yeah, I do not want this to hit Gordo. It may miss to the southeast, but if this does hit Gordo, that will cause a lot of damage. It will be very similar to the Taylorsville storm.
Yeah, if there's anyone that's watching this stream right now in Gordo or anywhere around there, please heed our advice and get to the lowest level of your home or business right now. Any underground tornado shelter or basement. Make sure that you are covering your head and neck from flying debris. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a very strong. This looks like a very strong tornado. I would be surprised if they. Well, it might not a guarantee, but they could potentially pull the tornado emergency trigger. But we'll have to see how this progresses. But this is a really strong tornado right now. CC drop is getting bigger.
I know it is.
And
I mean, I think there is
really
some good news with this because it doesn't look like it's heading towards Gordo anymore. It just took a jog to the north. But, I mean, it could move further east again. I mean, also, it was originally heading south of Gordo, and now it's heading more north. So, honestly, I think that'll stabilize and maybe hit Gordo directly. I really hope that doesn't happen. This has been extended,
Yeah.
by the way. North of Tuscaloosa, you can see PDS tornado warning in effect for the areas just east of Gordo, northeast of Gordo.
Yeah, as there's also another update to the ongoing tornado watch for parts of, well, for a good chunk of Mississippi. That is parts of those were allowed to be excluded from the tornado watch. Our current focus right now is on this PDS tornado warning, which I believe the one in Meridian is downgraded, right?
Yeah, the one in Meridian has been downgraded.
Okay, and there's also a PDS warning extension here as well.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's going to be for northwestern Tuscaloosa County and eastern Fayette County. This is going to go for the next hour. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Gordo, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. This will include the following locations: Stonewall, Whitson, Boley Springs, Bankston, Moores Bridge, Berry, Wyndham Springs, Samantha, Fayette County Public Lake, New Lexington, Wiley, Ecola, and Binion Creek Landing.
The latest scan, the CC drop is absolutely humongous. I mean, this is a very, very strong storm, and it definitely is probably a very wide tornado too. You can see the CC drop is heading in the entire gap between Reform. I do think that it will miss Gordo to the northwest now. Maybe approach Reform, but I think it's going to go in between Reform and Gordo. So I don't think any big population centers will be impacted, but some of the smaller communities in between Reform and Gordo, like Lathrop, Bell may be directly impacted by the storm. And if it heads farther in this northward direction, it could end up impacting Fayette, which I bet is a very much more substantially populated storm. So this storm is now crossing US 82, very close to Reform, and near the small community of Bell. So we are seeing almost looks like two CC drops, but I'm pretty sure it's still just one. It just looks like there's two separate tornadoes, but it isn't true, I don't think. Unless if we get a more convincing next scan. But definitely a very strong tornado. I'm just checking if there's any other observed. There's just that one near Meridian. But our main focus is still this very strong tornado approaching Gordo. Let me see if I can get any cameras on this. I didn't really know how to work out this Alabama traffic camera website, but let me try this. Let me go to Gordo. Unfortunately, there's no cameras in this area, so we're gonna have to chill by radar. Alright, it does look like it's weakening a little bit, the storm. It has a big CC drop, but just not very intense. So I don't think that we're dealing with a very strong tornado anymore, but this still could be a strong tornado that is right in between Reform and Gordo. Thankfully, it missed both of those cities. But now it looks like it may be heading directly towards Fayette. And I do imagine they will change the shape of this tornado warning, as it may be necessary since this is moving outside of the tornado warning at the moment. So, looking at the latest image, I mean, looking at the CC drop, these could be two tornadoes. It looks very interesting. I mean, these could be two tornadoes, but it's extremely hard to tell, because they're very close to each other, but they're two separate tornadoes. So very strong rotation still with the storm. It's right near Bell at the moment. Not really sure of the impacts that it caused. If somebody would be able to go look into it, maybe to see if there is some damage from it, that would be helpful.
Alright, I'll see what I can pull up regarding the tornado damages. I've not seen anything. I've not seen anything out of Alabama so far.
Well, we wait and see if anything happens. Okay, so we do have a video of the tornado. I'm not sure if I can show it, though. I'm not sure if I can show it.
I definitely wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't.
Okay, let me just watch this in the background. Let me just watch this in the background. Let me just make sure that I'm not showing anything. Yeah, I don't believe I'm showing anything besides Radar Omega, so let me see.
Do they say where the tornado was ongoing?
Just give me a second. In Gordo, Alabama.
Okay, so this is a tornado in Gordo. Looks like it might have been a large tornado.
Yeah, it looks like a wedge. It does look like a wedge.
Okay.
So, honestly, regarding that image, it does look like that was just one tornado. It wasn't two tornadoes, as the CC sometimes suggested.
No, I was pretty sure it's one tornado.
Yeah, it looked like one tornado.
Radar. Yeah, but it looks like that's still... Yeah, it's obviously still PDS warned, and looks like that's just past Gordo. That might have just passed, possibly just then. It might have grazed Gordo potentially.
Yeah, I think it just barely grazed Gordo.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there are other large population centers, though. I do see from what I'm looking at on radar, it looks like Barry could be next in line.
Yes, maybe Barry, but I'm also looking towards Fayette. Although now it does seem like it's shifted a little bit further to the east, the storm again, so I'm not sure if it's going to impact Fayette anymore, or maybe be closer to Barry.
Yeah, it all depends on where it wobbles, but if you're, I mean, that obviously one of the things about why these tornado warnings are wider than the indicated path is to likely one account for wobble and two account for where debris could fall in the area as residual debris could still be dangerous even outside of the tornado path because you have tornadoes can lob objects pretty far, up to even several miles. Yeah, but right now look back at the CC drop.
It does look like it's weakening a little bit.
It's not as pronounced, but it's not as pronounced as earlier, but it's still pretty. It does really looks to still be a pretty significant one, which obviously, this is still obviously still definitely still warranting of a PDS, especially going further towards towards Barry and any areas around there.
Well, looking at the Columbus
Especially
radar, the CC drop is still very pronounced, so it's not.
Yeah.
It looks like that. It isn't. That radar in Birmingham isn't maybe the best radar to use for the storm, because it is probably closer to the.
I'm actually using the KGWX radar.
KG. Is that the one near
I'm
Columbus?
Yeah, that's the Columbus radar. That I'm
Yeah,
using.
yeah. That's what I'm using now.
That one's showing it better.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and that area of blue, that's fallout. That's fallout from the tornado. So it does look like it caused lots of damage. But that's not another tornado. That's just the fallout. We do also have this tornado near Dodge City approaching the I-65 corridor that is now observed as well. It probably isn't as large as the one that we see in Gordo, but it's still prevalent. Well, not really prevalent. I don't think that was a good word choice, but it's still noticeable.
It's definitely noticeable.
Yeah.
All right.
So still a distinct CC drop with this storm. Does look like on the Columbus radar it's slightly weakened, but it's still fairly strong on that radar. We're looking northeast of Gordo right now, so this passed a little bit further north into the west of the previous tornado, but you can see that this is still a significant storm.
Oh, I do also want to. I also do want to add some breaking news here. We have a new tornado watch, which is actually going to be mainly wind driven. But still, the threat for tornadoes and even significant tornadoes still exist, though not to the extent that we are seeing with these other, with these with the ones in with the PDS tornado watches we have ongoing still. But we have 60%, we have 60% chance of tornadoes and 40% chance of one or more strong tornadoes for this new watch. This is mainly for parts of eastern Tennessee, northwestern Georgia, and the extreme western tip of North Carolina. Severe wind is going to be the main threat here. 80% chance of wind and 70% chance of significant wind. So that's that new tornado watch that was just recently issued. Was issued 5 minutes ago, and that's going to be going until 1 o'clock Eastern time.
Okay, so yes, we do have this extending into Tennessee, eastern Tennessee, and Georgia now. we are seeing the continuation of this event, but it does look like things will calm down as it approaches over that area. We're not quite there yet. Of course, we still have these tornadoes to deal with in Alabama, but it does look like things
Yeah.
will calm down once we get over there.
At least for those who are in Mississippi, especially eastern Mississippi, it doesn't look like the overall severe threat will last too much longer. But obviously, a lot of damage has been done in that area. So hopefully, once that passes, we'll start to see the light of day with what the extent of the damage is over there. But right now, it looks like our main severe weather threat is going to be focused along much of the northern half of Alabama for the time being.
Yeah, so only the areas of southeastern Mississippi are really in the severe threat now.
Yeah, and thankfully, it will not be too much. It will not be too much longer.
It won't. But we still are seeing that CC drop northwest of Tuscaloosa. It is approaching towards US 43 and Alabama State Route 171. It is still a CC drop. Although the latest scan, you can't really see as much of velocity on it, but it still does look like it's on the ground. So we still have to be okay.
I'm gonna relay a recent tornado report that just came out of around Clarkdale in Mississippi. Tornado was reported 3 miles south of Clarkdale about 20 minutes ago, where they reported trees down along Highway 45.
Yes, I see that storm now. This is right near Meridian. This is just south of Meridian. There was an area of rotation in that area, and that has just come out, that new tornado report south of Meridian. I'll be right back. I just need to do something. I'll leave it you with Sammy for just a minute.
All right, thank you there. So as of right now, we do have an update. We do actually have an update to this tornado watch in Alabama, where it looks. I think this is more southern Alabama, but this tornado watch does including a couple more counties, including Baldwin and Mobile County. So this tornado watch this tornado watch has been expanded towards the south, towards the Gulf Coast where Mobile is. So if you're mobile, definitely if you're in the Mobile metro area, definitely be on the lookout for any tornadoes or any severe thunderstorms that could easily spin up tornadoes in there. You are definitely going to be in this for a few hours. There's also been a new, more recent report of thunderstorm wind damage of trees down 3 miles east-southeast of Parrish in Walker County, Alabama. Call center reported trees down, possible tornado. Trying to trying to get my radar up here. All right, here's our CC drop. Then we have northwest of Tuscaloosa. This is the one that grazed Gordo earlier, which barely, I would say, yeah, definitely would pass right near Gordo earlier. This is still on a making a beeline for Barry, though it could potentially pass just to the east. But I would definitely still be on the lookout if you're in Barry right now. Well, actually, you would actually need to be taking shelter right now. This is, I'm not sure. Oh, this tornado is still observed. It is no longer PDS, but it is definitely still an observed tornado.
Okay, so bringing it back to this tornado near Gordo still, even though it's heading away from Gordo now. This is now an observed tornado warning, no longer PDS, so I'll change the graphic. We have an observed tornado warning, and I believe this is the only one of its kind. All others have been downgraded.
We actually have two.
Oh. Oh, yeah, right, because of the one near Coleman. I remember that. So
yeah, the one near Coleman is also just one observed recently.
Yeah, so there are 2 observed tornado warnings active. It's still an active picture.
Actually, going back to the topic of Gordo, there was actually a tornado reported by a storm chaser near Gordo. I believe that might have been the video that you described earlier. This was a mile to the northwest of Gordo. This was reported at 4:45 p.m. Central Time, where numerous trees were found snapped on US 82 near the northwest city limits of Gordo. So it looks like this just grazed Gordo to the northwest. This tornado and it is still observed, and it is still looks like it's getting closer to Barry.
Yes, so that probably was the tornado we were just watching, and it looks like the CC drop is intensifying once again as it approaches Route 171. This may be a recycling tornado. This is definitely a very notable tornado at the moment. I do notice the CC drop is getting stronger once again, so maybe they'll have to put back that PDS warning on it.
Yeah, they might re-upgrade that to a PDS, so looking at some, we also want to look at the other tornado that's observed. That's the one near Coleman, and if anyone remembers where Coleman is, that is the area that was actually had a tornado emergency back on the April 27th super outbreak over here. But either way, I don't want to say that to incite panic. I want to make sure that anyone who is in these areas knows what their knows their tornado precautions and it gets to their safe place. Though right now it doesn't look like. Actually, I will change radars. It is in a bit of a radar dead zone, so I'm gonna if I can get a better view of the Coleman observed tornado here. This looks like this is heading towards Good Hope in Dodge City, as well as Coleman. And then eventually looks like this could be heading up towards Fairview or Baileyton. So if you're in any of these areas right now, especially if you're in Dodge City, Good Hope, or Coleman, now is the time to take your tornado safety precautions. Get to the lowest floor of your home or business, get into an interior room such as a closet or small bathroom, and make sure to cover your head and neck from possible flying debris. Use any soft objects that you have or a helmet to protect yourself. So please make sure that you are able to get to a proper tornado shelter or a sturdy building.
As you were saying that, however, there has been a downgrade to that tornado warning for Coleman. It is now only radar indicated. It still is a tornado warning, so you still should do all of those things. Go into shelter. But it isn't observed anymore, so just realize that. I mean, you should still take all the precautions necessary, though.
Yeah, you should still treat it as if it was observed. If you are, one other thing I need to mention, if you are out on the road right now, in these tornado warnings, the safest thing you do is you go to your go to the nearest shelter that you can identify. But one thing you absolutely should not do, especially if you're on a highway, do not, and I mean do not, shelter under a highway overpass. Those are actually more dangerous than outside, because tornado winds are more quickly funneled through those areas, and could therefore create a greater risk of injury, and it could be more life threatening than outside. So it's imperative that on a day like today, you are able to go to a shelter that you are identifying, regardless of what you're doing or where you're going. Make sure you have a shelter that you can get to. You could safely ride out the storm.
You have to take all those precautions. So we are still seeing a CC drop at the moment, northeast of Gordo, Alabama. This is heading towards Berry, Alabama. Currently, I think it is in Tuscaloosa County. It is quickly entering Fayette County. This is still a tornado warning that is observed, but is no longer PDS. We don't have any PDS warnings active at the moment. And it does look like that CC drop is calming down along with it.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing any blues on it anymore. As we've been seeing a pretty large oval of blues, which typically indicates that if you have the more you get towards blues and blacks on the color spectrum, that goes to show that you have more of that. It's not because what you're seeing, all these reds and pinks that you see on the correlation coefficient, those are much finer particles, and once you go towards the yellows, greens, and blues, those are much denser particles. And while this is often used to figure out where there's hail occurring, this can also be used to detect debris that's being lofted in the air from these tornadoes. So it's easy to tell just mainly by using CC drop, correlation coefficient, to tell if a tornado is on the ground and to what extent it's on the ground.
That is the main purpose of CC. So currently we are seeing the continuous weakening of this storm near Fayette and Berry, Alabama. It does look like that CC drop continues to get weaker with most scans. So
yeah, but I also want to point out as well, I believe this might be attributed to the same tornado as Gordo, but Sipsey has a report of a tornado. A fire department responded to numerous reports of trees down, including some on houses.
that was the tornado that is now near Coleman. That's
Okay.
that tornado.
Yeah, so it looks like that one is definitely still on the ground. That observed tornado warning for Tuscaloosa and Fayette counties is now only for Fayette County. Confirmed tornado was located 8 miles east of Ashcraft Corner, or 11 miles south of Fayette, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So I believe that's the one near Gordo. That was the one that was near Gordo, the one with Fayette. Yeah, 11 miles south of Fayette. That was the one that went through near Gordo earlier. So that's still observed. If you are in Fayette County right now is the time to get to your tornado safe place.
Good news when it comes to tornado warnings, we only have the 2 in Alabama active now. All tornado warnings in Mississippi have been lifted. We no longer have any tornado warnings in Mississippi.
Yeah, and some more good news, actually. It looks like that PDS tornado warning not PDS tornado watch that we have for Mississippi will be expiring at or before the top of the hour. as soon as all the storm activity moves out of Mississippi. So that will make Alabama the main near term target for tornado activity, including the southernmost parts of Alabama. We're looking at mobile and potential, and this is also going to include the western tip of the Florida Panhandle. It looks like, though, right now, while we definitely have some tornado activity, could be seeing some tornado activity up here in Tennessee. That will likely not be as pronounced as what we're currently seeing in Alabama and eventually into parts of northwestern Georgia. Matter of fact, I believe we just got a new tornado warning. I'm not sure if this is an extension or if this is an entirely new one.
This is an entirely new one. And actually, the one for Gordo is now canceled, so there is no longer it's not for Gordo anymore, but the one for Barry has been canceled. There is no longer a tornado warning for Barry. It looks like that CC job has dissipated to the point where they no longer see a tornado happening.
Yeah, so it looks like that area should be about to be in the all clear. I do want to note that I want to go straight, need to go straight to that other tornado warning that's in effect right now. That is the one that was, I believe this is for the same cell or cluster of cells that was that was heading through Meridian earlier. This new tornado warning is currently radar indicated, and this is going to be for southern Sumter County in Alabama. This storm was located near Kintrabish and York, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. This will include the following locations: Old Mallard Airport, York, Livingston, Belmont, Lilita, the University of West Alabama, McDowell, Bluffport, Bellamy, Ward, Coatopa, Dug Hill, Kintrabish, Cuba, and Apis. So if you are in those areas, and especially the University of West Alabama, you need to be taking your tornado safe precautions now. Other than that, it looks like, yeah, I believe these are the only, there's only 2 tornado warnings active right now. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, so it's that one. So it's the Coleman cell and the one near York. Right now, what are you seeing as far as correlation coefficient and rotation?
So currently looking over at the storm in Coleman, not seeing too much in terms of CC. There is some rotation with it. That still requires a tornado warning. You can see it still exists to the southeast of Coleman. Some of the suburbs of Coleman are included in this. Otherwise, we did just get that tornado report of Sipsey, by the way. Then looking at this one near Livingston and York, we aren't really seeing much with the CC drop, so I'm not really seeing much there. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana. That isn't really doing much. I think that's just part of the line, which is developing across Mississippi.
Yeah, and I do believe that was previously tornado warned with that waterspout that came ashore.
I don't think it was the same cell. I think the same cell was like further to the north.
Okay.
But
we do have a new tornado warning, by the way.
Yes, and this one is in Tennessee. So we do have a new tornado warning in pretty much northern Tennessee. This does have some rotation near Jamestown. You can see it over here. This is only in the 5% risk, but still, you can experience tornadoes anywhere in this risk. Speaking of these...
Even the 2% risk, but go ahead.
I was just looking if there was any severe thunderstorm warnings further north in like Michigan or something, but there isn't.
No, but definitely it could be. Definitely, if you're in those areas, even the 2% that extends up into the Great Lakes region, do not let your guard down, as tornadoes can easily form anywhere in that 2% risk. So make sure that you are that you know where that you know. Just remember to have your tornado safety plan ready just in case if you're up there. But we're still going to keep our focus down here where our tornado warnings currently are, including that new one that was just issued up in
Yeah, for Florence,
Tennessee.
Alabama. Florence, Alabama. So we do have a new tornado warning now for Florence, Alabama. This is an area of rotation that has developed. What would you say is the best radar for? I'm gonna use the Columbus one. This is currently an area of
Use Huntsville.
rotation, but it's not too strong.
Yeah, the other one, or wait. Oh, is it the one that's near Coleman?
No, I'm talking about the
Right?
one near Florence.
Alabama?
Yeah, it's the one in far northwestern Alabama.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. I would still use Columbus, and then as it progresses, I would say Huntsville.
Okay.
But this either way, this is kind of in a radar dead zone, so it's going to be a bit difficult to see where we could make out a proper circulation.
Yeah.
But either way, if you are in central Lauderdale or southeastern Colbert County where this tornado warning is, now is the time to be in your tornado safe place. Remember, this is still in at least the moderate risk, if not the high risk area. So it's absolutely imperative that anyone who is in any tornado warning in the high risk or moderate risk takes these extremely seriously. And that will still be the same message that we will be giving to you guys throughout the evening. This dangerous storm is going to be near Tuscumbia in 2 minutes. This will be followed by Sheffield and Muscle Shoals around 5:30 Central Time, Florence around 5:35, St. Florian around 5:40, and Killen around 5:45. It should also be noted that this will also include Green Hill, Red Rock, Posey Loop, Center Star, Pride Landing, Northwest Alabama Regional Airport, Zip City, Kingstown, Strigley Church, and New Bethel. This is moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour, so you will want to take shelter as soon as possible.
So still an area of rotation now near Coleman. It still remains near Coleman. It'll probably pass in between Coleman and Holly Pond. Does not look like it's on the ground or anything. It doesn't look like any of these tornadoes are on the ground, but still, you have to take your tornado precautions as there is tornado warnings active in these areas.
Something else to note while we were in a little bit of an activity lull, we do not know for how long, but I do want to just briefly take this time to note the ongoing flash flood warnings that we are seeing within these areas, as well as a lot of flash flood warnings have been popping up due to these training storms, especially from earlier in there, especially ongoing up into Tennessee and eventually Kentucky. So it's extremely important that you are heeding flash flood warnings as well as these tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings. And I will give a little piece of advice because we have been seeing, which is sadly not uncommon to see. We have tornado warnings which overlap flash flood warnings, and a lot of you might be wondering which one should you prioritize. Well, since tornadoes are a more immediate threat and are much more short-lived, you absolutely want to prioritize the tornado threat. And then once the tornado threat has passed, then you take your flash flood precautions and move to higher ground where it's possible. So that tornado warning in, I believe, yes, Sumter County, Alabama, which includes the University of West Alabama, is continuing, and that will continue until the top of the hour.
Yes. So we are still at this high risk. It still is in Alabama and Mississippi and small part of Louisiana. This is Force 13 Live. We currently are seeing 4 tornado warnings active across the area in the tornado watch. 1 in Tennessee and 3 in Alabama.
There's 2 warnings. These are actually 3 warnings currently ongoing in Alabama, and then you have this one. And obviously, you have this one up in Tennessee, actually near the border with Kentucky right now. So that's currently all of the tornado warnings that we have right now. There was a severe thunderstorm warning extended to being. There is a severe thunderstorm warning being extended through Coleman, obviously with a tornado possible. 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. So if you're actually out ahead of this.
Oh, and pardon to interrupt, but we do have an observed tornado warning now for areas just northeast of Coleman. That tornado warning that we have seen for Coleman is now observed, as we have seen weather spotters confirm the tornado, that they have seen the tornado, and they are causing the National Weather Service to put in an observed tornado warning.
Yeah, it is. That tornado is back on the ground. This tornado warning is now for the following counties in northeastern and north central Alabama. This is for northern Marshall, southeastern Madison, northeastern Coleman, and southeastern Morgan counties. This is going to go until 6:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time, where storm spotters have just recently confirmed a tornado near Holly Pond, 7 miles east of Coleman, which is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This tornado will be near Arab at around 5:35 p.m. and Grant around 6:05 p.m. Both times are in Central Time. This will also include Eddy, Baileyton, Ryan Crossroads, Joppa, Union Grove, Polaco, Columbus City, and Eva. If you are in any of these locations, you must take shelter now. You must take cover. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Not sure where I can see CC drop in here. Looks like that's the center of circulation looks like that's approaching Fairview and Baileyton. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to tell, unfortunately, where exactly we're actually. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go to Huntsville right now and see. Exactly.
Yeah, the Huntsville Raider is closer to this tornado warning.
Fairview. I am not sure exactly.
Hello.
Where we could see a CC, where there could be a CC drop.
We are now joined by Logan in our severe weather coverage.
Yeah, I've been looking at radar like literally the entire day since I woke up. And oh my god.
Well, for a good reason, as we have seen quite a few tornadoes in this entire area.
The first two were incredibly violent.
I mean,
First two
we don't
tornadoes
know
in
the
the
rating
day.
of them, of course, but they definitely were strong tornadoes, especially for the Tylertown and up to the, let me just find this area. The
Bassfield.
Bassfield area, yeah.
I actually do want to come out with a report here from out of near Sipsey, 4:52 p.m. Central Time. Tornado was reported. That tornado was reported. That was the one near Coleman. They are noting several houses with significant damage and possible injuries on Campbellville Road, northeast of Sipsey. A TDS tornado debris signature was observed on the radar at that time.
Oh,
What is the
damn.
road called? Oh, Campbellville Road?
Campbellville, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, was it the one with the long-lived tornado? It was the. Oh, I forgot the name of that one.
It wasn't the one near Gordo. It was the,
Yeah.
It was the first one that was kind of near Gordo. It was the one that went south of Gordo, not north of Gordo.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It probably impacted houses near the Malden Cemetery. It's just south of that area and near 11 number 2 mine. I'm not really sure if that's a actual place. Yeah, so it does seem like this was a significant tornado. Caused major house damage in this area, and realized it was only an observed tornado warning. I don't think it was even PDS, so that goes to show that any tornado warning, even the simply observed or even not observed tornado warnings, can cause lots of damage.
Can I just say this? We have two, like, actually, we have another severe thunderstorm warning in north of New Orleans.
Yeah, I do see that, yes. So that's from the main line that we're seeing near Picayune. Not really much to say about those storms. They have like 60-mile-per-hour winds. It looks like that they are.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither of them look to have any tornado possible tags, which is good. But you still, if you're in any if you're in these severe thunderstorm warnings or any kind of severe thunderstorm warnings more definitely severe thunderstorm warnings, definitely need to be in shelter.
Especially
And
today.
if you have a tornado watch, you should take precautionary measures.
Yeah, you should be close to your shelter.
Yeah, they say that you should be 5 minutes from your shelter all day.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was.
Well, it probably should be closer. Like, it would probably be like 2 minutes away in a PDS tornado watch.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But anyways, we're currently watching this observed tornado warning near Baileyton, Alabama. I still can't really make out a CC drop with it, but it still is a storm to watch as it approaches the areas of northeastern Alabama. I do think this is a supercell outside of the main line, so that might aid it in producing some more stronger tornadoes. But still, it doesn't look like it's doing much at the moment, probably because of overconvection in the area.
Yeah, I've definitely been seeing more of an uptrend in overconvection as of late. But there are some. I would say there is some cell development that still needs watching. I am seeing like some supers are trying to fall over in some mini supercells that are trying to form just west of the Atlanta metro, northwest of the Atlanta metro.
I do see that. Let me just see. Yeah, I think I do see that near Dalton and Chattanooga. There is a few storms.
We also had 2 PDSs. No. I meant 2 Tories. 2 Tories today.
Yeah, and I believe that one supercell or 1 or 2 of those supercells are in the moderate risk. Not to
Yeah.
mention that the 10% significant tornado region expands all the way to far northeastern Georgia.
Yeah, and it
So these
includes a
cells do need to
small
be
area of
watched.
South Carolina, too.
Florida also gotta be prepared because the almost like half of the panhandle is in the mod.
Yeah, I do think that we could get some cells over there, too. We aren't really
Yeah, like
seeing those yet, but I do
yeah.
think it is possible that we get some storms in the Mobile area. Honestly, it is looking, while the high risk still exists, it is looking like the main part of the high risk, at least, has calmed down. It doesn't look like we are in as active of a period in the high risk area. But that doesn't mean that we won't experience impacts in the moderate risk area.
And remember, it's still a 30 tour, Sig.
Yeah, it still
36
is.
tour.
It's I don't think it will be downgraded. I think we'll still see a 30 sig tour by the 1Z update. Unless if all storms have moved out of that area.
Yeah.
I would say it depends on how soon the line gets through the area, because I still think there is a chance it could actually be discontinued at the 1 Zulu update, but we'll have to see. Because I mean, obviously, even though these storms are moving through rather quickly, we'll still have to see. Because if it gets far enough east, there might actually not be enough room to maintain the high risk, and they'll probably potentially, I could see them potentially expand the moderate risk just a little bit to the north and east if it's warranted.
That could be the case.
I just want to say that I'm a little nervous for Alabama, Georgia, and part of Florida because literally all day, when I say all day, I mean all day, it was clear. Not a single cloud in the sky where that high risk was.
Yeah, so we could still be seeing quite a few storms in that area and potentially some strong tornadoes. We're not done with it yet.
I'd say we could have some discrete cells.
I think so too. I think we're not done with it.
Yeah, and there's a chance that this could also, we could see some more pronounced activity further east, as we go further into the evening.
Like how east are we talking? Like Georgia?
Mainly Georgia.
Yeah. Potentially Tallahassee as well.
Yeah, I would say even the furthest most western part of the Florida Panhandle.
Yeah.
Good news, it does look like a lot of the tornado watch. I mean, it briefly occurred, but like it like reappeared here, but I'm pretty sure that like a lot of the tornado watch, including areas like Taylorville, Collins, and Columbia, has expired, and it does look like, yeah, and for Meridian too, it does look like that we no longer have a tornado watch for those areas, and it's mainly in Alabama now, maybe including Laurel and Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Yeah, and the overall, I would say So I mean, we definitely still have two PDS tornado watches, but the one for Mississippi and Louisiana will expire at the top of the hour. However, the one that we still have ongoing in Alabama, and even parts of Mississippi, looks like are set to expire around 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, around the time that the new Day One Outlook gets introduced.
We did see that new tornado watch for a small part of North Carolina, some of Tennessee, and parts of northwestern Georgia be issued. This is not a PDS tornado watch. I repeat, it is not a PDS tornado watch. But still, this will cause some potentially strong tornadoes to be in the area. So please be aware that you should be noting the potential for tornadoes in that area. Well, I have to go for a moment here, so I'll leave it to you two for more updates on the severe weather. So I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, sounds good. So I'm still gonna. So right now, I want to try to get an overlook at the overall threat of the overall warnings that we have ongoing. It looks like
Potentially
the
Tallahassee.
scope of the tornado warnings are starting to shift more at the moment, starting to shift more into far northern Alabama and the Huntsville area and up through middle Tennessee, and actually more so towards eastern Tennessee. But I'm also noticing that there are definitely quite a few cells in Georgia and eastern Alabama that are trying to get their act together. So
Yeah,
these are the cells that we're gonna need to watch as they get closer to the border with Georgia.
I do gotta mention, I do see like a little kink in on Lake Pontchartrain, northeast of New Orleans, uh, in between New Orleans and Eden Isle. I see like a little kink, like a little dip there.
Yeah, I actually need to break in right now as we have a new tornado warning that's just been issued. This is for a few counties in Middle Tennessee. This was going to be for an area encompassing western Cumberland, northeastern Van Buren, and southeastern White counties. This is going to go for about the next half hour, where a severe tornadic thunderstorm has been moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This is moving at 60 miles an hour, so those who are in the following areas, you are not going to have a lot of time to take cover. This is going to be in Crossville in 10 minutes. This will also include the following locations: Lake Tansy, Cumberland Mountain State Park, Slate Springs, Pleasant Hill, Indian Rock Lake, Virgin Falls State Natural Area, and Fall Creek Falls State Park. This will include I-40 between mile markers 305 and 324.
Interesting. I think as we go north, we could see more of a wind risk. What do you think?
Yeah, the storm mode up here definitely looks to be more messy, but there's and even though that this is in a lower tornado risk area, it's still imperative for everyone in this area to take tornado precautions. But yeah, this is mainly going to encompass Lake Tonsy, Crossville, as well as areas west of Fairfield Glade and areas west of Crab Orchard.
That's interesting.
So, still looking at a picture across the Dixie Alley area in the southeast for these potential tornadoes. You can still see a tornado warning for Crossville, Tennessee. There is an area of rotation near Village at Indian Rock Lake that is not producing a tornado, I don't think, but we still have to watch that for potential upscaling.
New tornado warning. This tornado warning is for Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Chattanooga, yes.
Tornado warning now.
Oh yeah, that has a
This is-
wild hook.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
actually for one of the storms that has formed in front of the line. That's one of the supercells that exist out of the main line. So that
I'll mute for a sec.
Yeah, so this tornado warning is going to be for an area including northwestern Bradley, southwestern Meigs, and eastern Hamilton counties. This is going to go until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This tornadic thunderstorm was located over Harrison or near Chattanooga, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. This dangerous storm will be near Harrison, Lakesite, and Salty Daisy in 3 minutes. This will also include the following locations: Sail Creek, Red Bank, Harrison Bay State Park, Middle Valley, Birchwood, North Grove, Falling Water, Mowbray Mountain, Flat Top Mountain, and North Chickamauga Creek Gorge. If you are in Chattanooga or any of these areas I just mentioned, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now.
This looks. It looks like on the Mill Valley, there's 2 rotations. There's a Mill Valley rotation. That Mill Valley rotation looks like it has like a bit of a CC. I can't really tell. Want to check?
where is Mill Valley?
Chattanooga. North of Chattanooga.
Yeah, I mean, I see a small rotation near Salty Daisy. That could be what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks much smaller, but it could be a potential area of rotation. But I think the main concern is the area near Red Bank.
There's a
Could also
CC
be-
drop on it now.
There
CC
is?
drop on that cell.
Oh, I
Yep.
think I see it. Yeah, that does look like a CC drop. Let me just... Yeah, that's definitely a CC drop. It does look like we have a tornado in Tennessee. The first tornado in Tennessee of the day, I'm pretty sure. This is going to impact the areas of Lakeside, Shady Grove, Birchwood, and areas east of Salty Daisy. So it does look like we have a tornado just northeast of Chattanooga.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we might actually have a secondary area of rotation just to the north.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
what Logan was pointing out. So we
Yeah.
may have that as well.
The southern one is the more active.
Yeah, it looks like it might be trying to do a meso handoff.
It could
This
be.
area.
Yeah, that is possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, but looks like, fortunately, it looks like downtown Chattanooga and the city itself is just outside of this tornado warning. But
Yeah.
anywhere in the northeast of the Chattanooga metro and going further northeast, yeah, you absolutely need to be in shelter right now. This tornado is likely on the ground at this time.
Yes, so we are seeing a CC drop still near Lakeside. Does look like there's a lot of communities in this area, so please get to shelter if you live in this area, especially near Lakeside. Remember, your shelter usually is an interior room of your house, a basement, or any area that is distant from the outside world. If you were to walk through walls, if you were to walk through any of the walls in a room and you ended up outside, then you would not be safe in that room and have to move to a room in which if you walk through all of the walls, you would be in another room. So
Also, no windows.
no windows
They-
or doors
You need to be in the centermost part of your home as possible.
Yes.
Or stairs if you can, or beneath stairs if you can.
Not
Maybe.
sure.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that because I don't know if the wind gets funneled through that. Like, I don't know if
but
it
your
has
best-
like the similar
your
effect
best
as
bet
overpasses.
would be anywhere underground if possible, basement or tornado shelter.
Yeah.
Okay.
We actually do have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm in Kentucky. This is south of Somerset. So we do have a small storm there, but our main concern at the moment is that tornado warning for just north of Chattanooga.
Yeah, so far right now from what I'm seeing, it's not observed, but it definitely looks like it definitely looks to be on the ground either way.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it weakened a little bit, the CC drop, but it still looks like something is there. It still looks like a little something is there, so it's kind of hard to tell because there's a little bit of radar noise, but otherwise it looks like there was something on the ground.
And surprisingly, they're actually keeping it radar indicated. So they just updated that tornado warning, which is it's actually now the storm is actually now over Lakeside, continuing to move off to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. But they are keeping it radar indicated. But it might have briefly touched down on the ground potentially.
Yeah, it was a little hard to tell, but it looks like it did.
So right now we currently have 2 separate tornado warnings in Alabama and 3 in Tennessee.
I think a lot of them expired, because now we only have 2 in Tennessee and 1 in Alabama.
Yeah, and that Alabama one, that actually, matter of fact, that tornadic storm is making a beeline for the Huntsville area, and actually Decatur, Alabama. It looks like the southeastern side of it is actually in the tornado warning.
Yes, so I'm not really seeing much rotation with it at the moment, but it could change, so be aware in the Huntsville area for a potential tornado approaching.
Yeah, and this is moving pretty fast as well, so and it looks like this area is actually a bit more populated. So anyone who is in this tornado warning, if you are, and I'm going to reiterate, if you are in Falkville, in Hartsville, Decatur, or Princeville, as well as Lakin, Hermoso Springs, Mooresville, Neal, Massey, Basham, Somerville, or Battlegrounds. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Other than that, right now it doesn't look like we're seeing anything on the ground at the moment.
I am still watching because there is a small area of rotation. I don't know. Sorry, I thought the stream ended. There does look like there is this area of rotation near Cherokee Ridge, Alabama. That has only a severe thunderstorm warning on it and is a tornado possible. But that was the one that initially went through Coleman. So, this is Force 13 Live. We currently have 3 tornado warnings active, 1 in Alabama, 2 in Tennessee. And we are still in this high risk for these areas. One of them has a tornado warning in it. Like, one of them has a tornado warning for the high risk area. And that is quickly approaching Huntsville, even though we aren't seeing too much rotation with it at the moment. But still, definitely something to watch. We still have a lot to go with this severe weather event.
So some tornado warnings are actually allowed to expire.
Yeah, the one near Huntsville was allowed to expire. There's just the ones in Tennessee at the moment.
But I am starting to get increasingly concerned about some cells that we're seeing in northwestern Georgia. Those are the cells we're going to need to keep an eye on for the evening threat.
I'm looking to see those cells. I do see a few cells just to the west of Atlanta. Are those the storms that you're talking about?
Yeah, those are the ones.
Alright, those are very small at the moment, but they could develop later on, so we still have to watch them.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they congeal and whether or not they overconvect.
I'm wondering if we have any additional news on the tornadoes from yesterday or today. I'm wondering if we got any, reports of casualties from the events, or maybe some more damage reports. Because there's not much appearing on the National Weather Service website. So it looks like we did get some news on the tornadoes from yesterday. Let me just make sure of this.
There's some photos that are emerging from last night's storms, including one in Diaz, Arkansas, from one of the tornadoes that went through.
Yeah, I noticed that. I don't know. I don't think we can show it, but there does appear to be some homes slabbed. I'm not sure how sturdy the structures were. I'm also looking for the report on the most recent rated tornado. I can't really find it at the moment.
According to, oh god,
What?
reports of EF3 plus on the tornado outbreak on the 14th and 15th.
Which
That's the
tornado?
maximum radar. No, that's the maximum. I'm looking at Wikipedia.
Yeah, I think I see that.
The extratropical cyclone is 975 millibars.
Yeah, it's
MP.
continuing to strengthen. I mean, we do have one tornado that was rated from yesterday. That is EF3. We're sure is EF3. That was the Cave
We could
City
have
tornado.
a potential EF4.
I mean,
So
it's possible. I'm not really sure. I've looked at the damage. I'm unsure, but we'll really have to see. I'm just trying to see where Cave City is. I believe that is the one that approached Pocahontas.
and I saw on a different stream that
Yeah, that is the one that's
there
near
was a whole
Pocahontas.
fleet of slabs.
What did you say?
There was a home that was slab.
Yeah, I did see that. I'm unsure what that means for the rating. It depends how sturdy the structure was.
I also want to point out a tweet that one of the weather forecast someone who shared what the significant tornado values between now and 6 hours out, what we could expect over this time period. So it looks like from right now. Right now, the main significant current significant tornado values are centered around where that current high risk area, where the center of that high risk area is. But 6 hours from now, that will be the main area of significant tornado potential. Will be in southeast, mainly covering eastern Alabama, all the way down to the western Florida Panhandle. So it's pretty clear that we're still looking at a few more hours of strong tornado potential. We could be seeing this going through 8, possibly 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Central Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Given the current state of the parameters.
Yes, I don't think we're at the end yet. We're probably past the biggest part, but still.
Yeah, I would say we're definitely past the peak the peak of the event. It is starting to wind down a bit, but we could still see some significant tornadoes over the next couple of hours at least. So those of you who are in eastern Alabama right now, going along the far western border of Georgia, all the way down to the western Florida Panhandle, it is imperative that you continue to watch for, that you continue to stay alert for any tornado warnings that are issued for your area.
So I noticed a few of those storms that are near Atlanta in northwestern Georgia. I mean, those could develop later on, but we still have yet to really see them. I mean, I'm unsure exactly what's going to happen with them. we now only have one tornado warning active. A single tornado warning for Crossville. And it looks like that might expire too, so... I mean, we might be down to 0 tornado warnings soon.
Yeah.
That's very fortunate, I mean...
Yeah, so it looks like we'll at the very least, be in a short lull before things pick up again. But I do also want to highlight the ongoing flash flood warning that we have. In fact, I do want to pull up the latest Weather Prediction Center excessive rainfall outlook right now.
Yeah.
Because that right now, if we're not looking at severe weather and tornadoes, it's definitely flash flooding, especially with all the training storms that we've seen across Mississippi, Alabama, and especially Tennessee and Kentucky. As we can actually see, there is a moderate risk of excessive rainfall this evening, stretching all the way from the Mississippi River, all the way from the lower Mississippi River Valley between in the Arklamis region, all the way up into northern Alabama, middle Tennessee, and parts of southern Kentucky. And actually, going into the day 2, I was looking at the day 1, but that's a large moderate risk covering this area where a lot of the storms are going through right now. So even though we're currently covering the tornado threat, I feel it's also important to also keep touching up on the flash flooding threat, as we've had a couple of particularly dangerous flash flood warnings throughout the day in parts of Mississippi and Alabama. So if you are in these areas, especially if you are further north, getting into Tennessee, make sure if you are going anywhere, if you have to go to travel anywhere tonight, or if you are in a flood prone area, make sure that you avoid water covered areas, and make sure that you go to high ground where possible.
And I think our last tornado warning did expire, so we are down to 0 tornado warnings.
Actually, I hate to break in, but we just got a new one. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for southeastern Jones County now in southeastern Mississippi. So this is going to be our southern mode for this event. So this is for that other tornado watch that was issued along the Gulf Coast there. This is an entirely separate tornado warning. This tornadic storm was located over Ovette, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. However, this storm will remain over mainly rural areas of southeastern Jones County. So if you are in this area nonetheless, make sure that you are getting to shelter as soon as possible.
Okay, so that was a very brief moment where we had no tornado warnings, but we are back to it with a tornado warning in Mississippi, southeast of Laurel, and it has been extended. Now, oh man, it includes Waynesboro, which has been hit by 2 other tornadoes in the past few weeks. Yeah, that is a very familiar area that we keep seeing being impacted by these tornadoes now. I really hope we don't get a third one, but I don't think this is on the ground, but this is a very familiar area, so I really hope that...
Actually, it wasn't... This wasn't so much an extension. This was actually the other part of the warning that was going to be issued, because it's on the border of National Weather Service Forecast Office. So
okay. It's probably on the border between NWS Jackson and Mobile.
Yeah. So this one is 13. This one is pretty much the same areas. but this will also be including parts of central Wayne County. And this was issued by National Weather Service and Mobile.
I do want to mention that it is incredibly rain-wrapped. It's a donut hole. Like if you look on reflectivity, you can't really see it. It looks like a hole. And I can't really tell about CC because we're in a rare gap. Yeah, that's the issue.
Literally pretty much equidistant between the Jackson and Mobile radars.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's best that we use both of them. But I am actually seeing on Jackson radar that this could be a pretty well-defined couplet. Now I'm gonna check what the CC is looking like here.
Oh, there's like a bit of blue. I see. Blue.
There might be one, but I'm not sure if that's noise because it's not exactly lined up with rotation.
So 1 tornado warning active. I do think I have to go for a moment just to eat dinner, so I will leave it to you. I'll still be here in the background. I'll still move the camera around, but I can't unmute myself due to eating, so I'll still be able to change tabs and all that, but just realize that I will be unavailable to talk.
Yeah, same here. You'll be eating.
Yeah, so we do have that one tornado warning, which I believe that's the one near Waynes. That's the one out ahead of Waynesboro. Yeah, that's the one. So if you're in Waynesboro right now, or if you're outside of that area, anywhere outside that area, if you're within the warning, I will read this off again. This is one of our only tornado warnings that we have. If you could check to see if there's any other tornado warnings that just got issued. But until then, I'm gonna read out this one again. But yeah, if you are in Waynesboro, despite what it says would remain over mainly rural areas, you need to take cover if you're in Waynesboro. Also, we did just receive a new mesoscale discussion regarding the tornado watch in this is for Tornado Watch 46. This is southern Mississippi into central and southern Alabama. So yeah, that's where that current tornado warning is. Sorry, I thought the stream ended. They do say, the SBC does say here in their latest mesoscale discussion that the environment will remain quite favorable for strong tornadoes, but it will depend on the storm mode going into the evening and early morning hours. Supercells that are moving out of eastern Mississippi have transitioned into more of a bit of a mesoscale convective system, so basically a line from west central Alabama into parts of eastern Mississippi. Further south, though, there has been more discrete cell mode noted across far southern Mississippi to the Louisiana border. They note that while storm mode is currently a bit disorganized, the environmental conditions all remain favorable for conditionally strong tornadoes at any point this evening and through the and into the overnight hours. Dews and instability will also increase across the remainder of eastern Alabama and toward Georgia late tonight as the lower level jet persists, which is basically what we're seeing with. Basically, what we're seeing with the Outbreak. This is 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 the what we might be seeing with a couple of discrete cells in that area right now. They also know that it's possible that reorganization may take place later this evening as we transition out of the daytime diurnal regime. Any robust discrete cells will have a high conditional risk of being tornadic, and any linear structures may still produce tornadoes as well as swaths of damaging winds. So the threat is starting to become more conditional than earlier, and I would not be surprised if at the top of the hour, well, not the top of the hour, but when the 1 Zulu SPC risk outlook comes out, I will not be surprised to see if that high risk gets discontinued. So yeah, that combined, hold on. We also did just get another mesoscale discussion, and this is for the other tornado watches in the area, in that area. This is for northern Alabama into eastern Tennessee, where the severe weather threat for this area will continue. The threat for tornadoes and severe gusts will continue across northern Alabama into eastern Tennessee over the next few hours. They have noted that convection has struggled to maintain intensity as it is going into a bit of a more saturated, stable environment. Despite these thermodynamic challenges, it looks like some of the I'm trying to see the theta e-axis. Basically, kind of the shear parameters are still going to be in place across north central Alabama, where it looks like we could still see some embedded supercells within a broken line of storms across Middle Tennessee for the next few hours. And we also just got a new tornado warning in east. This is back up here in Tennessee. So that brings our tornado warning count back up to 3 for the time being. Central Morgan and Central Scott counties will be are going to be affected in this tornado warning. This will expire at the top of the hour. This severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles northwest of Rockwood, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. This storm will be near Wartburg around 7:30 p.m. Eastern and Huntsville around 7:55 Eastern. This will also include Pine Orchard, Norma, Elgin, Robbins, Frozen Head State Park, Slick Rock, and Sunbright.
Very interesting. The south one is kind of what's, I wouldn't say scaring me, but like is more threatening. The southern warning.
I would definitely say the southern mode is more is the bigger threat right now.
Yeah, just the what it looks like is pretty insane. It has all what it needs: hail, circulation, potentially shade.
Yeah, we also just got a new tornado warning issued. This is going to be for Rhea County, Sequatchie, and Bledsoe counties in East Tennessee. This is going to go till 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time and 7:15 p.m. Central Time. Severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles northeast of Dunlap, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. This storm will be near Pikeville within the next 5 minutes. This will also include Paleo, Stinging Fork Falls State Park, Brayton, Melvine, Mount Crest, Piney Falls State Park, and Fall Creek Falls State Park.
So when's the next SPC update?
Next SPC update is going to be at 1 Zulu or 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
Is there another warning?
New tornado warning just got issued. That's gonna be, and that warning is also gonna be in Tennessee. So we now have 2 tornado warnings in Tennessee, and we still have that 1 tornado warning in. I think we still have it in. We still have that 1 tornado warning in southeastern Mississippi.
That's an incredible hook that has the Pikeville.
The southern one?
Yeah. On the Tennessee.
Oh, in Tennessee. Okay.
Southern and Tennessee.
Oh, okay. So we have the one near Pikeville. Yeah, that one. Go to the. Let me go to that radar real quick.
Low CC, but rotation looks very good. Reflectivity looks really good. Yeah.
I just need to see which radar that is because it looks like where this tornado warning is, it's in a radar dead zone.
KHTX. That's what it brought me.
Oh, that's the Huntsville radar.
Yeah.
That tornado warning, I'm looking. Oh, yeah, I see the rotation there. Yeah, the rotation does not look too bad there. I don't see a CC drop at all though. But
yeah, that's what there is no CC. It's probably just a mezzo. It's probably just a broad mezzo.
Possible, but either way, if you're in Pikeville or anywhere out ahead of Pikeville, you definitely need to be taking your tornado safe precautions right now.
Oh, Wayne's. Oh, right, that's the Waynesboro that I'm looking at.
The one with Pikeville in it?
No, I'm looking at the south one, the very south tornado warning.
This is still in Tennessee, right?
Oh no, I'm looking back in Mississippi.
Oh.
South Mississippi.
Oh, the Mississippi one. Yeah, that one. That's the one east of. Oh, that's the one for what? With Waynesboro. Okay.
It brought me to the Mobile radar.
Okay, so you have that there. So yeah, that's the one with Waynesboro. Rotation is actually looking pretty decent there. So if you could see the kind of the bright reds, with the green, greens aren't that impressive, but you definitely make out quite a bit of a couplet here within this tornado warning. Looking at CC, I'm not seeing too much there, but I wouldn't be surprised, given the conditions we have right now, if this goes observed.
Yeah, I'd say. I think, yeah, I agree with you. What you said about the high dropping. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think they will be dropping the high. I won't be shocked if they don't, but I won't be shocked if they do. Yeah. Oh, by the way, we have a tour possible on this severe thunderstorm warning that's entering into Tennessee. It's right around Huntsville. Surrounded by flash flood warnings. By the way.
Oh, this severe thunderstorm warning? Oh, the
Yeah.
one northeast of Huntsville. Okay.
Yeah, it has
Yeah,
a
that
tour possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that one is from basically what's left of the tornadic cell that we've had throughout that we've been tracking throughout northern Alabama. That started around Jasper, Alabama, and going up through near Coleman.
Hold on, is that new? Do we just get watches in Georgia? Or has that been there?
Let me check the current watches. The only watch that is in effect right now in Georgia is the one that includes Tennessee and like 1 or 2 counties in North Carolina. That's the only one that I have. That's the only one that's there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I see that too. I see that too.
But yeah, we're gonna. But looks like the main focus right now would be these tornado warnings, with this one east of Laurel and the other one that is currently the other one which includes Pikeville. Though those we just read those mesoscale discussions earlier. But basically, based on the 2 mesoscale
Oh,
discussions,
tornado warning.
new tornado warning. Which
Yeah.
one?
There's a tornado warning south of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa.
South of Birmingham. Oh yeah, there it is. New tornado warning. That is for the following counties: northeastern Marengo, Perry, and southeastern Hale. This is going to go until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This tornadic storm was located near Demopolis, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. The following locations that will be impacted by the storm include Judson College, New Bern, Radford, Vaden, Old Spring Hill, Morgan Springs, Galleon, Folsom, Founsdale, Heiberger, Okmulgee, Sprott, Chickasaw State Park, Marion, Laneville, Cedarville, Ellards, Demopolis, Greensboro, and Uniontown. So this is looks like it's a pretty big, pretty largely populated area. So it is absolutely going to be crucial that you are anyone in this warning here, any of the locations that I've called out. You guys need to be in your tornado safe place right now. So that was a new tornado warning that was just recently issued. Not too far from, basically not too far from Birmingham or Tuscaloosa. And definitely we'll be seeing, looks like we're starting to see a little bit of an uptick in tornado warnings at the moment. I also want to see kind of the general scope of the cells that we're seeing. Oh yeah, this is the one. Yeah. Demopolis, Uniontown, Marion, New Bern, Greensboro. All these areas are under this new tornado warning, and anyone who is in these areas needs to be taking their tornado safe precautions. That is, once again, the safest safest tornado shelters are going to be in a basement or a properly designated tornado shelter that's underground. If you don't have any of those options, the next best place to go would be a small interior room, most likely a closet or a small bathroom in the innermost part of your home as possible. Never make sure you're away from windows and outside walls, and make sure that you place any soft objects you have with you, such as blankets or pillows or any equipment or gear that you can use to protect yourself from flying debris. And yeah, it's absolutely important, especially over these next few hours. Anyone who is in especially southern Alabama, and getting to the Florida Panhandle and the westernmost parts of Georgia, you need to review. You definitely need to know how you will, where you'll go, and how you will take cover in these areas, especially concerning the ongoing PDS tornado watch that will be continuing for the next hour and a half.
Okay, so I am back. We are looking at these 4 tornado warnings at the moment, and 4 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. We have this one near Laurel, which still looks interesting, but it doesn't look like it made it onto the ground yet. We'll still have to wait and see if it does anything of such. Then we also have this one near Demopolis. This tornado warning is getting some rotation and is approaching Marion. Then we also have our 2 in Tennessee, 1 near Pikeville. That has some moderate rotation on it. That is quickly approaching the Pikeville area. And then we also have 1 that is approaching Sunbright and Huntsville. Huntsville, Tennessee, that is. Even though that area has lost most of its rotation. So we're still seeing some fairly strong rotation with this storm near Waynesboro. It doesn't look like that it's on the ground, but we still may see a little bit of something as we continue through.
Can I share my screen for a sec?
Yeah, that's fine. Let me just...
So, I'm looking at this one. This is south of Waynesboro. It looks pretty good. I'm not saying that it will, but it looks very interesting. It already has that curved shape, and it's very big, and it looks it's semi-discreet.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I'll watch that storm. It doesn't look like it has much in terms of rotation, but it does have that shape to it, so we'll continue to watch it.
Could become severe warned.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see.
So, currently, we're still watching these storms. This is Force 13 Live. We are currently looking at these 4 storms that are ongoing across the areas from Mississippi, Alabama, up into Tennessee. So, anything we want to say so far? I mean, we do have some tornado warnings, but...
We did just get a new report. Looks like it's a bit of a delayed report, though, but Sumter County, Alabama, 4 miles south of Livingston, there has been thunderstorm wind damage reported around a little bit just before 5:30 p.m. Central Time. 7 to 10 large trees down, blocking County Route 13 near the Alumuchi Creek Bridge. They do say there was a possible tornado. Speaking of tornadoes, we just got a new tornado warning. This tornado warning is now for central Loudoun County, north central McMinn County, northwestern Monroe County, and central Rowan County, all in East Tennessee. This is going to go until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorm was located near Sweetwater, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This includes Murray Store, Paint Rock, Bradbury, Philadelphia, and Nyota. This also includes I-40 between mile markers I-40 between mile markers 353 and 365, as well as I-75 between mile markers 54 and 83.
So yes, we do see some rotation with that storm that's approaching areas near Kingston and Lenore City. Definitely storm to watch, as has been all of these other storms, and we are up to 5 tornado warnings at the moment. None of them are observed, but we still have 5 tornado warnings at the moment.
I'm also watching this severe thunderstorm warning down near Mobile.
Oh, so they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning down near Mobile?
Yeah, near Biloxi.
Oh.
It's north of Biloxi.
Well, let's check that out. Yeah, it's to the northeast of Biloxi.
Yeah.
Not too much rotation on it, but I do see why they warned it. It is a small little supercell that is developing in southeastern Mississippi. It doesn't look like it's producing anything, though. Like, it's
just updated.
On the cell that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
I do want to note another thunderstorm wind damage report has come out. This one is out of Bledsoe County, Tennessee, about 2 miles northwest of Paleo. Trees were not only reported down, they were also twisted.
Oh,
damn.
That's
violent.
That was a likely tornado.
Where was this? Pulaski?
This was in Bledsoe County in Tennessee.
Okay, so what town is it near?
It's near Paleo, P-A-L-I-O.
P-A-L-I-O.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh damn, that sounds very violent. I think that's a tornado. I don't think that's wind.
I'm not seeing anything yet, but I think it's just not appeared for me yet, oh wait. That would be the storm that's tornado warned for Pikeville right now. So, potentially that storm near Pikeville does have a tornado on it. I mean, we did have that wind report, which could have been a tornado report, right over Pikeville right now.
Over Pikeville.
Yeah, that's the, westernmost tornado warning.
Eastern Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is that where the tornado's ongoing? Oh yeah, I see it right there. Definitely got a well pronounced hook reflectivity. but I'm not seeing too much of a CC drop. But could be because of the radar coverage, though.
Mm.
They did extend the Biloxi severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, it's still warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. No tornado possible tag on it. So we aren't really expecting a tornado with that, but still a severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi and Alabama.
Yeah. In Tennessee, there's a connection. There's a continuation severe thunderstorm warning.
It does look like one of the tornado warnings in Tennessee was expired, so we now only have 4 tornado warnings active.
I mean, severe thunderstorm warning. But that's good.
So not much currently. I mean, we are still watching a few storms, but none of them are confirmed.
But man, this day was insane. Like these past
Yeah,
2 days.
definitely had a lot to it. In the past few days, too. Just like a bunch of big storms we've been seeing.
Well, especially yesterday, especially last night.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I would
especially
definitely say, though, currently that, like, up to this point, despite the intensity and strength of the tornadoes that we've had and the amount of tornadoes that have just been going over the same area, I would definitely say, as of right now, I would say so far today hasn't been hasn't been as bad as it was last night, because last night there were PDS tornado warnings all up and down the Mississippi River Valley.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't awake at that time, but I do hear from other people that, like, there was a bunch of tornado warnings all around that area, and there was some very strong tornadoes that impacted many communities, and we've seen a lot of loss of life.
Exactly. There were especially just goes to show that it's definitely more dangerous how these tornadoes happen, because these were at night, and a lot of these a good amount of these happens when people were sleeping.
Those always are more dangerous.
Yeah. I wonder the IR site is just going to be continuing to blow up. Like the clouds.
Not saying today wasn't intense, though.
Yeah.
Like, there was still stuff to it, but I don't think it compares to last night.
Last night.
Today was still pretty serious, everything aside.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we shouldn't really be comparing these events. I mean, every event is bad in its own way, so we shouldn't really be, like, relatively speaking, with these storms. I mean, one storm today could have changed someone's life, and one storm yesterday could have changed someone's life.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
Exactly.
matter.
It actually, one of our good friends who was working at Force 13 at one time, his area was actually hit by one of the tornadoes last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but he's fine. But obviously, the same can't be said for a good 20 plus people and their families.
What state was this in?
That was in Missouri. That was actually St. Louis area.
Oh,
Oh,
so that was
yeah.
that tornado. I'm guessing that was the EF2 tornado plus that
Yeah.
impacted
That thing was
Villa Ridge.
looked insane.
Speaking of tornadoes confirmed from yesterday, we have had a few confirmed in Indiana now. We had one near Terre Haute. Let me just show the scene. We had one near Terre Haute, as you can see on the damage assessment toolkit. There's one north of Mecca. This was a high-end EF1. And we also had another high-end EF1 along the I-69 corridor near Luguti. Those, besides the ones in Missouri, are the only ones that appear on this website. But of course, we did have a few ratings from that Arkansas storm. That was EF3 165. And then the Poplar Bluff tornado was EF3 138. And you can also see that there is tornado paths. They just haven't been rated in Alabama.
Yeah, and obviously this is the main reason why. But this is the main reason, even though we weren't live last night. But we're fortunate to be live, have been live today covering this event, because we know how important these are. Like we likely may have had some viewers watching us that were in these areas today. And this is why we do what we do. Above all, getting this information out will save lives in the long term and in the short term. But we make sure that we get the correct as much information out as accurately and as efficiently as possible to make sure that everyone in the path of these storms stays safe.
We always will be here to help people in need, hopefully. And we'll try our best to make sure that people manage to survive in these rough storms. I'm pretty sure, since we don't have much activity going on, I'm pretty sure we may end at the top of the hour. I'm not sure. I would have to discuss with you guys, but I'm starting to think that we could call it a day by... I'm not sure if we would have to go back on live, but...
We'll have to see how this plays out, but I definitely say, despite the warnings we have, I'd say we're still in a bit of a lull. Not to mention that the latest mesoscale discussions do say that the tornado threat, the stronger tornado threat at least, is more conditional on this side of the event.
Yeah, I do think
especially
things are
considering, even though we have the significant tornado parameters, I would say right now, I don't think we have any. I could be wrong, but I don't think we have any observed tornadoes right now.
We
But
don't.
anyone who is either way, anyone who is in any of these tornado warnings needs to be in their safe place until they expire.
Does anybody think, like, since we saw a lot of our action last night, late at night, do you think we could get something similar to that tonight?
Now that I think of it, unless some storms blow up in Georgia or Florida, like discrete ones, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't really think so either. I mean, honestly, most of our event probably was just in the early afternoon.
We could, however, have some QLCS.
We could, and that could still cause some impacts.
but it won't be as threatening as a by itself, like a tornado by itself.
We do also have a risk for tomorrow, so I'm unsure if that will do anything.
Right, but that's not a moderate.
It
or a
isn't.
high.
It isn't. So
I am also noticing that there is a developing discrete cell near Cartersville that's heading into the tornado risk area that includes Georgia and Tennessee right now. That one we're likely going to need to be watching for in the short term.
Yeah,
That one has a pretty classic look to it. It's not. It doesn't have a hook just yet, but it's definitely looking like it might be trying to take advantage of the conditions in place.
yeah,
It
that
might be
storm
just
is
a little
right
bit
over
to the east of it,
Cartersville.
I will say. Might be just a little bit to the east. Might be a bit to the east of the best parameters, but definitely could still take advantage of some better parameters and could still pose a tornado threat going north.
by the way, for day 2, it's a 5% tour with a slight. Just mentioning that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we'll be here for that because that isn't as big of a risk, but I mean,
No, I don't see that happening. To be honest, like I don't imagine we're gonna be live tomorrow. I mean, yes, I'd say there is a pretty, like I would say there's a decent chance that they could go enhanced, but it would probably be for wind.
yeah, I think so too. So
Probably.
But I do want to know, like a lot of some of these cells that are forming going north into towards Tennessee here are in. I think they're like exiting the 15% significant, but they're still going to be in the 10 sig risk in the enhanced.
yeah, I see them.
Tornado, a severe thunderstorm warning, just west of Florence.
Yeah, that's
And
one for
also-
60 mile per hour winds.
Yeah. And there's a tour possible tag on this northern Tennessee one. West of Clinton. Clinton, Tennessee. By the way, that Georgia storm you were talking about,
Yeah.
I do have to say that it does look very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it is trying to develop that hook right near Cartersville. And it does have a bit of a hail core on it, so we'll still watch that storm. Unsure what it will do in the short term.
That's a good. It's getting an L core.
Yeah, I mean, here, let me look at it again. Yeah, it's getting a little bit of a hook, so that might be something we have to watch as it approaches towards white.
But it's probably gonna get interfered with the line.
I mean, the line is actually pretty far from it. There's just some rain that is sort of approaching it. That's not really part of the line. The line is backed by
Right.
Florence, I think.
There's a Rome cell, there's a Fairmount cell. Those are all discrete, I'm assuming.
Yeah, there's quite a few discrete cells here.
But I think the Carsville one's the more discrete one.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that we've seen the main event. So, I think for now we will just be on standby, just waiting to see if we need another live stream, but I think we are going to end the live stream now. So, thank you everybody for watching this. I couldn't thank my team more for the very very good help with this coverage. Especially Tim, who helped come in. Wait.
What happened?
Oh. I mean, we have an observed tornado warning.
Yeah, I would cover this one right now.
Okay, so never mind. We're not ending the live stream. I think we are going to continue.
Observed tornadoes, I would say we'll go on standby.
What did you say?
I would say once we no longer have any observed tornadoes, I think we'll go on standby for emergency coverage. But
Yeah.
I would definitely want to cover this one right now.
Okay.
So, this tornado warning, this is currently observed. This is a confirmed tornado for central Loudoun, northwestern Monroe, and central Rowan counties. This is going to be, I believe, this is in Tennessee. And this is going to be for Loudoun. This tornado is near Loudoun right now. This is going to be shortly in Lenore City and Oak Ridge, as well as Bradbury, Paint Rock, and Philadelphia, including the following highways: I-40 between mile markers 353 and 365, and I-75 between mile markers 61 and 83. We also have a new observed tornado warning. I believe this is an extension, actually. This is an extension to the current observed tornado warning that we have. But yeah, this is basically going off of what the last one that we just covered was. But this is also going to be not just for this one is covering north central Loudoun, central Anderson, northwestern Knox, and northwestern Rowan in East Tennessee. This tornado will be near Lenore City and Oak Ridge around 8:05. Oliver Springs around 8:15, and Clinton around 8:25. This will also include Coalfield, as well as the following highways: I-40 between mile markers 362 and 371, and I-75 between mile markers 83 and 84, as well as between mile markers 116 and 118. So if you're in any of these areas, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now.
So we do have another observed tornado, this time in Tennessee. We are continuing to watch this storm, and as it continues to move through the moderate and high risk and also enhanced risk areas. We still have a lot to cover.
Yeah, but our main concern is going to be this one. This is actually going to be west of Knoxville.
Yes, move next of Knoxville. So 4 tornado warnings active currently, 2 of them observed. Let me look back at that.
Here.
Let me look back at the Georgia storm. I mean, it still has some look to it, but it's definitely not in its active phase yet.
Are I just gotta say that the observed tornado did have a pretty good CC drop.
What tornado?
The Cedar Grove, the observed.
Oh yeah, I think its CC drop is intensifying a little bit. I mean, it's not as strong as some of the CC drops we've seen like in previous storms, but it definitely is there. So we do have to watch out for that. This is in the 5% risk, but it doesn't matter. It seems like this could produce it does have some tornado potential.
Yeah. Can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah.
So on AccuWeather, I'm looking at the news.
I'm not sure if we can show that though. I don't know if we can show.
No.
I don't know if we can show AccuWeather news.
Oh, okay.
No,
okay.
I
That's
don't
fine.
think so.
Oh. I'm not even sharing my screen. I just
Oh, okay.
forget that. But yeah, this is honestly pretty serious. Doesn't matter if you're in the 2%. Just watch out.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
always
so far we haven't seen much tornado activity like north of north of Tennessee. We might have had like maybe 1 or 2 brief tornado warnings, but that's basically about it so far, and some severe thunderstorm warnings as well.
Yeah, so this is a mostly confined area where we're seeing these tornadoes, which is good in the fact that it's not as widespread, but bad in the fact that the area that there is tornadoes is quite intense in terms of its conditions.
And where it's headed.
Yeah.
Which is the main part.
We still do have 1 tornado warning in the high risk, but it doesn't look like that's producing much.
Yeah, that Cedar Grove one, it's aiming towards Oak Ridge, and at its later part of its life, Oliver Springs could get affected, or Clinton could get affected by this tornado.
Yeah, near Bradbury, there is a CC drop continuing. It's sort of the same as it was before. Didn't get worse, didn't get better. Still a CC drop that we're seeing with the storm. So I do believe that this is on the ground, and we still have to be in shelter if we live in any of these areas.
By the way, you know this, there's a new mesoscale.
For where?
For the Florida Panhandle through Georgia.
Oh, okay, that might be important. So let me look at the mesoscale.
It's a probability of watch assurance, 95%. It's a watch likely tornado.
Oh, jeez. So there's a 95% chance of a watch. Here, let me present this. There's a 95% chance of a watch, but look at this. 140 to 170 mile per hour probable peak intensity for tornadoes.
Oh, damn, that's violent.
Yeah, I don't think we're done. I think we still have a lot to go, and this includes the Atlanta Metro, Montgomery, and most of the Florida Peninsula.
Yeah, basically.
Panhandle, I meant.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think we still have a lot to go, so I don't think we're done. I think we still have to get through this area in Georgia, Alabama, and Florida, even if it's outside of the high risk. So I think we may stay on just in case if things get worse for that. But If not, we'll stay on standby and just come in whenever an intense tornado comes. Otherwise, not too much to say. We do have an observed tornado warning for Tennessee. We do have it impacting Oak Ridge at the moment. It looks like it may head directly towards Oak Ridge. It doesn't look like an especially strong tornado, but even so, it will seem to impact Oak Ridge. So just be careful if you live in that area. Make sure to take your tornado precautions, go into your shelter, and please be aware of the incoming conditions.
It has a lot of hail on it as well, so it may skew up the correlation coefficient.
Yeah, so based on one of the latest mesoscale discussions, that the latest mesoscale discussion actually, it looks like we will see likely will see a downstream tornado watch. We will see a downstream tornado watch by the top of the hour, and that will obviously include the Atlanta metro area. It won't be a PDS watch, but it's definitely going to be. But you're definitely could see some strong tornadoes still, depending on the situation.
It looks like our CC drop near Oak Ridge is redeveloping. I mean, I am seeing it continue along, and this is heading right into Oak Ridge, so we still have to be a little bit concerned for the Oak Ridge area. I mean, yeah, the CC drop is becoming more intense as we look in it. I don't think it's heading towards Oak Ridge necessarily. I think it actually might be heading towards Oliver Springs. But either or would be bad, as those are probably highly populated communities, as this is the Knoxville metro.
And well, just remember, there's a lot of hail in this, so it could skew up the correlation.
Yeah, that too. I mean, honestly, it could be the hail. I'm not saying it isn't. Let me just see the scans and see. It honestly could be the tornado, because the velocity scan is kind of behind the CC scan. So it honestly could be the tornado. I'm not really seeing it to be the hail.
Yeah, but I think that blue that's north of it could be hail. But the dip could be the tornado.
Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell.
We might be seeing hail or to the left of this, and then a smaller CC drop.
Actually, I think you're right, because I did see that that is most likely hail, because I see what the CC drop is. The CC drop is like right along Route 95, White Wing Road. The thing I was looking at was to the left of that. That's the hail. So there's like two things that look like CC drops, but only one I think is the actual tornado.
I think that's the south part.
Yeah.
By the way, we did just get a new tornado warning issued in central Alabama. This tornado warning is going to be for southeastern Bibb City in central Alabama. That's going to be going for the next 45 minutes. There is a tornadic storm over Heiberger, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This will include the following areas: Talladega National Forest, Trio, Centerville, Ashby, Briarfield, Ironworks Park, West Centerville, Brent, Marvel, 6 Mile, and Bibb County Airport.
So we do have a new tornado warning. That brings us up to 3 tornado warnings. That means we only have 1 observed tornado warning. But still, we still have some action going on. And this is Force 13 Live. We are continuing to watch this.
I think the Brent warning is an extension.
What warning?
The Brent.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, the Brent warning. Yeah, that's an extension.
Yeah, it is headed for towards the rare site.
Yeah, pretty close
It's
to it.
also headed towards Wilton.
Also, the observed tornado that we have right now, it says it's located over Oak Ridge, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So Oak Ridge might be taking a direct hit.
Yeah, I mean, I believe so. It does look like it's trended towards Oak Ridge. So, Oak Ridge, even if this wasn't a very strong tornado, Oak Ridge does look like it took a direct hit. So, that can still cause some damage no matter how strong it is. But realize that if you were in your safe spot or underground, that probably would have prevented you from getting hurt if you lived in Oak Ridge.
We've also just received a new tornado warning out of Middle Tennessee. This tornado warning is for Van Buren and Eastern White counties. This will be going until 7:45 p.m. Central Time. This is going to be near Spencer around 7:20 p.m. This is currently 8 miles to the south of Spencer, moving to the north at 50 miles an hour. This will also include Virgin Falls State Natural Area and Fall Creek Falls State Park.
So yes, a new tornado warning in central Tennessee, pretty much. And that is approaching towards Spencer.
It's in a radar hole as well.
Yeah, it's in a radar hole. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on, but the nearest radar, which is the Huntsville radar, is showing some rotation, so... Still looking at the Oak Ridge storm, and I mean, I think I'm a little behind on the scans, so other people will have to say, like, what's going on with it, but...
So for the Oak Ridge one, that's going to be the one towards, our easternmost tornado warning, with an attendant severe thunderstorm warning off to the west. And this one, currently looking at CC, I'm not sure if that's debris fallout or noise, because that's like right over what looks to be near the center, around the center of circulation.
I think it's fallout, because the latest scan that I can see, it really doesn't look that intense or like in any particular area, so I don't really believe this is on the ground anymore. I mean, it could be, but as it enters into Oak Ridge, I think we are experiencing a lift of the storm.
Maybe a potential downburst as well.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, some of these storms may have downbursts.
And that could influence the correlation.
Yeah. So if we do end up, this tornado, observed tornado warning does end up being discontinued, Not sure what that means for the live stream because we do have that risk for strong tornadoes remaining in Florida, Alabama, and Georgia.
We could just stay on and see if we have any more tornado warnings or confirm.
We could, but I'm still a little unsure on what we should do.
My thinking is potentially if we do go off air, if there is a PDS, we would come back on if there is a PDS that gets issued.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. But we gotta wait until this observed tornado warning goes away, and then I think we can safely go off the air, and
Yeah, we can
maybe
watch
come
that.
back if we get a PDS.
Yeah.
So,
Or another observe.
probably we'll go off the air by half an hour after 8, and then we'll return when necessary.
Yeah. I am seeing a CC drop over Oak Ridge, but I'm not seeing the rotation. I'm not seeing much rotation. Unless that's.
Oh, I do see a small CC drop near Oak
I
Ridge.
do
Yeah.
too.
The rotation isn't really updating, so I can't really tell what the rotation would be, but I do see a CC drop, so
Oh, that could be clear air as well.
it actually could. I'm a little unsure about that. That actually could be clear air, so I'm a little unsure if that is a definitive signature.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to keep an eye on the.
It's clear.
But it's.
Clear, I think.
I mean, it looks like the rotation, like the velocity might be on par with the. Might be on par, but I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Oh, whoa, it just got bigger? Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's clear air. Clear air.
Did it disappear on the next scan?
I'm pretty sure. Rotation, I wouldn't say lines up, but can't really tell this line.
It did get updated and it's still observed. Probably because they do think that is a CC drop, so.
I think it's clear air.
Not really sure, to be honest.
Yeah, they did update that tornado warning and kept it observed because that's only for Anderson and Knox counties now.
Hey, there's a Kingston storm that's rotating right now. It's literally just south of the tornado warning. It's like rotating a little bit. That's some large hail.
Does have some pretty large hail.
Yeah, the Oak Ridge. Quarter size hail. Or 1 inch. I'm gonna check on the our Georgia cell.
Yeah. That's probably a good idea.
Probably done. I don't see it anymore.
I think it still exists. You can see it near Fairmount, but that doesn't really look that good anymore. So, it was just a false supercell, I guess. It may be a supercell, but not really doing anything.
This
Might be a possible cell merger though.
Yeah, it could be. So that might influence the storm to do more. I don't know.
Oh, whoa, we got this thing right here.
Let me see.
Oh wait, I'm not showing. But It's on Gainesville, Georgia.
What?
Gainesville, Georgia.
Gainesville.
Georgia, yeah. I'm looking at the Atlanta.
That's a small little thing. I don't really think that's... It's strange, because it almost looks like it has rotation, but I think it's way too small to have any rotation, so... I'm not sure what that storm's gonna do.
I'm not sure either, but you should watch that.
Yeah.
Because that's a prefrontal.
It is.
And I think that's within the... Or is that outside the mesoscale?
What?
Is that prefrontal outside the meso?
I think it's in it. I think it's in it. Just barely.
I'm trying to see which one that is. Is that in the tornado watch now, the current one?
No. It's in Gainesville, Georgia.
Oh, this one. This looks to be just outside of the mesoscale discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Now, it looks like with what we have, it's currently not the most favorable, not a very favorable environment, at least for the time being. But as the dry or the dry slot catches up heads into Georgia, that's where things could start to take off again.
Maybe.
Keeping an eye currently on, obviously the one west of Knoxville is the one that the most concerning right now, but it doesn't look like what and it might be debris fall out there, but I'm not seeing like consistency between the CC drop and rotation.
Yeah. I don't see a lot of consistency with it either.
Probably clear air.
It looks like clear air.
Usually does that. Usually does that. If you circle the clear on rare scope, if you circle the CC drop, and then go back to reflectivity, if it's on like the green, then it's probably clear air. If it's on like the red or if it's on the pink, then it's CC drop.
Yeah, I'm not. I might see like a very tiny bit of rotation. Like there's a little bit of more neutral colors on one side and a lighter green on the other side, but
I don't think it'll cause that big of
rotation
a
is-
hail. Or
there's better rotation near Clinton, which is displaced from the CC.
yeah, and I don't think that low rotation could throw that big of a CC drop. Clinton storm is still technically observed. I think they're gonna drop the observed.
Yeah, I think so too.
Actually, what's
Near Clinton.
Yeah, like around Clinton.
I don't know if that's a
Maybe
CC
hail?
drop. It might be hail. It looks like hail, because it's not really that definitive.
Oh, no, it's clear air. It's clear air. I know I shouldn't really be laughing, but
I know.
just laughing in relief. Because, yeah. It's like, it's over Clinton now. So, oh my god, this thing's full of hail.
Yeah, it does have a lot of hail. Yeah, I think they're gonna drop the tornado warning because they just extended it as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait and see if there's any PDS storms. We're going to wait to see if there's any PDS storms that develop from this severe weather. And I think we'll come back on the air if we do see any PDS tornado warnings. So, let me just make sure. I think that will be the end, although we did just get this tornado warning with a very weird shape, but otherwise,
Oh, yeah. It's a very weird shape.
Yeah, but otherwise, I think that we're going to come back on when stuff happens. Thanks for watching, everybody. I do appreciate the help that we got from our team members and Tim as well for handing over the live stream for a brief moment. I think that we are going to go off the air now, but we will return if there is a PDS warning. So, thanks everybody for watching. We will see you later. Any last words from the team as we move away?
Have a way to receive. Please have a way to receive warnings tonight, especially if you are in northern and western Georgia, going down to the Florida Panhandle, and throughout Tennessee. We still, while we're going off the air, it does not mean that this event has ended. So please make sure to stay tuned to your local weather radio or National Weather Service office, or your local news for the latest information on the current severe weather threat along the Dixie Alley region down to the Gulf Coast. Please stay safe and have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.